All right, you can already tell by the title what we're going to be doing. I've got 8 hours, 13 minutes, and 17 seconds of my life to burn. Let's do it.
Hello friends, this is Otz. No, he is not. I am the actual Otzdarva, and this is the updated
Hello,
all
friends.
killer add-ons explained and tier listed video, where quite simply I go through every single add-on in the game for killer. I tell you what it does, I tell you how good it is, and you can also compare them. We will be going through all of them, and if you're new to the game, or even if you're a veteran, you will learn which add-ons are bugged and don't do what they're supposed to do, which add-ons are deceiving, how slight is slightly, and how moderate is moderately, and this should really help. There will be a
doing my own commentary, kind of.
huge amount of timestamps in the description so that you can skip to the parts that you want. I have not re-recorded the entire 6+ hours video. Instead, I have added the 2 new killers, Pyramid Head and Blight, and their respective add-ons. I've also gone over the 2 new add-on reworks for Bubba, the Cannibal, and Hillbilly. So those are completely redone. And the few mistakes that I made in the previous video, I have fixed, like the rates missing add-ons or some of the changes that happened. A few mistakes here and there have been fixed for your viewing pleasure. This video was only possible thanks to the information that is stored and data mined from the wiki, from people like Interact, the developers themselves answering questions, and also many people who have vast knowledge on certain killers that I couldn't possibly all have gathered without them. I cannot name them all, but I'll do my best to name some of them in the description. Thank you very much. For those of you who are watching, I'm going to keep rolling on the video. We'll start with the Trapper, and we'll go on with all of the rest. No more asking me what is the best add-on on someone, or I will be very upset. Thank you so much. Let's go and get it done.
This is for Freddy.
We will be placing all of these add-ons on a tier list so that you have a better understanding of how strong they are relative to one another. And this is how it's going to go for every single killer going forward. We're going to have the S tier. The S tier is reserved for add-ons that I think are downright broken, downright overpowered.
God, it's going to last so long, guys.
The strongest add-ons, but yes, the most,
2 minutes.
Definitely the most unhealthy.
Okay.
And the ones
I've got
that
8 hours and 13 minutes to fucking go.
In a sometimes not so fun to play against way. Not every killer will have an S tier add-on, for the record. From A to E, we will have just a stretch, the chunk of add-ons, from strongest, of course, to weakest. And we will also reserve the F tier for the add-ons that are downright detrimental. This will be add-ons that are either not working as intended and are hurting your performance. Add-ons that give you bonus BP but have some kind of negative effect. We'll get to that. And also add-ons that are bugged that just straight up don't work the way they're supposed to. These add-ons you never really want to, as long as you want to win, and unless you want to challenge yourself, these add-ons you just never ever want to run because they actually hurt you more than they help you.
Don't run them,
guys. We're gonna
guys.
start with the first killer, the Trapper, and as you can see, there's quite the balance of strong and weak add-ons with a little bit in between. I'm going to go through all of them, starting right now. We're going to begin with the family of bags. These are easily the strongest add-ons on the Trapper, and the ones that will most consistently
None of these
help.
matters.
Why are these ones so high up, even the brown
too.
ones?
His whole kit's
as I'm sure you know, the Trapper begins with one trap on his hand, but also one carrying capacity. This is quite crippling. This means that if there's a trap right at your feet when you're spawning, you cannot do anything to it. You cannot pick it up without getting rid of the one you have on your hand. This makes handling traps extremely cumbersome, a very time-consuming process. For every trap that you want to place somewhere, you need to get rid of the one on your hand, unless you've already placed it, in which case I guess you could reset it now. These add-ons help you carry 2 traps, at least. The yellow and the purple one giving you a maximum of 3, which is it's insanely good. And they also have a side effect that is not explained, that is extremely significant. All of these add-ons will make 1 more bear trap appear in the map. Now, you might think that because these add-ons make you start with 1 extra trap, that trap that you have on your hand now might be taken from the map. That's not the case. No. Maps in general have an average of like 5 to 6 to 7 bear traps spawn, depending on the size, at least from my experience. And if you're unlucky, you can end up going to very large maps with only 5 bear traps total. That is absolutely crippling. Think about it. You have a bear trap on your hand, 4 of them scattered around the map. Maybe one of them is on a hill really far away. Maybe one of them is in a really awkward spot. So realistically, for half the match, you only have.
I'm already miserable.
That is absolutely horrible. horrible for the trapper. These add-ons will make it so that you start with 1 extra or 2 extra in place of the purple, which will mean that you don't have to go all the way out to a corner of the map that you might have no interest in to pick up your power. This helps you in that regard, and for this reason, these traps are extremely good. Sometimes the trapper will need to prepare really quickly and prepare an area very heavily. In this scenario, these add-ons help a lot because, you know, you start with more, you can carry more, you can do it more quickly. Sometimes the trapper will not have that ability, and you'll want to use your traps more aggressively. You'll want to use them during chase.
I don't even know what
you get
say.
to a pallet, survivor drops it, you
what
trap
commentary
it,
to add on top of
survivor
this.
drops it, you fake
Like, just
putting
talk
it,
about the
you
add-ons
catch
with
him, and so on and so forth.
He's like way
These
more experienced than me.
add-ons also allow you to do this a lot more effectively. Normally, when you
I'm just
chase a
gonna fucking
survivor, if
sit
he
through
puts
8
down
hours. Call it a
a
challenge
pallet,
video
or if
and
he
I'm
goes
done.
to a really strong
Easy.
window and you set a trap,
Easy
that's
call.
it. You're out of bird traps, which is obviously really bad. He can look at your hand, see that you're not carrying a bird trap anymore, and be like, okay, he's out of ammo, he can't do anything anymore. With any of these add-ons, you will be able to do that a lot better. You will be able to set a trap and still have another to fake out, or maybe even shut down another loop. And for this reason, these add-ons are just straight up probably the best ones. Until they make his base capacity a little bit better, these add-ons will continue to be almost required on Trapper. Because these add-ons, in fact, are so good, you're going to see that the rest of add-ons really suffer. Because you'll be forced to bring one, you definitely don't want to bring more than one of these. One of these add-ons is usually enough. You don't want to stack them, even though you can. Because you always want to bring one of these add-ons at least, the rest of the add-ons of the Trapper become significantly worse as a result. Because any interesting combination of 2 add-ons that are not this that you could have will hurt you because you don't have a bag. So that's something that we'll keep in mind going forward. Now, past this, what is the next best add-on to bring in the Trapper? In my very honest opinion, we've got the tar bottle, as well as the one that we'll find a little bit
time did you spend on this video?
below, the the dying tar. Now, as you can see down below, there is a very significant difference between an average no add-on bird trap and a tar bottle, which is the green one, bird trap. That difference, that darkening, is extremely good. Many maps are very limited in the amount of bird traps you can put. Yes, you can put bird traps on grass, which are predictable. Yes, you can put them on windows, which are predictable. You cannot generally put them in the middle of nowhere and still get results, because bird traps are they contrast so much with the map on average that, you know, survivors will see them very often. With a trap as dark as the tar bottles, you will be able to get away putting traps almost anywhere. There are a lot of insane trapping spots that become available when you have this add-on and not before. For this reason, because this add-on actually allows your bird trap to catch people by surprise more often and also forces them to check the grass they step on at every turn, I think this is other than the bags, I think this is probably his best add-on. What does it mean? Normally, when you look at the grass, if there's no add-on, you can very clearly tell whether there's a trap there or not, and you can just go through it very quickly if you're not in a chase. If this add-on is in place, however, you need to double check slowly, and this will waste a lot of time and obviously make it a lot harder to play against Trapper. As you can see, you could theoretically stack both of these add-ons for a completely extra dark trap. As you can see right here, it's not worth it. The yellow add-on barely makes a difference. If you compare no add-on and yellow add-on, the difference is tiny. I've come to the conclusion that this tiny difference can actually kind of help in some maps, sometimes perhaps, and that's why this add-on is not the absolute lowest tier possible, but still, there are better options. It barely makes a difference. I don't understand why it's so little. It could be something more in between, but yeah, it's better than nothing, I suppose. Yeah. That being said, tar bottle, absolutely top tier add-on for the Trapper. Next up, we're gonna go to the stone add-ons, which have they're not very consistent in what they do, but we'll get to it. The random resetting from the iridescent stone is actually quite nice. Now, unfortunately, when people stepped on a bear trap, depending on when they stepped on the bear trap itself,
like 8
shifted.
Hours.
Right? So if you put a bear trap that was perfectly, and they need to be perfectly placed many times. It was perfectly placed on a pallet or perfectly placed on a window, and somebody stepped on it. By the time they escaped or they were rescued or you grabbed them out of it, the bird trap on the ground would move slightly. And that slight movement would completely make it useless. And the fact that traps reset themselves with this add-on made it kind of pointless. Luckily, as of very, very recently, this has been corrected. If you put a bear trap, the bear trap, it doesn't matter whether survivors step on it, disarm it, get rescued, get grabbed out of the trap. The bear trap will remain on the exact same spot. This makes this add-on actually worth running. What you can do with this is basically pick the one window or one pallet around your area of action or on your perimeter that you know is really, really nasty. Place a trap there and pretty much forget about it. Survivors can try to disarm it, which will waste will waste time, but every 30 seconds this or any other trap can reopen. This goes a little bit against some of the principles that you should keep as trapper. As a trapper, you want most of your traps to be unexpected. If you trust that survivors will disarm them, that trap might not be so good. So this add-on kind of forces you, or at least only shines if you force yourself to change that kind of playstyle and you try to be more of a lockdown trapper. What does this mean? You put someone in the basement, in the shack, and then you trap every single window from the inside, or every single pallet, every single opening of that building, of the shack, or whatever building. And then you're more of a nuisance kind of trapper. More of a, I'm gonna lock this down. If you play in that way, this add-on becomes really, really strong. It can help you keep pressure up. It can eliminate a lot of like resetting. But then again, that's not your main strength as trapper. That can win you games if you play like that, but other add-ons can help you just as much, if not more. Next up, we have the Honing Stone. The Honing Stone has an incredibly good effect. If a survivor steps on a bear trap, they will normally be able to escape by themselves and will be injured as a result. If they step on a bear trap with this, they will not be able to escape by themselves. If they escape by themselves, they will be immediately down on the ground.
10 minutes.
And instead, what they need to do is have someone else help them to escape. You might think this is the best add-on ever, and it is really, really good. There will be situations where this can single-handedly win you a game. And it can go something like this. You have a person on the hook, let's say. You have a person that you've just downed. And two people are coming for the rescue. One of them steps on a trap, and the other one is right in front of you. If you have this add-on, you have won the game right there and then. The person on the trap will not be able to do anything. He's functionally on the ground or on a hook. He's functionally disabled. So you can go to the other person, down him, and as long as no one has Unbreakable, you're good. The game is over. Without this add-on, the person on the bear trap could escape in 3 seconds. He could escape in 10 seconds. He could escape in 20 seconds. You don't know. You're gonna have to make a decision, and luck plays a big factor. You will not be able to escape that. With this add-on, you're just completely reducing the luck element, which is amazing, and it's very, very good. Now, what is the problem with this add-on? This add-on also goes against some of your principles that you should be applying when playing Trapper. When you play Trapper, as a general rule, you want to keep your traps both close to each other, so that there's snowball potential, and close to yourself, so that you can defend them, and if someone steps on them, you can be there to make it count. Now, you might think to yourself, well, if they can't escape the bear trap, then surely I can spread my traps a little bit further, and if someone steps on them, I can go there.
I'm already having a terrible time.
They won't be able to escape. Wrong. They can escape if they are helped. Survivors often play with their friends, or
don't worry,
they play
finish
with
your shift,
who are paying attention,
stuff.
and they can totally escape
here
extremely quickly. The rescue time is very, very fast. We'll see that in a minute. They can escape extremely quickly if there's two people. If your traps are too far apart, and someone steps on a trap, and someone is there to help them, this add-on does absolutely nothing. If your traps are too close to yourself, which is what you should do, and someone steps on a trap and you're already on them, you're already chasing them, or you're like 2 meters away from them, this add-on also does absolutely nothing. So even though this add-on has a very, very strong effect, it also has the potential to be completely, absolutely useless. I personally really, really like it. I see the strength in it, but it's just a situational add-on that will only shine sometimes, if you're lucky. If you're unlucky, or if you're too lucky, this add-on, it will be either useless or just not necessary because you're already getting use out of it. Then again, we're gonna go to the next stone add-on, which is pretty insultingly bad. This is a green add-on called the wax bricks. It reduces the escape chance of survivors. Normally, when survivors try to escape, they have a 1 in 4, a 25% chance. With this add-on, they only have a 1 in 5, a 20% chance. It's worthless. It's absolutely worthless. If you could equate 3 or 4 add-ons, then yeah, sure, I could see some use to putting this as your 3rd or 4th add-on. Otherwise, it's not worth the add-on slot. Let me ask you a question. Let's say that you have a person on the hook, you have some kind of pressure somewhere, right? And someone moderately far away, let's say 30 meters far away, steps on a bear trap. What do you do? If you have the holding stone, and you know that that person can't escape, you're gonna go there. Because either you're gonna find them and down them on the trap, obviously, or someone else comes for the rescue, and hey, at least you're bothering 2 people, right? So if you have the holding stone, you have that certainty, which is great. If you have this stone, you're gonna be like, well, they have less of a chance to escape, but it's still a good chance. So you could go there and, you know, you could be lucky and get them, or you could be unlucky and get them. This doesn't change the luck that much. It doesn't... I have never equipped this add-on and felt, wow, yeah, survivors are never escaping on their first attempt anymore. They will still escape on their first or their second attempt, and this add-on will be worthless. I think the effect is laughable. I wouldn't recommend it. Next up, we're going to go to the coil family of add-ons. All these add-ons do the same thing. They all reduce, they all increase the time that it takes to disarm your traps. Disarming is when survivors hold your trap for a few seconds, and then it closes up and it doesn't work anymore until you reset it. As you can see, it goes increasingly from brown, which is about a second, yellow, to purple and green, which is about 2 seconds. These add-ons are not fantastic. There's a significant gap between some of them. That's why some of them are slightly higher up, but they're not very good. As I said, as a trapper, it's way better to have 1 or 2 traps that work than 3 or 4 that don't work, that survivors keep disarming. It will make it a bit more annoying in a few situations where you have a lockdown in place and survivors are quickly coming out of the basement and quickly disarming traps. This can buy you time. These add-ons aren't entirely worthless, but add-ons that make your traps more numerous, like the bags, or make your traps less likely to be noticed, like the tire bottle, are way better than this. You want your traps to catch people. You don't want them to be just time stoppers. Trust me, if a survivor needs 1 extra second to disarm a trap, that's still not good. The fact that he found your trap and he's disarming it, it's still not good. It's not worth the add-on slot. If your traps are constantly getting found and disarmed, you are doing something wrong. And for that reason, these add-ons are usually a questionable choice. The more notable one is the pink one, the oily coil. Sorry, the bloody coil. The bloody coil, the oily is the purple. The bloody coil has the effect of a coil, so it slows down a little bit. Survivors can tell if you have this add-on because they will see the progress bar red, by the way. And it also injures survivors who disarm your traps. Again, survivors shouldn't be finding your traps in the best of scenarios, but this can actually be quite good. If you're playing against a really good team who is on comms, who is on perfect communication, this add-on will be very useless very soon. But if before that happens, or if you're playing against a team that's a bit more disorganized, if they make a couple blunders, that could be pretty huge. Let's say that you down a survivor, you put them on the hook, another survivor comes in, you whack them, they run away, and a third survivor is nearby. Normally they would come for the rescue, but hey, they saw you putting a trap, and now they're disarming it. They disarm it. Oh, big surprise! Now they're injured. First time they realize. Now you have a person on the hook, a person injured, a person randomly injured that can't really come and rescue, that might go and self-carry the corner, and the 4th guy that was doing gens far away in the other side of the map. That makes your pressure it skyrockets your pressure quite quickly in some scenarios. Still, I wouldn't say it happens consistently or properly enough to make this a super top tier add-on, even though it's still pretty good. Of course, if survivors are already injured, they don't get injured twice. This only works if they're healthy. So what survivors will often learn to do with this add-on is whoever's injured will disarm your traps if they're very visible, and whoever's healthy will just avoid and not do that. Survivors who are injured will still try to dead hard through your traps and do all the little things they can already do. And yeah, it's not so game-changing, even though it's nice to have for sure. Overall, these are probably some of the simplest add-ons for Trapper, but they're just not that great. Next up, we have the setting tool. The setting tool family of add-ons. These add-ons are actually pretty good. Their effect is not actually that incredible. As you can see, it takes you... These are my numbers, by the way. I did my own testing because I liked it better. Your setting time of a trap is about 2.5 seconds. and this shaves a little bit of time. Saving a little bit of time is not the biggest deal in the grand scheme of things, but in the individual chase, if you're using traps aggressively, it's very, very good. Sometimes you see a survivor going down the basement, and you want to set up a trap at the top of the basement before you go down, so that when someone comes out, they can step on it. Sometimes you're chasing a survivor, and you want to very, very quickly shut down a window or a pallet during a chase. Those 0.3, 0.4, 0.5 seconds are actually really, really, really good. That's half a second less of you looking at the ground and actually looking up and seeing where the survivor run. Especially if you start faking out your trap placements, this helped quite a bit. As you can see, when you get to the green and purple rarity, these add-ons also start increasing the escape time and the rescue time. The rescue time is still extremely, extremely, extremely quick. So this doesn't help a lot in that, because rescuing always happens at once. But the escape time is very significant, because think about it. If a survivor takes an average of like 2 or 3 attempts, every time you add 0.4 or 0.3 seconds, it's to each of those attempts. So if someone escapes in 2 attempts, which is pretty standard, this will add 1 whole second of, almost a whole second of that struggling phase, which gives you time and gives you a little bit more time to react to this. These add-ons are generally very good. I forgot to include here, by the way, the purple one also reduces the escape chance by 5%. So it's pretty much the equivalent of the wax brick, the green wax brick that we saw earlier. It's one of his best add-ons. It will help you in every situation. Unfortunately, you still want to use one of these add-ons with a bag. So when you use this with a bag, you're giving up a tar bottle, or you're giving up an iridescent stone, or you're giving up a honing stone. The fact that you need one of those bags is what keeps these add-ons from being even better, even though they're still by any means perfectly decent. Next up, we have the Jaws add-ons. These are the last add-ons we'll be covering for the Trapper. And these add-ons have an effect when survivors step on a trap. The Mangle one is probably the most decent. When survivors step on a trap, they become mangled for 2 minutes. Usually, when survivors step on a trap like this, that means you're already on them, and you're going to catch them, you're going to put them on the hook. Realistically, maybe a minute later, they'll be off the hook after they step on the trap, and they'll have 1 minute of mangled. Is that great? No, it's not. Sometimes your hardest games of Trapper are the games where survivors are constantly harassing you. You barely can keep up. Maybe you're using your traps in a chase very aggressively. Maybe you set a trap to get a hit and people don't even step on the trap. This happens very frequently. I set a trap on a pallet. Survivor can't go through the pallet, so now I hit him. In those situations, this add-on does nothing. It's not uncommon for an average Trapper to maybe have 4 or 5 bear trap catches in a game. And you get very little value out of a green add-on for what this add-on does. Very little value. If you really want to slow on their healing, Sloppy Butcher, much better choice. Nurse's Calling to catch them healing, much better choice than this. Even though it's not a bad add-on, it fails to compete with the other add-ons that just do more things. This only works oddly when you caught someone in a trap, which is hard enough as it is. You might as well bring a bag to carry more traps, or a tar bottle to make them harder to notice. If Mangled is kind of bad, Hemorrhage is downright fucking terrible. When someone steps on a trap, you get a loud notification, a loud bubble. If you're far away, or if you're already there, obviously you're gonna see it. There's zero advantages to that guy bleeding a little bit more. It's worthless. It's absolutely worthless. The bleeding stays until they heal. I guess that in a 1 million games where someone steps on a trap, you go there and they're the last survivors, so you start looking. Maybe seeing the blood fall a little bit more frequently could help, but again, it's 1 in a million. It's a worthless add-on for all intents and purposes. But even worse than worthless are the padded jaws. The padded jaws make it so that survivors who step on a trap are not injured by default. Survivors, when they step on a trap, they come out injured, whether they are helped or escaped by themselves, and you can whack them once, or while they're in the trap, you can whack them once, and they go down. With this add-on, if someone steps on a trap in front of you, you need to hit them twice. This can be okay if you're running a stack build. You're gonna get 2 stacks of, like, say the best for last, or remember me, or something like that. Other than those extremely niche cases, this add-on is actually horrible. It gives you extra BP, which it's not that hard to get. It's completely worthless, and I don't need to explain it much more. It makes your traps basically rubber, and if you have 3 good traps that are on the map and they step on all 3 at the same time, they will all come out uninjured. You'll have wasted your time, and it's worse than having nothing. But this one's pretty self-explanatory. I'm pretty confident on the placement of most of these add-ons as a Trapper, because it's my main, and I'm sure you've realized by the extent of talking I've been doing about him. But we're going to move to the next killer now, which is going to be a Wraith. You'll have to excuse me, I need to switch out some things because of software limitation, but here should be it. Right, so we're gonna analyze the Wraith, and some of these placements were a little bit difficult, as you'll see, but Wraith also is a slightly killer-dependent add-on. You'll see there's a family of add-ons that is really, really good and hard to not use, and for that reason, all of these other add-ons are also a little bit hard to evaluate because they all have to compete very, very heavily with this really good add-ons that he's got. The first family of add-ons are the Clapper add-ons, the Bone Clapper, and what's the name of the other one? I've honestly forgotten. The Coxcomb Clapper. That's right. What these add-ons do is basically change the nature of the very loud ringing that survivors hear around you when you use your power. The first one completely eliminates it, and the second one muffles it. And they're both extremely, extremely good. The first one is a lot easier to understand. Normally, you come around the corner, you begin to uncloak, survivors get a warning, they maybe death hour or sprint burst or do whatever, maybe get to a pallet, and sometimes, you know, it takes you quite a while to come out of stealth. Sometimes you just don't have that surprise factor. By being completely silent, you can decide where exactly they're going to, where exactly you're going to strike from, and they will have very little reaction time. It will also instill a sense of paranoia, unless the team is very well communicated, and it maps with lots of walls and lots of obstacles. It's going to make survivors really think twice about going to corners, and this is just a great add-on, probably his best one. The Bone Clapper, however, can arguably even be more powerful. Even though survivors actually hear you coming out of stealth, they don't hear the exact direction or the exact distance. They hear a muffled sound across a large distance, and they don't know whether you're coming for them or not. So this add-on can actually make survivors more paranoid than the other one. If you keep spamming your cloak and uncloaking, survivors will often stop what they're doing to hide around and make sure they're safe before going back. And the really nice thing about this one is that you can actually bait survivors. You can, when you expect someone to be on a generator, you can take the longer way around, begin to uncloak, and see them avoid the pallet that they were next to and go back thinking that they're going to safety when in fact they're coming right at you. It's the kind of add-on that really, really shines when you are a really good Wraith who understands the path that survivors take, understands how you can push them in certain directions, and what they're most likely to do when they panic. Very, very good add-on. Buy them. You definitely don't want to bring them together, but very, very good add-on to combo, especially to combo with the next family of add-ons. The next family of add-ons are the Windstorm family of add-ons, and these add-ons are pretty insane. They do something that the Wraith should probably do by default, which is making very fast. When you cloak as a Wraith, you move at 126.5 movement speed. For reference, survivors move, they sprint at 100%. Most killers, Wraith included, move at 115. So you gain about 12% movement speed. This isn't great. The Wraith is all about moving across the map, switching from chase to another chase, wasting no time. His speed is very, very lacking without add-ons, and these add-ons correct it. With the yellow one, you're going to be adding 15% extra. I'm not basing the 15 out of the 126. I'm doing 15 total, so it's easy to understand. So you immediately go to like 142-ish movement speed. That is insane. That's giving you 3 play with your foods, basically, on one yellow add-on, and it only gets better. The green one is 20, and the purple one is 25, bringing you to like upwards of 150
this might be
movement
the
speed.
worst
That is very, very fast.
Easily, at least in the past,
with these add-ons, you can cover the map much quicker at the start when you're cloaked, finding survivors much faster. You can, you can get to the generator that you need to pop much quicker. You can scout the map around with nurses calling a lot more efficiently. You can do everything the Wraith is good at much faster, much more efficiently. Not only that, they also help you occasionally in a chase. These add-ons, by the way, they also slow down the speed at which you come out of uncloaking to compensate for so that you have basically the same. So don't mind that too much.
Imagine like
these add-ons, which again you don't really want to stack, you only need one. These add-ons help you in a chase by making you considerably faster than the survivor. This allows you in certain areas to literally just run past the survivor, stand in front of them, begin to uncloak, and maybe even body block a window, a pallet, or the one element of safety that they were going towards. This is easier said than done, But in some maps, in some situations, that little bit of speed is actually extremely, extremely good. And for this reason, these are some of the best add-ons that the Wraith can use, and ones that will help you pretty much no matter what. It is arguable that maybe perhaps the yellow one could be a bit lower than some of the ones we'll see, but as a general rule, all these add-ons are very good. You can never go wrong with them.
He just goes off.
And for this reason, you'll see that some of the other add-ons are not quite as good, because you will always probably want to bring
cut it off like through editing.
Next up, we have the All-Seeing Family of Spirits. These
all seems pretty like
the All-Seeing Spirit and the All-Seeing Blood.
Straight to
family
it.
Of
8 hours talking
this
about
gives
add-ons.
you these add-ons give you information, which paired with other perks can be quite helpful. When you cloak, you will be able to see the auras of generators. Normally they would all be red. With this add-on, you'll see them glowing from white.
I don't think I'll be able to watch Otzdarva for like another year.
The more red, the more completed a generator is. This allows you to basically keep control of generators without using barbecue and chili, without using thrill and tremors, without using surveillance. Perks that normally you might want to run on your killers
like
to keep track of where the repairs are being done. If you free up that one perk, you can use Sloppy Butcher, you can use Pop Goes the Weasel, you can use Surge, you can use a variety of perks to supplement that information. So this is more or less like a perk slot. It's a pretty good add-on, a pretty decent one for a gen regressing kind of build, and very, very good at that. The next one shows you the auras of survivors when you're cloaked up to 12 meters. This add-on is actually extremely good against stealthy players, and by itself is not super significant. It begins to really, really shine with a selection of perks. Perks that one-shot, that usually make survivors hide, are extreme. They shine a lot with this add-on. If you bring Make Your Choice and Barbecue and Haunted Grounds, perks like this,
speed it up.
You
it's
will
not
get
an
a
8
lot
hour
of
challenge video.
Especially when you pair with movement speed add-ons, so that you can move even quicker. You can down a survivor, put them on the hook, they get rescued. You go around. More likely than not, you will find behind some corner that you would have never checked a Claudette hiding because she's exposed. This add-on just pairs really, really well, and it takes a little bit of time to getting used to. It's hilarious to just move around the map and randomly see the aura of a survivor getting into a locker or hiding behind a bush and feeling completely safe. It's going to get you a lot of information. More useful in some maps than others, but still pretty damn good. Next up, we have the Blind Warrior family of add-ons. These two do things, and they only apply when you do a surprise attack. Now, a surprise attack is when you uncloak and then immediately hit a survivor. There is a large margin, so if you uncloak, go a little bit and hit someone, it will still apply, which, you know, is very good. But if you uncloak, chase for a little while, and then don't hit anyone for a few seconds, these will not apply, which is a big deal. We'll get to that. The first one applies Mangled, and Mangled is actually one of the best status effects to apply as Wraith. As Wraith, one of your big strengths is to catch people off guard, get the first hit, and then you need to chase normally because you don't have any other power to help you in a chase very significantly. Being able to keep survivors injured for longer, and then maybe using nurses to catch them off guard is such a good thing on Wraith. But this add-on is actually very decent. The only problem is, what do you give up for it? Normally you would go with Windstorm and maybe one of the Bone Clapper, for example, one of the add-ons that we just discussed, and you really don't have a lot of room to use this add-on. You will need to sacrifice something to use it, and the thing is, you don't need to. Sloppy Butcher is a super good perk you could run on Wraith if you want to have this effect, and that way you're sacrificing one of 4 perks. You can still have 3 perks, and you could have the 2 add-ons that best improve your strengths as Wraith. So for that reason, this add-on is probably a little bit falls a little bit out of grace, because you can just replace it with Sloppy, which is going to get you the same effect with less of a cost. The next one is Blindness from the yellow version of Blind Warrior. Blindness is a status effect that you're going to see recurrently in this video. It is quite useless. Blindness makes it so that survivors can't see auras. If they were running bomb, they can't see their teammates. If they had a map, they cannot see anything that's marked by the map. Survivors on the ground are invisible. Survivors on hooks are also invisible, but they see the hook animation, so they can pretty much tell where they are anyway. This add-on sometimes can help. If there's a little bit of chaos, if a survivor is not on comms, if they're on comms, Blindness is basically useless, because they're going to talk and they're going to tell each other what's going on. But if survivors are not on comms, if they're a bit disorganized, this add-on can help, you know, make it a bit more hectic. You know, you down a survivor, You hit a survivor, say, now you down someone else. Now the person that you hit, because he's blind, can't see it. He can't go there immediately and help, but maybe you're Elser. It's still very, very situational and not great at all. If
it doesn't know.
If blindness was good, many of these add-ons would go up a notch. But right now, blindness is pretty worthless. Not reliable, not good in a very significant way. Next up, we have the quirky brown add-ons that all have different effects. The first one is called the Ghost, and it actually it doesn't, when you're cloaked as a wraith, you become undetectable. You have the status effect of undetectable.
Hello,
this shields you from auto-reading perks like Obstacle Obsession or Alert or Keys or anything that could read your aura. This doesn't extend the undetectable. So if you're going up against an Obstacle Obsession, this doesn't make you invisible for 6 extra seconds, so don't think that it does. But it does suppress your terror radius, and it does suppress your red stain for 6 seconds. This add-on is actually quite good when you combo it with other things. For example, you could combo it with the Silent Bell, the Coscom Clapper, and uncloak silently, remain silent, go around the corner, and because you're already uncloaked, you could literally grab someone out of a generator. That is very, very good. You could even combo it with the Bone Clapper, uncloak at a distance, around the corner. Survivors hear the ringing, nothing happens, they hear no heartbeat, they think they're safe, they go back to the gen, and here you come during those 6 seconds of stealth. You could even combo it with the other add-on that we're going to see in a minute that keeps your terror radius during cloak, and then remove it randomly to confuse survivors. It is a fun add-on that will give you some fun moments. The only problem again is that you're giving up something for it, and that probably some of the add-ons that we've previously seen would probably be a little bit better. Still though, very, very decent add-on, and definitely the better one out of all of these 4. The next one is called the Serpent, and this add-on allows you to immediately uncloak when you kick a generator, when you perform the break action, which can be done on generators, on walls, the breakable ones, and also on pallets. Now this sounds amazing, like in theory. You chase a survivor while you're cloaked, he drops the pallet, you break it with brutal strength, and maybe some other add-on that we'll see in a minute. You break it really quickly, and then wow, you're ready to hit. It doesn't work like that at all. It's quite bad. First of all, survivors know that you have to come out of cloaking to be able to hit them, and for that reason, they don't need to do anything. If you're chasing them, they can just stand on the pallet or keep running around the pallet and just not drop it until you're uncloaking, or until you're very close to uncloaking. Then they'll break it, or sorry, then they'll drop it. And at that point, what's the point of this add-on? It's just not good. There will be a 1 in a million game where you go to a generator, you kick it, and there's a survivor right next to you somehow while you spend 2 seconds kicking it, and now you can hit him immediately. But no, it's not that good. Even if you're kind of cheeky and let's say that you chase a survivor into a corner of the map,
this goes more in depth now.
You uncloak, you make them drop the pallet, you cloak back, and now you break it quickly with this and try to get.
This is even more painful when I have 3,000 hours.
It doesn't matter. When you cloak back, they can start running away. Even if somehow the survivor is completely brain dead and doesn't expect you to run this add-on and stays literally in front of the pallet while you break it and uncloak immediately, you did not have, even though the uncloaking happens immediately, there is a cooldown. You cannot hit immediately. So this add-on is virtually useless. It's a fun gimmick, but it's just not that great. It will get you some small, like, it gives you some power and some abilities that survivors might not immediately realize, and the surprise factor is the only thing it really has going for it, but otherwise I wouldn't bother. Next one, we have I believe it's called, I forgot what the name of this one. I think it's called the Hound. This one makes the blood on the ground brighter while you are in cloak mode. It has the same effect as the Bloodhound perk that the Wraith himself comes with, and it's equally as useless. Usually, survivors on the ground, leaving blood on the ground, that's pretty easy to notice already. Of course, if you have some kind of like impairment, visual impairment, and this helps you, by all means use it. But you're not when you're cloaking, you're not gonna see random blood on the ground. It's very, very unlikely. You'll mostly either completely miss the survivor because they have iron will and you don't hear them and they're hiding somewhere efficiently, or you're gonna see them with nurses, or you're gonna see them, you're gonna hear them complain. You're gonna find them. This rarely makes the difference. Not to mention that it only works while you're cloaked, so it's just not that great. Not much to say about it. Next up, we have the Beast. This add-on removes the heartbeat suppression while you're uncloaked. It gives you extra blood points, but it's a meme add-on to give you extra blood points. It actually does nothing for you. In fact, it just removes your stealth, which is one of the best things, if not the best thing about the Wraith. So yeah, it's a bad add-on. Don't use it unless you need the extra BP, which you don't, because trust me, the Wraith also already gets a lot of BP. This doesn't. It's not like Barbecue Shield where it doubles your BP at the end of the game. It doesn't increase the maximum. You're gonna get the same amount of points. Trust me, it's not worth it. We're gonna move on to the next killer. Except we're not. What? I actually forgot to talk about some of the add-ons for the Wraith in the original video. If you watched that and you were missing those, oops, my bad. We're gonna do it right now. Oh my god,
I was so excited.
Okay. We're gonna begin.
I was so excited, dude.
Swift Hunt family of add-ons. These add-ons affect the uncloaking time. Now, uncloaking for the Wraith is actually really critical. It's one of the most important aspects of this. When he gets to a survivor and he ambushes them, assuming that you don't catch them entirely in the open or completely body block them, so for the most part, survivors will hear your bell and start to see your particles come up. Man. They'll notice that you're there and they'll try to put some form of resistance. They'll try to get to a pallet, to a window, maybe they'll try to use some spin burst. And if you uncloak a tiny little bit faster, that can make a difference sometimes between hitting them with your speed boost that you get after the uncloaking or missing them entirely. So the effect of these add-ons is actually something that you really want.
I can't believe you just baited me that hard.
The actual numbers on them are laughable. As you will see, uncloaking takes 3 seconds. During that time, you get slowed down quite significantly. And these add-ons only reduce a very minor chance. It's almost quite insulting.
Dumbass out there is actually going to
it's just so much worse. It's just not so much better than the green or even the yellow one. They all have very similar numbers. So it really is a shame. If you put one of these add-ons, it will help you out. It can be a great filler add-on.
Otzdarva is insane.
But you're not going to notice an amazing difference, I'm afraid.
Well, not Otzdarva.
Even though it is nice, it's just not that incredible.
But
you would notice a much larger difference if you were to stack them together. If you were to run any two of these add-ons together, the uncloaking would feel a lot smoother. Unfortunately, if you do that, you have the Wraith Syndrome coming in. You are taking up 2 add-on slots, so you don't have Windstorm, you don't have the Bone Clapper, which can almost be more useful in ambushing. So, it really is a shame that these add-ons by themselves don't really shine. Again, in my opinion, use them as a filler add-on here and there if you don't have anything else.
So loud, I'm sorry.
And you're already running another add-on that you're comfortable with, most likely Windstorm. Next up, we're going to be talking about the Shadow Dance add-ons. Now, these add-ons do deliver a lot in the department of fun. So when you are cloaked, and only when you're cloaked, this is very important, these add-ons will make you do stuff much faster. That stuff, if I'm not mistaken, includes breaking pallets and generators and breakable walls now, I guess, as well. Vaulting as well, and I think it might even affect opening lockers, which I might have forgotten to include here. It's really fun, and the best part is that it absolutely stacks with all the perks that already help in these things. So if you have brutal strength,
you'll give me a sub if I get through this.
Which has
Holy
a small,
shit! Yes, dude,
that's like vaulting speed. All of those things will add up with this.
Like
again,
$5.
only if you are.
Fuck yeah.
Seeing the Wraith do these things like lightning speed, it is very fun. Sweet. It does freak survivors out. Now, what is the main downside of this? The main problem is that uncloaking takes a long time, and you do not generally do these actions while you are cloaked. When you are chasing a survivor and you're playing around the window, you will never begin the chase officially until you uncloak. It doesn't matter if you've been trailing a survivor for 5 minutes. The chase officially only begins after you uncloak and you find them running in front of you. So if they go through the same window 6 times, it doesn't matter if you block it. If you walk through it very fast, it's never going to block itself. You don't want to chase around windows with this killer using these add-ons while you're cloaked or at all in the first place. You could try to block it with Bamboozle as you go. This is not something that is going to work. It's very predictable. As a Wraith, you're not really a chasing killer that is going to anti-loop at all. So you're not playing into your strengths. You would be ill-advised to try something like that. But what if you try something like Brutal Strength, for example, and try to just shred pallets really quickly? Well, you'll find that survivors don't really want to drop pallets while you're cloaked. If I am being chased by a Wraith and I get to a pallet and he cloaks, I understand that he needs a good couple seconds to uncloak and get to me. So if he's cloaked, I'm going to start running around the loop or running to the next loop until he finally catches up to me. What will happen is you'll need to catch up to them a lot. And when you're right at a pallet with them,
are you saying you disagree with us?
They'll wait until you're fully uncloaked, then drop the pallet.
That's
and
sacrilegious.
At that point, what you can do is just cancel the
uncloak level,
and then break it very fast, and then catch up, and then uncloak again, and rinse and repeat. You're not really playing into your strengths either. Or you could also get stunned accidentally, and if you're cloaked while you get stunned with the wraith, you will suffer a very, very long stun penalty, which is a shame. So unfortunately, again, even though these add-ons are quite fun, I do not recommend that. One of the more fun things you can try with them, that makes them a bit more viable, if you will, is to put them on with the things called add-on, the one that makes you uncloak when you kick stuff. This works out a little bit better. You chase a survivor, you uncloak, you cloak, forgive me. They drop a pallet, you break it, and immediately you come out of cloaking and are right on their tails, right? Or it could be something like you get to a survivor on a generator, you kick it very, very fast, and then you go after them as you uncloak automatically. This sounds really good on paper. There is a problem, however.
Dude,
even if you manage to find yourself in
3 minutes and you're still on the same freaking add-ons,
dude. When you uncloak automatically with this add-on, you do not have the ability to hit survivors immediately. So let's say that I see a survivor next to a generator. I creep up right behind him, I kick the generator super fast with brutal strength and this add-on, let's say, and then I uncloak and the survivor's right there. It doesn't matter. They'll get through that window. You cannot hit them immediately with that automatic uncloaking, which makes these add-ons really, really silly. If you want to run them together to get double the effect, you will also, find yourself again without another more useful add-on. So as fun as they are, they're really not wonderful. And finally, we get to the cloaking add-ons.
Wraith was supposed to end like 15 minutes
ago. Really strange.
And he baited me.
So, cloaking takes only 1.5 seconds, which is very little. And during that time, you move at a completely normal speed. You do not get slowed down at all. So, and it's not a time when you never cloak in front of a survivor for the most part. So it's not a time that you need to shorten in any way whatsoever. You try these add-ons, you bing your bong very fast. It's really funny. It feels kind of good and kind of smooth, but it doesn't actually give you any advantage. Technically, because you cloak a tiny little bit earlier, I guess you get your movement speed sooner. But if you want to go faster and gain distance faster, just run the Windstorm add-ons. It would outclass any benefit this would give you by a huge margin. These add-ons, as far as I'm concerned, are completely useless. There's no other way around it. You do cloak faster, but it's not something you need or really benefit from in any way. Even if you plan to cloak quicker to maybe deny borrowed time at a critical time, let's say you're chasing a survivor into the basement and you cloak very fast, and now you're cloaked. And now they get the rescue, no borrowed time. Ha! Outsmarted them. No, it doesn't work that way. Your turret radius stays and lingers for a few seconds after you cloak. It's kind of strange, but that's the way it works. So they would absolutely get borrowed time in front of your face, even if you cloak at like supersonic speed. So as far as I know, unfortunately, these add-ons don't really help you do anything. Next up, we're gonna move to the next killer, which is the Hillbilly. Now the Hillbilly had a complete work on his add-ons, so we're gonna be starting from the top.
Are we at an hour yet?
All add-ons were really powerful. Nope. These add-ons, we're not. Honestly, even though they still start at A as per our rules, they're not. Even the best add-ons here are nowhere near the level of the old add-ons on Billy. But nostalgia aside, let's get into the ones. Let's get into the new ones. I'll talk about what they do. Potentially his best add-on are the low pro chains. It's an add-on that comes with no downsides, which is already saying something for the Hillbilly. There's really nothing bad about this add-on, and it does come with some really nice benefits. The effect of the low pro chains is quite simple. When you break something with your chainsaw, namely a pallet, and now also breakable walls, normally with Billy you go into a little animation that takes 1.5 seconds or so, from which you recover, and then you keep chasing or keep going about your business. With this add-on, your chainsaw will not be interrupted. For maps with heavy amounts of breakable walls like Midwich, this can be pretty damn nice, because you can rev up your chainsaw, go through a wall, and then keep sprinting down that hall until you find someone. This also works quite well in other maps like Dead Dog Saloon, or you can do it the other way around. You can be coming from very, very far and break into a wall and keep going if you need to.
Very interesting.
Both of which are a nice little plus for for maps that are heavy on unbreakable walls. It can also help you a little bit in pallets. Sometimes you can break a pallet and also just manage yourself around the map. But the main draw and the main strength of this add-on is not just for general navigation. The Billy is already pretty good at that. It's for actual pressure during chase. So when you break a wall or a pallet, you actually still keep going and you can still hit survivors. Hitting survivors for the next 5 seconds, so basically for the next chainsaw, doesn't actually insta-down them, but that doesn't matter. It can still be very, very, very good. When you chase a survivor that is already injured, let's say, you can rev up your chainsaw. They know that you're a good Billy, that you're gonna hit them if they don't drop the pallet, so they are forced to drop the pallet. There are many situations like this where survivors have to give you a pallet. With this add-on, they cannot just do that. They need to give you a pallet and they need to dodge out of the way. If the chase is already very tight, they will not be able to. You will break the pallet, absolutely hit them. Unless you get stunned, of course. Just mind that. This add-on benefits from running enduring, which is already a really good perk on Billy. But I bet you already knew that. So yeah, if the chase is already really tight and you're right on them, they won't be able to do much. And this add-on gives you a lot of counterplay around pallets. The first few times that you pull this off on a survivor or on each new survivor, it will also surprise them a lot. And this can really, really help you. Having a survivor that you M1 and then it takes a long time to get with them is how you lose a Billy many times. So if you have to M1 a survivor and then in the first 1 or 2 chases you actually down them at a time they don't expect it and get a pallet out of the way, that is so huge. So this absolutely introduces a new layer of
Billy might actually be the longest.
Look out for your chainsaw. Survivors will often try to
you've been in the
drop
same 2 add-ons for like 5 minutes
as the game progresses and they try to adapt. So having no downsides, introducing more pressure into your game.
Yeah, this is only 1 add-on. He hasn't even got to the second one yet.
On the other side of the spectrum, we've got the Speed Limiter, which is a special kit. The Speed Limiter gives you extra blood points. It doesn't actually add the blood points at the end of the game, like barbecue and chili, for example. It only contributes to the count, which you're probably going to hit anyway. So the extra blood points are complete garbage, and we do not really care. It makes your chainsaw, much like the low pro chains, not insta-down. But not just after a pallet, it just doesn't insta-down at all. Ever.
Yeah, that's why I have to do this video now before you added like
that is a
the
really,
4
really bad
extra
thing.
killers.
Only run this add-on if you're practicing Billy and you are, atoning for your sins in some way. There's literally no benefit other than that. Next up, we've got the add-ons that affect charge time. And there's only 2 of them this time around. The first one is the Mother's Helpers. The Mother's Helpers actually has a pretty nifty charge reduction.
Alright guys,
almost a third of a
15
second,
minutes for the next add-ons.
Which for the current charge time ability is still pretty damn good. But it has a condition to it. It only triggers for 30 seconds after you get pallet stun.
What are these doing
Luckily, with Enduring, which is already a top tier perk on Billy, shrugging off a stun is not a big deal. And you will be eating stuns of pallets with Billy more so than with other killers that respect pallets, like say Legion, who will lose his power and so on.
Oh yeah.
So
no, the purple one sucks.
Definitely something that will happen. And the charge time reduction is actually pretty good.
Cool.
Let's say that someone stuns you and keeps running away, being able to charge your chainsaw a little bit quicker if they're trying to make distance and then catch them comes in clutch, and it obviously helps you out. Having a faster chainsaw is never a bad thing. Unfortunately, it cannot be much better because it does come with a condition.
It's higher than
and it will not be active throughout the game. Still, a pretty solid add-on with no downsides. The worst thing that this add-on can do is just not be active. Again, going to the other side of the spectrum, we've got the Tune Carburetor.
This man obviously
it's a purple add-on that reduces your charge time quite dramatically all the time, permanently. It's not, if you look at it, it's really not that big of a change from the Mother's Helpers, but it does come with a penalty that is ludicrous. The penalty being that you become 110 killers, or 4.4 meters per second killer. You move, if you are not aware, as fast as a hag, or as fast as a huntress base. That's when you're moving. That doesn't change your movement speed with the chainsaw, which remains the same. It doesn't change your charging movement speed with the chainsaw, which remains the same. Everything else remains the same. Your carrying speed, absolutely everything. Just your moving becomes 110.
Still not
this is really
Guys,
bad.
We're not even an hour.
You can combo this with some other add-ons to try to make it work. And if you're a really good Billy, you might be able to make it work. But per se, this add-on is complete ass. It's really bad. If you are forced forced to M1 as survivor.
Do it for
I've
the prime
been
sub.
on this
Do it
situation
for the prime.
where a Billy with this add-on hits me, and then he needs to hit me again with the M1. They will never catch you because their tools don't always help them in chase, depending on the amount of windows and pallets available.
So do it for the prime,
M1
bro.
game being 110 becomes really, really bad, and you really need to rely on that Chainsaw. But you would say, well, now that your Chainsaw's faster, you should be able to rely on the Chainsaw some more, right? Wrong! Because being a 110 killer means that you catch up to survivors much lower.
Oh,
you
yeah.
do not position yourself nearly as well by the time you start using your Chainsaw. So, even though your charge time is much slower, you do not find yourself in the position to use the Chainsaw well enough nearly as often because of the slow movement speed. It is really, really sad to report it, but this add-on is really, really bad. And other than some fun experiments, I do not recommend it. It's actually worse than having nothing. Next up, our old friends, the engravings.
Let's go.
The engravings increase the movement speed by 20 and 15%. That doesn't really mean anything to you, I bet. It doesn't really mean anything to me. But if we take it as percentage-based movement, it's a lot easier. It's actually 46 and 34.5. Knowing, of course, that the Chainsaw moves at 230%, so that's 2.3 times as fast as a survivor running, for the record. That means that with the green engraving, you would be moving at 276%.
That defeats the purpose of an 8-hour-long challenge.
That is a really huge increase. What does it
as much as I would love as much as I would love
what are the actual implications of moving faster with your Chainsaw? Let's go over the most simple ones. If you need to go across the map, or even across a small portion of the map, you're gonna do it a lot faster. A lot faster. You're gonna get there much quicker, which is nice. Saving time is never a bad thing. It will make navigation a little bit more difficult. Since you're moving faster, you cannot really have as much time to turn, but that is not a huge deal. It also helps you a lot in loops that are somewhat friendly to your power. When you curve, at the start of your Chainsaw, you can actually turn around very sharply. That's what's called curving. It's a technique with Billy that's really, really critical. And these add-ons help you get hits in places that would normally not be possible. Because the survivor can kind of react to your Chainsaw, they can always go around and not get hit. With these add-ons, the green one especially, but the yellow one as well, it's not that far behind, you can actually come around the corner and round it really, really quickly, fast enough that some loops become really unsafe. This, of course, is more pronounced when the Billy that is using these add-ons is really, really good and really knows what they're doing. So, why are they not in A tier? They come with a but. They come with a but. And that is the fact that they add a considerable amount of charge, the equivalent of the purple carburetor that we just saw, positive to your charge, which means that it now will take you a little bit longer to rev your Chainsaw fully. Now, what are the bad things about this? When it comes to traversing the map, it doesn't matter. That little bit of time that you spend charging your Chainsaw, you completely make up for it once you get going for a couple of seconds. So in terms of like saving distance, that's absolutely no problem. In terms of like back revving, it's also really not a problem. If you're behind a survivor in the open,
8 hours of their life on add-ons.
What's mostly going to happen is that the survivor will wait a couple seconds when you're they'll wait a couple seconds, and when they think you're gonna let your Chainsaw go, they'll start spinning side to side. And then you'll have this process of like waiting, okay, yeah, you're done spinning, and hitting them. In situations like this, it doesn't matter if your Chainsaw has to charge a little bit more, because normally you charge it, keep it at 99, and then fully charge it when the time is right. So that little bit of extra time absolutely does not hurt you in back reps when hitting survivors in the open.
Is I wearing prestige?
In fact, it actually kind of helps you, because the red bar is a little bit easier to see than a gray bar, and also since you go much quicker once the Chainsaw has begun, if the survivor somehow makes a little bit of distance and gets a little bit away and is more than just 1 inch away from you, they will not be able to have a tiny little movement that sets them off and you miss. Because you move a little bit faster, those close but slightly far apart Chainsaws are actually a little bit easier to hit, which is actually quite nice and noticeable with this add-on.
I have to stop focusing on the time.
What is the real
that
problem?
way it just kind of goes faster.
If your Chainsaw takes longer to charge, it's going to constantly generate more heat
pass by quicker
than if it didn't have it.
You know? Time flies when you're having fun.
does not necessarily need to be an issue, but sometimes if you are consecutively downing people, or if you fail a couple chances and the survivors are really pushing you to your limits, this becomes an issue. Many times you will want to consider to run one of these add-ons, probably not both because the extreme charge time is too much, and one of the heat dissipating add-ons that we'll get to in a minute. So yeah, that's a real shame.
Right. The first hour is almost over.
Is that you
5,
cannot do
4,
chances as
3,
on command
2,
as immediately as
1.
you would like. If you find a survivor who is in a place with relative safety, pallets, windows, sometimes you start charging your chainsaw, they're not even trying to dodge you, they're just literally going straight to that window or that pallet, and you just need that little bit of faster charge. That's where the mother's helpers come in. These add-ons will hurt you then. They will hurt you a lot. You will not be able to quickly pull up that chainsaw and hit a survivor before they go through a window. Now, because you do go much faster while your chainsaw is up, you can make up for this longer chainsaw charge by charging prematurely. And this is where skill is really, really, really important. And not every scenario applies, but this is where skill is important. With a default Billy, you would go to a survivor, they would start running, you would rev your chainsaw, and last second you would hit them at the window. With these add-ons, you will need to rev your chainsaw ahead of time, and then when they try to go for the window, make up for that loss of time by very quickly hitting them as they go through it.
Talking about a random
much
harder.
harder. There are a lot more options for you to be outplayed. It is significantly harder mechanically to pull off, and obviously you need to react in time. Sometimes
I remember the first time I ran Demon
you will not have the ability to react.
It was 11:59 on a Saturday.
So these add-ons do help Billy.
I was about to catch up to this
issue.
Claudette in
They require you to play a lot more on point.
And I flicked it, and just exactly as I flicked it, I hit her the corner of her hitbox last second. The very last
add-ons,
second,
but they do not stack well together.
And that is why this add-on
take that as you will, and use them at your own risk. Next up, we're going to move on to the variety of add-ons that affect his stereo radios and his stealth. The best one probably being the Apex Muffler. The Apex Muffler is an ultra rare that completely quietens, makes your chainsaw completely quiet outside of your terror radius. By itself, it's not that amazing. Normally, a survivor can hear your chainsaw from about 60 meters, which is pretty much the entire map. If you're in the middle, it's pretty much the entire map. It's a good chunk of distance.
Yeah, each add-on's like half an hour.
So when you start the match and you start using your chainsaw, boom, 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 they hear you from very far. With this add-on, they will only hear you from the default 32 meters, which is pretty nice. If you're running monotone abuse, that can be 24 meters, which means that at the start, you could very realistically get very close to the survivor before they even hear your chainsaw and your terror radius, which is great. Where this add-on really shines is with the other add-ons that we'll get to that remove your terror radius, and more commonly with the perks that remove your terror radius. Especially the new and improved Tinkerer, which happens to be a hillbilly teachable, so you'll always have it.
New and improved.
It is almost made for it. When Tinkerer procs, a generator is being done in the distance, and you become undetectable.
Like
when you're undetectable, your terror radius becomes 0. And this means that your chainsaw is completely silent anywhere from any distance. You can use your chainsaw if you're in an open map to immediately beeline
a crazy fan
and maybe even hit a survivor working on it because they
against his head.
Or
do an add-on review.
That is awesome.
Going to
However, not every map lends itself well to this. Many times you'll find that you get there, the survivors see you, and they start running away. So it's not a huge game changer.
Hello,
in lobbies where survivors are well communicated and they call out when you leave one to go to another, this add-on doesn't work so well. In matches where you end up in a really closed off map like the hospital, Larry's, I mean, I don't need to tell you that this add-on doesn't work nearly as well because you can't.
Guys, I'm being threatened by Otz.
So it does have many flaws. There's many situations.
You notice that nobody actually watched this video, so he forced someone to watch the whole thing.
Forget about. You need to build around it a little bit, but it is worth it, and it doesn't have any major downsides.
He says he can only let me go if someone likes, comments, and subscribes.
It is worth running for the fun factor and for the occasional time where it will really come in clutch. If you get an insta down on someone who was unsuspecting completely for free, that is always a good thing. Next up is the other iridescent, the iridescent brick. Now this add-on is a bit more complex. It's almost meant to be used together with the Apex Muffler. When you've been using your chainsaw for a couple seconds, 2 seconds, you become undetectable. However, this doesn't happen immediately. As with many other add-ons, you become undetectable over time. Means your terror radius begins to shrink, and then it becomes 0. So if you really want to get the benefit of using Apex Muffler and the Iridescent Brick, you need to be
it's gonna be like super sunny
far.
outside, and
very, very far, or you need to do
several
laps around the map, whatever works best for you. So it is a bit difficult. The 2 seconds are nice. They're much better than the original PTB values, but it's still quite a lot. You need to be chainsawing from very, very far for a survivor to lose your terror radius. And remember, this does not affect your chainsaw sound at all. So if you chainsaw into a survivor that is roughly 60 meters away, they will not hear your terror radius. Maybe they might not even get to hear it, but they'll hear your chainsaw all the way.
That sounds like a fucking
doesn't
D-tier, I'm
really
being
help
honest.
you. So
How
this add-on works
not
best with
above
Apex
that?
Muffler. Apex Mufflers honestly works best with Tinker. You don't even need this add-on. So it's not amazing. Another situation where it can come in a little bit of clutch is when you have a survivor hooked. Maybe you see them with barbecue, that someone's going to get the unhook in the next few seconds. If you're pretty far away, you can use your chainsaw, and by the time you go there and finish your chainsaw, if they're doing the unhooking right there and in that precise moment, they wouldn't have borrowed time. But then again, you probably should be using the chainsaw or the M1 on the rescuer anyway, for the most part. But it's something. You can deny of borrowed time on a hook if you chainsaw from far enough, which I guess once in every 10 games might come in clutch. But other than that, really not amazing. Use it with the other add-on for maximum benefit by itself. Doesn't really do much, but it does make you a little bit harder to notice. Overall, the fact that your terrorists can go away depending on the map, if survivors don't have near visibility, can throw them off a little bit if you show up really close to them and then they do not hear a terrorist. They might be caught off guard. Although remember that if they hear a chainsaw, they might expect Tinkerer, so it wouldn't be really unexpected for a ability to have no terror radius. Survivors might be on guard already, but if you somehow manage to catch survivors a little bit more off guard every now and then, it's still worth running. It doesn't have any downsides to it. Next up, we've got the Leafy Mash. It's an interesting add-on that actually will trigger fairly often throughout your matches. Every time you hit someone with your chainsaw, doesn't matter if you down them or not, as far as I know, you become undetectable for 15 seconds. This, of course, if you're using your chainsaw, will happen several times, but how often will you be able to make use of that undetectable?
Just how often?
That's a bit tricky. You could have Infectious Fright, the perk that makes survivors
gonna mathematically prove it.
Down a survivor, see someone that's screamed on a generator, and then show up there with no terror radius. That would be really scary. But then if you down them, remember that you'll have no terror radius for those 15 seconds. So if you down them, Infectious won't work. But whatever. You could use it in builds like that. You can use it occasionally to down a survivor and then come around the corner and catch someone off guard that you know is there. It can be interesting. Again, doesn't work well on every map. Doesn't work well against survivor friends who are on comms, who will tell each other, hey, this spell is leaving me. Yep, he doesn't have a red stain. Okay, he's going there. He's going to the gen. Okay, he's yep, you're good. If they're on comms, obviously it doesn't work as well. But it doesn't have any major downside, honestly, other than losing your red stain and confusing survivors a little bit. And it can come in clutch every now and then. That's why it might be worth running slightly. The next one is the off-brand motor oil, a yellow add-on that is really, really perplexing. As I've explained earlier, your chainsaw is audible at about 60 meters distance.
This is my life now.
This add-on reduces the volume by 30%.
This is it.
Does it mean that survivors can now only hear you at 40 meters? No, it doesn't do that. It's really strange. It just literally takes the chainsaw and lowers the volume by 30% for the survivors and for you. They will hear the chainsaw, but they're going to hear it slightly lower. And you yourself, when you use your chainsaw, you're going to notice that it's,
you have sensitive ears,
not
guys.
as loud as it usually is. That is actually the best part about this add-on. Normally, as a killer, you're paying a lot of attention to sound. The Hillbilly New Chase theme is actually really intense. It's really hard to hear through things. So having a slightly quieter chainsaw
literally gets every freaking point overall, for each add-on.
For your head not to explode after 2 minutes of playing him, and for you to maybe listen to some cues here and there that you might have missed if the chainsaw was a bit
hear
louder.
Grass move more
I guess maybe it could throw survivors slightly off if the chainsaw is slightly quieter.
It's all about the little. It's the little things that matter, guys. You know, it's the little things.
As an element of surprise, I wouldn't say it's great or reliable. So yeah, now that you know what it does, use it as you will. There's really nothing else to it as far as I've been able to find out. Next one is the Big Buckle, another yellow add-on that is really, really hard to understand. As I'm sure you know, the Hillbilly has an overheating system now. When he fully charges up his chainsaw, he will need about 15 seconds to recover. During those 50 seconds, he cannot use the chainsaw. It goes, and there's a bunch of smoke that survivors can hear and see. 15 seconds, it's filling back up. You cannot use your chainsaw.
This is gonna people on YouTube. This is gonna go on YouTube.
15 seconds,
there's gonna be people on YouTube going like,
that would be too strong.
All these 8 hours culminates so that when people look at this video, they press it. Oh, that's kind of funny.
If you're playing really correctly.
Oh yeah, she did it. That's funny.
Unless I'm missing something, you should be quite alright.
Watch like
you
nothing.
should not be overheating throughout the match many times.
I'm just doing this for like a small joke.
Once if you're unlucky,
that's
and
it.
That's it.
So
for you to overheat so often that you benefit from having a slightly smaller turret radius is like crazy.
Yeah,
also,
just
when
like,
you overheat, you're usually in a
chase.
chase, and your turret radius in a chase doesn't really matter. Your turret radius is most useful when you're out of chase and you're trying to find that first unsuspecting survivor. So by design, by numbers, by conditions, this add-on is very, very hard to grasp and completely terrible. One thing you could do, if you want to get some value out of it, that would be really fun, is to run Monitor and Abuse, 24-meter turret radius instead of the 32, and then at the start of the match, immediately overheat your chainsaw, so that you'll have a 16-meter turret radius.
Also
like
synergizes with Monster Shrine.
You'll have a 16-meter turret radius. You can find a survivor and then not use your chainsaw. Yeah, because it's overheat. It's terrible. There's no way around it.
Next add-on.
Next up, the add-ons that help with the heat dissipation. The heating system on Billy is quite complex, and each of these add-ons does basically something different.
Heat add-ons comparison test. Look at that fucking recommended.
But basically, when he uses his Genso, he gains a
yeah, we're watching that next, for sure.
When he starts revving.
After these 8 hours are done,
he revs, then
I'm going to that video
when
next.
He's actively moving with it.
For sure.
And if you hit the maximum, you
I'm gonna watch this killer.
I honestly think the best add-on to help with dissipation is the brown one. Not just by virtue of being brown, but because it just makes your cap higher. You go from 100 to 120, and that 20% extra often means that if at the very start of the match you go into 2 or 3 ambitious revs and you miss and then you try again, you should be completely okay. The brown add-on will always help you because it will always make the limit higher. And that can help you at the very start.
We haven't gotten any S tier add-ons yet. That's interesting.
Throughout the match. The next one,
honestly, I just realized my camera's blocking
maybe
the
perhaps
S tier.
superior in some way. Is the yellow cooling one, and this basically makes it so
that
your recovery is faster. So if you use 2 chances right at the start, this add-on does absolutely
I'm blocking
nothing
some of the information.
If you hit the
People don't care about the information, right?
Reps, this
they're not even gonna watch the freaking video.
In between those reps, there's a little bit of breaks, and there usually are in a match. This add-on makes it so that you lose the heat much quicker. You usually lose 3.5 heat per second. With this, you'll be losing 5 heat per second, which is it's great. It really makes a difference. This and the brown one, by far the best ones. You can pair one.
I'm going to go with the survivor add-ons.
Never overheat, even if you're really, really crazy with your reps. So they both get the job done quite well. Normally, when you enter a cooldown after a successful or unsuccessful chainsaw, the yellow one will have made it so that you're back to nothing, and the brown one will have made it so that you're not as far into the cap. So they're both really, really good. The purple Pig House gloves fail. They are decent. They're better than nothing, but not by much. The only thing this add-on does, okay, is makes your initial gain from pressing M2 lower. Now, in the PTB, this add-on was actually quite nice because when you press M1 once, your chainsaw immediately spiked up. It doesn't do it anymore. This is not the case. Your chainsaw doesn't gain that much heat from the initial M2. So this add-on only helps you a little bit in that, and that's it. That's really not what you're doing. Yes, sometimes in a match you will be pressing M2 for like a second to fake out, to feather a chainsaw, and try to mind game survivors, but this does not make this add-on any better. The other 2 add-ons will help you a lot more in that regard as well. It is very, very bad at what it does, and unless you're maniacally clicking M2 as if you had some sort of tick, you would almost see no difference between this and no add-on whatsoever. So it's not bad. Put it on if you don't have one of the other 2 and you need some help with heating, but honestly, not worth it. And then we get to the black grease, which is the most interesting of all of them, really. The black grease is like a yellow add-on. It helps you with the cooldown, but as you can see, it's actually more than 3 times as powerful. That's crazy, huh? So if the yellow add-on is good, then being more than 3 times as powerful must be great. It only works
under
I can't
flashlight.
believe I'm saying this. It only works when you have a flashlight shining on you.
Oh my god, imagine. Oh, look at that.
It doesn't need to be blinding you.
Face,
you can have light burn, it doesn't matter. It doesn't need to be blinding you. It just needs to be on you. So as a rank 20 Claudette trying to flashlight your left ear, or something or something like that, I suppose, will actually trigger this add-on. When this add-on is active, when someone has a flashlight on you, your heat goes, it goes down immediately. It's really nice. Problem is, this never happens. This has never happened ever. There's never been a recorded instance, probably, of anybody using a chainsaw on a hillbilly while he's driving his chainsaw. Who does that? It's crazy. It's silly.
You'd be surprised.
Like, it's not even when he's revving his chainsaw.
Omega.
This add-on wouldn't do anything. Then. It's when he's recovering from the revving of the chainsaw. It is obscenely situational and really, really stupid. If you've done a survivor and you're picking them up and someone goes for a flashy save, I'm guarantee you your heat is already at nothing. If you break a pallet or whatever and you're going a window and someone flashlights you at the window, I'm telling you already your heat is at nothing. This add-on is almost insultingly niche and bad, and I am done talking about it. Next up, we have the add-ons that
we need more bad add-ons,
affect his turning and bumping.
I can't believe I'm asking this. I've seen you. As
I explained earlier, a big part of playing the Billy is at the start of his chainsaw to knowing how to curve, because at the start he can turn very dramatically for 0.75 seconds, so for almost a second. You have that time where you can do these really crazy turns. But after that time, your turning becomes limited and stabilizes to about 32 degrees per second. That doesn't really mean anything. When you play Billy, you'll know.
I think this is like one of the longer ones. It's almost done though.
A little bit to the side, and that's
cool.
The
shortest one
sprint.
Looks like it's gonna be
so we've got some add-ons that help with that, and also some add-ons that help when you bump into something accidentally. The first one, the most interesting actually, is the heavy clutch. This add-on decreases your collision zone with objects, so that you bump less. And it's actually the best add-on of the bunch. When you brush by a building, the game will detect the angle at which you do it and will decide whether you bump into it or not. Let's say that this is the side of the shack, and you go right past it. No problem there. Let's say that you come at a bit of an angle right here. If the angle is not very steep, it doesn't matter. You'll glide alongside and then go past it. And that is okay. However, if the angle is a little bit too perpendicular, you will bump into the wall. This add-on will let you get away with that in between this kind of angle where you normally would bump into it, but with the add-on you'll just brush past it. It's actually quite nice. It helps you in general navigation of a map. Obviously, if a map is extremely close, like say the hospital, it's not gonna do any miracles, but it is quite nice. It does help you get away with bumping into certain trees at a certain angle or walls and getting to where you need to get at the perfect moment without having to do a little pit stop in between. So for general navigation, it is really, really good. As far as I've been able to test, and I've gone out of my way and stream to test it, it does not affect the hitbox with survivors. So you will be hitting survivors with the same angles as you normally would.
Yeah, I was surprised too. I'm actually getting very surprised about these tier lists.
If it does, it must be so millimetric that it's imperceptible. So
I'm glad I'm getting
don't worry, this add-on has no negatives. The really nice thing as well that this add-on does is during curving. Sometimes when you brush yourself against the wall, it's not precisely when you're coming from a distance, it's when you're curving. So let's say that you're chasing a survivor who is on the other side of a car, and you come around the car, but you overdo it and you come at a bit of a steep angle. Normally you would go whoop and immediately hit the car. With this add-on, you might be able to get away with this glide and end up hitting the survivor. So it helps you with curves, it helps you with navigation. It's a brown add-on. It doesn't have any negatives. That actually makes it probably better than the
There's no opinion here.
Sadly enough, that's the way this add-on works. The effect is quite small, but it is there. Next up, we've got the add-ons that help you with the turning. Again, this does not help you with the curves at the start. It only helps you after your curving period is over and you now sprint normally. With the purple boots, you will be turning 44% faster, and with the yellow ones, you'll be turning 28% faster. I can already tell you the yellow ones barely make a difference. They don't feel amazing. 28% of 32, it's really not crazy good. If you put them on, they're better than nothing. They don't have a penalty. The purple ones, the spike boots, are actually a lot more noticeable. You can actually notice them. in some very rare scenarios, you can use your more your improved turning to kind of mind game survivors who think you cannot turn and hit them in the open for this medium long range chances. This will occasionally happen where that ability to turn gets you a hit on a survivor who thought they could do a very tight turn and then get away
an hour and 20 minutes,
nice.
and you watch 3 hours casually. You're insane.
And the help that you get to move around the map is quite nice. However,
you're
there
actually
are maps that
insane.
are so closed where even this help is useless. If you go to the hospital, your ability to turn a little bit more is not going to make any walls disappear. And if you go to a map that is already very open, then this add-on doesn't really help you. It's an add-on that helps you in navigation, but not in the worst maps and not in the best maps. It only helps you in some maps. Realistically, it doesn't help you in chase.
I'm comfy as
God
fuck
forbid
right now, man.
you bump into something. As a Billy, you don't
but my mind is
into
going
anything.
numb.
There's no benefit to it.
My mind is actually going numb.
But sometimes it will happen.
He's still on the fucking
you will
curving add-ons, bro.
Anything at all can happen, right? If you do, you will add to that very long, 3-second stun. You will add almost another second to it, which is, it's just really sad. You don't want to have an add-on that is mediocre, that makes you worse, even if it's just by a little bit. So the penalty that the Purple Boots has is just cruel. And it makes this otherwise decent add-on a little bit less appealing. Try it for fun. Combine both boots if you want to. But again, you'll have add-ons that don't really help you in chase. Next up, we've got the add-ons that help you mitigate the bumping.
Oh my god, wait, after this we go to the next killer.
You've got the low kickback chains, I believe, and the
hillbilly, and
these add-ons basically cut your stun time
and
by
executioner.
very little. I've tried to do testing myself, and I've tried to see the official data mine numbers. It doesn't make sense.
Is probably hella
Even
short.
though I think these numbers I'm presenting to you are accurate, it doesn't.
She has
it
like a
feels
lot
like
of
it's
add-ons, but they're all like
3
garbage.
seconds is a lot. It often happens when you already have survivors cornered, or when you have survivors running away and you're gonna catch up anyway.
Oh yeah.
I know it sounds really silly, but these add-ons never feel like they make a difference. I played against Billy using both of these add-ons who are bumping into stuff repeatedly, and they still catch me, or they still don't catch me. They never seem to make a notable difference.
Decent amount.
And this is, of course, if you're playing badly and bumping into stuff a lot. There might be filler add-ons that you might want to put on when you're learning Hillbilly. But if you're already a skilled, decent Billy, and you're not going to be bumping into things, why would you equip a green add-on to help you with something that should
actually, I think Billy was the longest. I just think
ideally
the longest one.
Once or never in a match. You tell me. They're quite
Alright,
quite
now
bad.
we're going to Nurse. Let's go.
And I cannot recommend them the same way I cannot recommend half the add-ons on this killer. Quite a sad affair, but strap in because the the other Chainsaw Bow does come with better add-ons. Before that though, let's move into the next killer. Next up, we have the Nurse, and as you can see, she's got one of the most beautiful distribution of add-ons. Although it's quite sad to see some of the
watch how the times still remains like the same, but there's like
I'll do my best to explain her add-ons. They are also quite complicated to understand at times and to
all her add-ons are shit. Don't run add-ons on Nurse.
Require a fair amount of explanation.
That's like what that's literally all you can say on this.
The most notable add-ons are
they're all terrible except blink recharges.
When you use your power as a Nurse,
long tube one.
You have up to 2 blinks. The first one is the normal blink. The second one is the chain.
The rest
blink,
are terrible.
Chain blink. Each time you use one of these blinks, you will need 3 seconds to get it back. So if you use both, that will be 6 seconds. Sometimes you use one, then you look, you go into fatigue, you recover, you use the second, or maybe wait for your first one to come back so you can use them both. These add-ons help immensely in this. If you remember, the old Nurse had no such recharge. With these add-ons, it's gonna feel almost like the old Nurse, where you'll be able to do a blink and immediately go, or almost immediately go. You'll be able to do 2 blinks and recover quicker. These add-ons help you be able to keep up with the blinks, keep up bridging the gap, and not give survivors as much time to, after you've missed 1 blink or after you hit them once, to just literally hold forward and just keep going. That's one of your weaknesses of Nurse. Without some of these add-ons, you'll notice that survivors can just infinitely keep going forward, and it's really, really hard to catch up in a timely manner because you have to wait for your power. So in a situation where you're using many blinks, you're gonna get them quicker, and it's just gonna allow you to, you know, blink, hit, recover faster, blink, hit. And in those situations, these add-ons are just great. The first one, probably the best Nurse add-on.
blink hit.
In the list.
Nurse,
next up, we have the distance add-ons. Now, these add-ons used to be absolutely busted on Nurse.
They were disgusting.
We'll get onto why a little bit later.
It used to be the skinny too.
When we talk about other add-ons, but basically they gave you more distance at the same time, time, with the same duration, which meant that you were actually faster. They have corrected this issue since. So these add-ons will basically give you a longer, more far-reaching distant blinks, but they will also increase the time that it takes you to blink to compensate and make it equivalent.
That's messed up.
So if you want to go 6 meters further with the
hold it longer.
I believe this is Father Campbell's breath. No, this is I believe this is Kavanaugh's. It's Kavanaugh's last breath. If you want to use the 6 meter distance, you also have to hold it for the equivalent of that time.
Yes.
So these add-ons are no longer as powerful as they were before. They are still incredibly good. One of the big deals with Nurse is that her base mobility is very, very low. She moves slower than the survivors at, I believe, 96.25 or something like that. This allows you to move around the map and cover distances and makes your overall mobility much better. It also helps with your catching up to survivors when you're in a chase. They're overall very, very good. You cannot go wrong with this. Because they don't mess with your actual speed, they also don't mess with your muscle memory. Meaning that in short blinks, you will have the exact same timing, the exact same feeling, and these add-ons don't mess with that, which is great. Next up, we have the add-ons that reduce your fatigue. As you can see, after a normal teleport, you will go through one instance of fatigue, which is 2 seconds. And you will add to that based on what you've done. If it was your second blink, you'll add 0.5. If you didn't attack but fail, you'll add 0.5 as well. And some of these add-ons remove that a little bit. The Brown Horse will remove the entire penalty, so 0.5 for the missed attack. That means that if you do two blinks and you want to hit and miss, this add-on will help you not be as punished. Still, you probably shouldn't do that because the time that you spend, swinging, you also lose that time. So if you know that your blink wasn't good and you don't want to risk it, the better Nurse you are, the less of that you will do. For that reason, this add-on is not that helpful. The Pinecone, however, is actually quite decent. This add-on removes the punishment for doing double blinks. If you do a double blink, you will still be punished, and you will have to recover a second blink after the first one. And obviously your second blink has less reach than the first one, so it will still be bad, but it won't be as bad. So you can afford to double blink a little bit more frequently during your patrol or during your chases and be less punished. Still, you shouldn't really double blink unless you feel very confident about sealing the deal. Now, the next one actually is the most interesting one. I believe this is the Ataxic Respiration. I'm not sure. The add-ons are a little bit confusing. Sorry if I don't get the names right. But this one reduces the fatigue overall by 0.25. And this is actually very, very good. This, in some scenarios, is actually the best add-on on Nurse for chases. Let me put you in this situation. You see a survivor very close by that just came around the corner that you just discovered. You blink to them once. You hit them. Now you go into fatigue. Normally, in the situation, you don't need to recover a second blink because you already have one left. You have 2 blinks, you've only used 1, right? So the other add-ons that we've seen, the ones that make your blink come back faster, in the situation, it's going to be useless. The extra distance, it's going to be useless. But being able to recover from your fatigue 0.25 seconds quicker and then immediately use your other remaining blink to down this survivor is very, very good. So it would go like this. You find the survivor, blink, hit, fatigue, recover a little bit faster, see where they are, don't lose them, blink,
my brain's
hit,
melting.
Down. If you are a very competent nurse who is very, very
melting.
Confident that most of your first blinks will result, or many of your first blinks will result in hits, and that you'll have an extra blink to spare, this is the add-on for you. It also is a monstrously good add-on when you combine it with one of the recharge add-ons that we discussed previously. For that reason, I place this as a very, very good add-on and one of her best ones for sure. It becomes exponentially better and better the more you can land your first blinks. If you feel like you need both of your blinks very consistently, then the recharge ones stacked together will probably help you a bit more. Next up, we have the gimmicky add-ons that allow you to do a number of things. The first one is Jenner's Last Breath. This one gives you the retracing ability. You can use one of your blinks to go back to your original position. This is quite gimmicky, but it's actually quite fun and actually powerful. The one thing you can do
severely
is,
underestimated how long.
For example, let's say that you're aiming up a building to get to the second, floor of the building, and somehow you end up in the basement because you messed up your blink. Happens to me more frequently than I'd like to admit. You can press the active ability button.
It's always 2.
Go back to your original position.
There's one more that allows you to get an extra blink, I think.
This is very, very good. Survivor ahead of you, running well ahead. You charge your blink a lot, and the survivor perfectly times his U-turn.
It lets you get one extra blink.
Use this,
but you
and
can't
get back to your original
teleport
position. Probably whack them in the face.
So
survivors will learn
to
play around it, but it gives you a resource that Nurse normally doesn't have. You can do the same thing at a pallet. Survivor's on the other side of the pallet. You teleport, you turn back. If the survivor is vaulting a little bit too quickly, you can go back and whack them. It is a difficult thing to master, but once you do, it's just an added weapon to your arsenal, to your repertoire of things that you can do as Nurse. So even though it's not consistently the best thing to bring, and it does require a bit of out of the box thinking, it's a very, very good ability to have and to master. Next up, we have the Batman's Breath, if I'm not mistaken. And this one's interesting. This one's quite interesting, actually. When you hit a survivor, you become undetectable for 16 seconds. So you gain the same status effect as Myers in Tier 1 or Wraith or any other stealth killers. Nothing will be able to see you, auras, object, anything like that. And also you have no terror radius. Now the first question that I asked myself was, if I hit a survivor who's going for the rescue, let's say that there's a survivor that's going for the rescue in the basement. Right? And I blink perfectly and hit them right before they save, so I interrupt them. And now they have to go for the rescue. Will this prevent borrowed time? What do you think? The answer is yes. This add-on works immediately, instantly. So if you hit a survivor who's going for the rescue, you are going to immediately rob them of the ability to use borrowed time on you. So you could teleport again and hit them after they rescue, or hit them when they rescue, and then once again while after they rescue while you're on your cooldown, and then immediately down the person that they rescue because they don't have borrowed time. That makes this add-on quite dirty. It also allows you to lock someone and then go for someone else and maybe cast them a little bit more.
I like a break for it. I just kind of zoned out.
The one negative thing about this add-on first, it's got a cooldown. So you'll only be able to trigger it every 60 seconds, which can help you sometimes. Maybe you need to use it at a time and it's still on cooldown.
Yep, that's not a thing
also,
anymore.
it has very bad synergy with one of her strongest, if not her strongest perk, which is Infectious Fright. Infectious Fright makes survivors scream all around you when you down someone, but this is based on your terror radius. If you down a survivor and then down another and you're undetectable, no one's gonna scream. So it does have bad synergy with that one perk. Still, though, other than that, it is a pretty dirty add-on and has no other drawbacks. So for that reason, it's pretty high up there. Next up, I think this is actually Campbell's Last Breath. And this allows you to do a very interesting ultra quick blink after you fully charge your ability. This is a little bit awkward, but it's something that, just like Jenner's, it's something that you can master and get some value out of. You can charge up your blink entirely. If you don't want to use the add-on while you have it equipped, you will just have to avoid charging it up entirely. Charge it up entirely. When she claps her hands, that's when it's entirely built up. Then let go, and immediately after you land, the nurse will do a very quick, short but very, very fast blink. And after that, she'll be able to launch and hit normally, or grab, or do whatever. The nice thing about this add-on is that while you're doing your first blink, you can actually change. You can look around and decide.
The Cyrus scream is when you teleport through them. It's not that good.
The direction of the follow-up quick blink. So you could charge it up entirely, go really far ahead, turn around while you're doing that, and then do a very quick blink back to get at someone. This is something that a very good nurse could master, and again could add to their arsenal. will get in your way a little bit. It's a little bit gimmicky, but it's something again that you could master. And the added mobility that this gives you can be really, really nice when you hook someone, use barbecue, and do one blink and immediately get to a generator and get there a little bit quicker than a survivor would expect. For that reason, it's somewhat decent. Next up, we have the one add-on that makes survivors scream when you blink past them. It is pretty gimmicky. You don't really, like, this doesn't really achieve anything on a survivor that you're already aware of. However, sometimes sneaky survivors with Iron Will or sneaky survivors who just happen to be hiding will occasionally crouch after some rubble and you'll go past them and completely lose them. This add-on gives you a little bit of safety, a little bit of extra insurance that you're not missing someone, because if you blink past them, they're gonna scream. So it gives you a little bit of detection against some stealthy, sneaky plays that they could pull on you. And occasionally you'll blink through a building and you'll make someone scream randomly and be like, oh, well, that's the survivor I was looking for. So even though there's not really much of a downside, it's a weird add-on. It can just help you in situations like that. Next up, we have the add-ons that trigger effects on hit. We have the Batman's Tooth, the bent spoon, and this other weird one that I just generally cannot bear.
Spoon one's actually pretty fucking
to remember
cracked.
The name of.
I think
the first one,
really
the
good.
Batman's Tooth, it's actually an amazing add-on. A really, really amazing add-on. Arguably, you could put it in B tier if you really want to. This add-on basically gives you a worse but still very useful version of Nurse's Calling, and it works over 60 seconds. This is how it works basically. Let's say that you down a survivor and you apply this because you hit them with a blink attack. You must hit them with a blink attack for these 3 add-ons to work. Make sure it's all good. Yep. You hit them with a blink attack. This add-on works for 60 seconds. You immediately put them on the hook. You go for someone else, then they get unhooked. You come back. You see the hook is empty, but you see the aura of someone being healed behind some rubble a few meters back. This basically gives you Nurse's Calling on the one person being healed. It doesn't work on both, obviously, but it works on the one person being healed or doing the healing. So for those situations, if you run this add-on, you will very quickly understand, run it a game or two, and you will immediately realize what I'm telling you about. It's basically going to give you the odd Nurse's Calling effect here and there, especially after unhooking people or if you slug them a lot. It actually is very, very decent for a yellow. The next one basically gives you a Strider on command as well. When you hit a survivor after a blink, you will apply this debuff to them. Many survivors these days run Iron Will. Iron Will is it's an extremely good perk period, but it's particularly good against some of the stronger killers like Spirit. And this add-on makes it much easier to find them if they have Strider, and makes them even easier still to find them if they don't have Strider, because they'll be even louder. Again, it works a little bit like the other add-on that makes people scream. It makes it harder for survivors to do smart plays around you without you noticing it. But this one is a lot more consistent, and it's going to help you quite a bit. For a brown add-on, I think this is incredible. Very, very useful. And last, we have the one that disables you and turns you into an M1 killer. Basically, it has the same condition as the other add-ons. If you blink hit someone, the nurse starts moving at normal killer speed. And, she's basically a trapper without traps, if you want to look at it that way. This is very quirky, very funny, and very entertaining. And you might catch the occasional survivor off guard because they're like, oh, they run in the open, they see you move past them really quickly. It's very, very funny, to be fair. And there will be the occasional time where you catch someone off guard. Survivors will very quickly catch onto it, and when they realize that they can actually drop pallets and use windows against you, you yourself will realize that this add-on is not that great. The nurse's power is to ignore most of the gameplay elements in the game and just blink accurately and hit people. With this add-on, you're losing that for 60 seconds, which is bad. It's pretty bad. You don't want to run this add-on unless you're memeing, but if you are, all the power to you. Next up, we have a pretty interesting and unique add-on. When you blink once, you have a very short duration where you are allowed to blink a second time. This add-on allows you to do that for a little bit longer, which can let you blink a tiny little bit further. It can let you blink, it can let you look around for a little bit longer before making a decision. Maybe if a survivor is trying to juke you a little bit, you can wait a tiny bit more and get the hit. It's okay. If you made a fuck up and you're waiting for your fatigue, this will also make it so that you're stuck in that animation for longer, which is pretty bad. I don't remember the exact numbers. I checked them. but it's something around the vicinity of like 30 or 40% movement speed. While you're holding your blink, you're very, very slow. But when you're holding your second blink, you're even slower. And it's very, very low speed, although I don't remember the number. So this is going to make you stuck in that stage for 0.2 seconds longer, which is great if you're going to go for a second blink. But if you're good with your first blink, this add-on can actually kind of hurt you more than anything else. So I would honestly not recommend it very much.
You do for cloud,
even though it can help you every now and then. Next up, we have the ultra rare add-ons, which both either add or give you a blink in return for something else. Normally, the amount of blinks that the nurse can have, as we said, is 2. And she moves at a 90, like, there you go, 96.25, I believe. I rounded it up. Some of these numbers I rounded up a bit, don't mind me, for simplicity's sake. 96.25 movement speed. These add-ons kind of change that. The first one, the Matchbox, makes you move at 105. 105 is a little bit slower. It's basically Myers in tier 1. It's very bad. It's extremely bad. But if you're very, very good with your first blinks, then this add-on could be for you. Still, if you're very good with your first blinks, then you'll be good with your second blinks. So removing a blink is just not worth it. Even though this add-on is quite quirky, and I personally kind of find it funny, it's not very, very good unless you really, really master it. The second one, the Torn Pagebook, can complement it. It's quite interesting. It actually gives you an extra blink, which is pretty good. Having 3 blinks
surprisingly,
is amazing.
I actually tested that out.
But it comes at a very hefty price. You can no longer blink through
walls,
solid objects.
But you
can blink through windows, you can blink through
cracks.
fences, you can blink through anything that you can see over. But
you could also blink through like
walls,
cracks. I remember I was playing it in
going
Coldwind,
up and down floors,
and there was like this crack in a hay bale,
and that is crippling.
And you could like blink
when you
through
move
anything.
as slowly
as long as you can kind of see through it.
This is really crippling.
If
Survivors
if
can
you
literally
can shoot through it with a Death Slinger shot, you can teleport
somewhat
through it.
large objects, and you will just have such a hard time catching them because you kind of move after them and you kind of blink through the rock even slightly without getting stuck.
It's still a garbage add-on.
It's extremely hard to use. I imagine that if you paint it together with a Matchbox,
you know,
you can get a little bit more mileage out of it.
If you use
but still,
you can do it.
Losing the ability to blink through objects is what makes the nurse so scary. And in some maps, even though in some maps you can kind of make do. In some very open maps, you can basically not worry about blinking through anything. In the majority of them, though, you will miss this ability very, very dearly. For this reason, these add-ons are just not very good. And we're going to cover the rest of the add-ons all together. The Play Flannel is a very, very helpful add-on for beginners. It basically just shows you the landing spot of your blink. It also allows you, if you just hold it and move around, it allows you to see how your blink reacts. If you were going to make a horrible mistake and, you know, blink to the wrong location, this add-on can warn you a little bit. Because you'll see that you're not going where you thought you were going. Other than that, it fills up a add-on slot. It's a little bit of a distraction, and 90% of nurses that are competent probably don't really need the visual cue.
To the left or right,
it doesn't help you that much.
Teleport through the window
it is a much better add-on than it used to be. It shows you
actually
all the way
not
how
as
your
bad as
blink
it
moves.
looks.
And as a
It's
beginner,
not
I
good,
really
though.
heavily recommend that you try it
It's
out.
still better if
but
you
it's
don't
basically
run it,
training
but
wheels.
it's not as
I
bad
don't
as
think
it
you need it
looks.
very much. And for this reason, it's pretty down here. And then we have the other 2 add-ons that are also meme add-ons that you never ever want to bring unless you hate yourself. The first one is the Parasitic Nitcom. It reduces the time that you have to lunge, the maximum time that you can lunge. And this effectively reduces your rage. It's pretty bad. Obviously, the BP that they give is not worth it, I guarantee you. But let's say that you are convinced. How bad is it? Normally, you can launch for about 2 meters after a blink. You can blink and launch for about 2 meters. This is enough to, if you make your blink precise, this is enough to hit most survivors. With this add-on, you need to be basically on top of them. It is an amazing training tool. If you want to be the best nurse and you equip this add-on, my god, your blinks are gonna be on point. Play this for a week, and after that you will be unstoppable. But other than that, horrible add-on, don't bring it. The next one is even more cruel, because it doesn't. The only thing it does, it makes your blinks, your maximum blink, shorter. It's basically a negative version of the distance add-on that we saw earlier, and it's awful. Nurse's big problem is mobility when she doesn't blink, and this makes her blinking not even help with that so much. It makes you have to make very precise plays, and any mistake will give the survivor so much distance. It's unbelievable. If you pair these 2 add-ons together, playing nurse is actually one of the most stressful, if not the most stressful thing I've ever done in this game. Very, very, very bad. But you know that because it's a meme add-on, and it tells you so at the very least. Next up, we're gonna move on to the next killer, which I believe is the Huntress. Yep.
Nurse wasn't even well.
All right. The Huntress is the first killer who has an S tier add-on that the developers themselves have said will be changed at one
God, dude, this is taking so much longer than I thought.
That it belongs in the S tier. Most people will agree with me on this one.
Oh my
we're gonna
God.
talk about the hatchet heads. They don't really have that much in common.
Oh my God.
With the one up top, but we're gonna cover them together. The first one is the iridescent head. This one's dumb. It makes your hatchets insta-down survivors. I bet you already know that. I bet you've already been on the receiving end of this. Instead of just a normal one damage. Normally you'd hit someone, hit them again with hatchets, they go down. This one makes it so that they go down in a single hatchet. It is not very fun. Even though it doesn't actually make her hatchets quicker or anything like that, it makes it not very fun at all. On the hands of a mediocre Huntress, this is already something strong enough to wipe out a team. On the hands of a very strong Huntress, I don't want to think about it. Very, very, very disgusting. It does have the drawback of reducing your maximum amount of hatchets by 4, getting it back to 1. This would be more balanced. However, there's absolutely nothing stopping you from using the next set of add-ons that increase your capacity so that you can carry 3 of them. So for that reason, this add-on is very, very nasty. Basically, when you are against it, you just have to accept that you're never going to be able to do anything in her face. You'll never be able to go for a save. It's almost pointless to heal, and it's just not very fun at all. The next ones are a little bit more straightforward. The Rusty and the Begrime Head. The Begrime Head is the purple one. It gives you the Mangle status effect on hit for 2 minutes, and also inflicts a tiny minus 5% repair speed. The minus 5% is not very significant. Usually, if you're chasing a survivor, you know, you're gonna hit them. You're gonna go after them, and the other 2 or 3 survivors that are doing work elsewhere, those are the ones you're concerned about. Doesn't really help that much, but these things can add up, so it's not bad either. And the Rusty Head does exactly the same, but without the minus 5% repair speed. These add-ons are okay. Being able to, you know, have multiple people group together and inflict them all with Mangle, it can make their recovery much, much harder. So for this reason, these add-ons are actually quite okay. It's more so from the Mangled effect than the repair speed, however, although it's appreciated. But let's move over to the next family of add-ons. The next family of add-ons are the reload ones. First, we've got the Infantry Belt, then the Soldier Belt. This one's giving you
effect. It takes
+2
to heal.
And +1 hatchet. Now, stopping to reload a hatchet is already a very cumbersome activity. Usually, most hunters like to reload when they've already downed someone. They go, they open a locker, they
Huntress
restock,
has,
they
I
pick
think,
up a survivor,
the
they put
most
in the hook, or the other way around, and then they move on. This takes a long time, and it's pretty bad. But at least you do it when you've downed someone. In the event of you running out of access of hatchets before you down someone, that means that you have the very difficult decision of A, chase a survivor as a very slow killer with no power, which is going to be horrible, or B, stop and reload. Stop and reload will effectively give that survivor a perfectly good chance to run to the other end of the map before you ever see them again. For that reason, having to reload during a chase when you run out of hatchets is very, very crippling if you get to that stage. These add-ons help you reduce that. These 2 first ones, the belts, do it very, very well by giving you that 1 extra or 2 extra hatchets when you need them. It also helps you in doing what you do best as hunters, which is snowball. You know, you hit a survivor, they're injured, now you go to another, hit them with another hatchet, hit them with another hatchet, another one comes in, hit them with a hatchet, and then M1, and now you'll be out of hatchets. Now if you have 1 extra or 2 extra, that other survivor that's coming up, you can also threaten him, and that extra hatchet might make the difference between downing the whole team at there or having someone get up and restart the whole thing. Though you just I cannot overstate how useful these add-ons are and how much they can help you. The first one more so than the other because it gives you 2. If you're a good hunters and you M1 someone and you directly after a hatchet, you might even hook them and completely skip the reloading.
Why would I play Dead by Daylight when I could just watch this add-on review?
The leather gloves, I believe they're called, they reduce your reload speed by a little bit. It goes from 4 seconds to minus 8.s. Yeah, it can help you. It can help you a bit. It's a feel-good add-on. But in the grand scheme of things, that 1 second doesn't change that much. It's still a very hefty Very lengthy process to go find the locker, go open it, and come back. You waste most of the time going to and from, not so much in the animation itself, but still, about a second shift, it's not bad. It's going to help you throughout the game. And then we have the add-on that allows you to see the orders of lockers. This add-on is questionable. You could have it at the bottom of E instead of F. Personally, I think it's F tier. When you're out of hatchets, first of all, if you're an experienced huntress, if you've played this game for more than 50 hours or 100 hours, you pretty much know every map. You have a very good idea of where lockers spawn to reload. If you have even as a complete beginner, you will have a pretty good idea of where lockers spawn. If you run out of hatchets, the lockers will automatically light up for you, with this add-on or not. So if you're completely lost, you don't need any help to find them. They will light up by themselves. What this add-on does, is lights up all the lockers all the time, regardless of your ammo left. And this is horrible. It just makes like a million little yellow hatchets appear on your view at all times. It can be somewhat helpful at the start of the game. If you see a hatchet on the ground, you can see like, oh, well, there's the basement. Okay, that's good to know. But you could check that yourself in just 2 seconds later throughout the game. It's not good. It's not good at all. It's just gonna get in your way, and all that little information on your screen is probably going to distract you from something else going important. And more important than that, it's taking up a slot to do absolutely nothing that other add-ons could, fill to do something more useful. So yeah, that add-on is borderline harmful to you. Don't use it.
Get the effect add-ons.
Next up, we have the hit-on effect
there's so
add-ons.
many.
There's a few of them. As we've explained before, survivors move at 100% speed. We'll see why that's important in a second. We have that information up there.
See you in an hour.
And they also can boost this in a number of ways with exhaustion perks. If you play the game at all, you know what exhaustion perks are. We're talking about sprint burst, we're talking about dead hard, balance landing, all these perks that increase their movement speed by quite a lot. These add-ons up here, the exhaustion add-ons, were made in a time where these perks were much stronger. Dead hard, or sprint burst, you could use it, and you could recover while you run.
Dude, 8 hours is so long. I didn't think
because the exhaustion could be recovered while you run, these add-ons made more sense then. Right now, exhaustion doesn't recover unless if you're running. So these 30 seconds or 90 seconds, they might as well be forever. They might as well be unless a survivor stops for a very long time to heal, or for a very long time to do a generator and a half. These add-ons are insane. If you hit a survivor with your hatchet, that survivor cannot use that hard, period. So this is gonna help you a lot in your decision making, because otherwise you would hit a survivor, they would go to a pallet, you would chase them around, and you would have in the back of your mind you would be thinking,
8 hours.
I could M1 him, but if I M1 him, if he's got that hard, I'm gonna miss. I could prepare a hatchet, but if he's got that hard, he's gonna dodge it. I could M1 her, but if she makes it to the hill, she might have balance landing. It's all of these things impact you, and they add a lot of variables that could result in you making a mistake, or in you not doing decisive action. It gives openings for survivors to outplay you. When you hit a survivor with a hatchet, you know 100% that they are not able to do anything. Unfortunately, sprint burst can be triggered before this happens. But guess what? If the survivor was in front of you holding sprint burst and you hit them, they cannot use it anymore.
That's better.
If you
Give
hit
me
them
some
across the map,
clap,
they cannot use it anymore. If you hit them after their sprint burst, they're not gonna get it back for quite some time. This add-on, this family of add-ons is very, very powerful because it reduces the amount of
I probably should have timed this to an
amount
odd
of tools
stream,
that survivors have to get
but
away
I
from
promise
you.
people I do this shit today.
It simplifies your chases a lot, and it makes it a lot. It makes
And
it
Austin's
extremely
tomorrow,
as
on
well
Saturday.
as being extremely annoying for survivors. Very, very good add-ons. Next up, we have the one that reveals auras once you hit someone. This add-on is my personal favorite. I think it's really, really fun. It gives you an ammo ears on command. You hit a survivor as they go through a window. You see their aura.
More.
Now you hide your light because you see exactly where they are through the wall. And you come around and you M1 them. Or maybe you hit someone really, really far away in a core map. You see their aura and you light up a second shot and hit them as well. It allows you to follow up on your first hatchet quite well. It's not that incredible, but it's a very fun add-on for sure. Next up, we have the U-Seed add-ons. These decrease the movement speed for 30 and 15 seconds of the survivor that you've hit with a hatchet. Problem. If your hatchet downs a survivor, obviously this is useless. So this, because that survivor is down, you're gonna hook them. The next 15 or 30 seconds are gonna happen by very quickly. The movement speed is useless. Let's say that you hit the survivors first with your hatchet. Is the 3% thing that noticeable? No, it's really not. Making them 3% slower means that if they're trying to run you on a very big loop, then yeah, you're gonna be able to catch them a little bit better. However, there are better add-ons to catch survivors on hard loops.
I was backstepping here.
And again,
that's so fun, dude.
So I'm glad to see that they're just
but
being safe.
What the fuck was that? Okay. Anyways.
For minuscule amount of time. It's really not that impactful. It's just the fact that the numbers are so low that make these add-ons not that great. It's still better than nothing though, so feel free to equip them if you've got nothing better.
Oh damn.
Next up we have
I paused the video, guys.
The emanated toxin.
I gotta go bald.
The emanated toxin inflicts blindness for 30 seconds.
Actually jump scared
I can see how this could be somewhat useful if you're up against a team that's completely lost, that's completely disorganized, and you hit a guy, you hit another, they're all blind. Now you down the fourth guy and nobody sees where they are, so they take a little bit longer going for the rescue. Other than that though, and against good teams that are on comms, blindness is basically a useless status effect. So 30 seconds of it is not very impactful. Hemorrhage. It's bad. It's really bad. If you hit a survivor, they're gonna go really far away. You're gonna see where they're going. Them dropping blood slightly quicker. It makes absolutely no difference. No, don't bother. Of course, the one.
Dude, I'm losing my fucking mind, man. It's only 2 out. It's not even.
The mana grass braid and the babushka I believe.
I'm 24% the way through.
Babushka something? I forgot. The flower babushka. This is it called the flower babushka? I'm gonna check. I don't have a feeling I'm saying it wrong. Flower babushka, I'm right. Right. So what do these add-ons do? These add-ons used to be a lot stronger. They've been nerfed, but they're still powerhouses.
Franco, you good, dude? You've been here since the start.
The Huntress takes a second to throw a hatchet if she does it the quickest. If she does it as quick as possible.
3 hours faster.
Or 2.75 if she holds it until
if he actually covered
charge,
every good add-on in the game, this video would be 15 minutes long.
And also have a smaller arch, you know, a more straight arch and go quicker. This reduces that little wind up, and as you can see, I've told you just how much time they save you if you go from minimum to maximum. With the green babushka, you will be able to release the hatchet 0.12 seconds quicker than if you didn't have it. With the yellow mana grass braid, you'll be able to do it 0.08 seconds quicker, and if you do it with both together, you'll be able to do it at 0.20. You might think, wow, these numbers are not that great. 0.12 seconds doesn't seem like such a big... It is a big deal.
It's gonna take a while.
The Huntress, when she holds her hatchet, moves very, very slow, meaning that you cannot chase someone while you hold your hatchet up, like a clown can, for example. For this reason, you need to be very, very mindful of when you do it, and when you do it, you need to slow down. You need to do it last second. That means that survivors, you know, will run you around, and if they have enough time, they'll make it through the window or double pilot and get out of sight before you can hit them. That 0.12 or that 0.08 is actually incredibly good. A good Huntress makes that tiny little bit of difference matter at every loop. She can get the hit a little bit quicker. It makes the difference between you going through the window and crouching, or you
I don't like
getting
wind up, man. That shit messes with my.
It helps every single time that you pull up your hatchet, and it also, if you're gonna go for longer medium range hits, it also makes you achieve your maximum speed quicker. So you have your fastest possible hatchet quicker, so that you can release it if a survivor's trying to juke you at mid range, which good Huntresses are very, very good at hitting. This add-on just helping that a whole lot, and obviously the green one is a little bit stronger, but they're both very, very, very good still. I advise against using these add-ons too much as a beginner. They're not as strong as they used to be, but you will, if you get used to this, you'll tell the difference, and you will be spoiled. You won't be able to play her again normally without this little help. We're gonna go to the next ones. The next ones are also very critical and also have to do with her hatchets. First we have the shafts. The shafts shave 0.4 and 0.2 seconds of your cooldown. The cooldown is the time after a thrown hatchet where you cannot do anything again. And 0.4 doesn't seem like a lot. It actually is a whole lot. These add-ons are actually amazing. One of the best things the Hunters can do, one of her main strengths is her ability to throw a hatchet and immediately do something else after that. Like almost immediately do something else. Many other killers, they M1 you, you get away, they have a long cooldown, they catch up back to you, rinse and repeat. The Hunters can throw a hatchet, and while you're still speeding off, already recovered and throw a second one. This makes her able to throw a second hatchet 0.4 seconds quicker, or if you're at a window, let's say that she hits you and you scramble up and you just get to the window of medium ball, she can grab you through the window, or she can M1 you through the window, or she can ready up a second hatchet and throw it as you're going off. Basically, these two add-ons help you in successive actions, and they're very, very good. Obviously, the yellow one has a considerably bigger effect, so that's why it's so high. But the brown one is still very decent. The next one is the shiny pin.
Yeah, to check.
The shiny pin I used to think was a very useless
I'm watching an 8-hour-long video. For all I know, October it reaches
very, very slow. You move at
in the next 15 minutes.
80% movement speed, so that's much slower than Survivors.
All right.
Normally you're a little
I
bit
feel
faster.
like I've been here for an eternity already.
And I thought that this adding 4% was just not that great. You go up to 84%, right? I thought this was not so good. I was wrong. It's apparently very, very decent. Now, there's many situations, right, where you're chasing a survivor. Imagine one of those long, short walls where there's a pallet in the middle, and you go around it. You're chasing a survivor, and there's a big wall, right? You go around it, and you have this...
quiet,
you have this 50-50 situation, right?
My review.
Where if you ready up a hatchet,
the
survivor might keep on running, and
so
you might miss. But if you don't ready up a hatchet and keep running through the pallet, he might do a step back and drop the pallet on your face, stun you, and obviously run away. So if the survivor keeps on running, you want to not respect the pallet, go through it, and eventually get closer and hit them or do whatever. And if the survivor is going to drop the pallet, you want to ready up your hatchet, and the moment he drops it, hit him over with your hatchet. And you need to guess which one's going to be. With the shiny pin, you have less guessing to do. What you can do is literally get to the pallet, begin to hold your hatchet, and if the survivor drops it, of course, slap him with it. If the survivor keeps running, that little 4% speed allows you to go through the pallet, turn around, and hit them before they go around the next corner. Because this helps you in situations like that, a very good hunters can make use of this. And it's a little bit more scary than if they didn't have it, because it allows them to get gets hit.
No way! Wait, because the mid-chapter update came out.
Still, though, for the average hunter, it's probably not that amazing, and it is a very small effect, but it's gonna help. It's an effect that if you know how to exploit and how to use well, it's gonna help you throughout your.
They officially did it. Nia's a new killer.
And that's gonna be all for the hunters. Let's move on to the next killer.
Let's go.
I need a glass of water.
We need a glass of water. Me too. I ran out like a couple hours ago, but I can't go to the kitchen because I ruined the fucking challenge.
Alright, our next killer is Michael Myers, the Shape. I love this killer, and we had to do quite a bit of research. Because some of these add-ons were a little bit more complex than I initially thought.
They're more complex than you thought.
The first opinion that you might find controversial is my personal belief that the Tombstone piece is an S-tier add-on. You could argue that maybe it belongs in B, maybe it belongs in A. If you want to disagree with me on this one, that is completely fine. These are quite complex add-ons, so we're going to have to break down some of his mechanics, but let me try to explain. Normally, you have to stalk a survivor 5 seconds from very up close. Obviously, this is going to be a little bit more if they're far away and far. You're going to have to stalk a survivor for 5 seconds to go from one tier to another. So you'll have to stalk them from tier 1 to tier 2, 5 seconds, and then from tier 2 to tier 3, another 5 seconds. So total 5 seconds each. Total 10 seconds. These add-ons allow you to straight up Mori, which is something that only Michael can do. Straight up walk up to someone, not launch, because that's from far away, but straight up get close and press M1 and just straight up kill them. Straight up Mori them.
Guys, these are actually...
doesn't matter how many hooks they have. Doesn't matter if they're injured. Doesn't matter if they're healthy. Doesn't matter if they were in dead hook. Doesn't matter if they're on an offering. Doesn't matter anything. You can just... This is basically a Mori add-on, which I think is absolutely insane.
Like,
it does come with a hefty price. Let's have a look at the Tombstone piece.
I can't watch for the next fucking 6 hours.
And I'll explain why I think this is quite...
Oh, we're the 2-hour mark.
Normally, you would have to get to tier 3, you would have to stalk for an additional 5 seconds.
You're losing your mod privileges.
This adds
straight up
plus 7.5 seconds. So
I will
your
take
first
out
tier
your
3
and then when I hit
will not come at 5, it will come at 12 and a half, 12.5.
On Twitch,
that is
you're gonna regret
pretty
this
bad.
moment
That
in
is
life.
really bad. It means that you have to stalk for, for 150% longer, basically. And it's quite bad. It's quite bad. It's gonna mean that you're not gonna have an amazing early game. You're not gonna be able to immediately snowball at the start like Myers.
I will remember to remove
consider
your
the following.
mods.
With other add-ons that we're gonna see in a minute.
You still sure?
This 12.5 can actually be
significantly
less.
Comment.
And once you get to that 12.5, what do you have? You just have the ability to kill someone. Once you kill someone, unless you time it perfectly at the very end of your duration, which I've done, but it's hard to do. For the most part, in most scenarios, you're going to lose evil within tier 3. You're gonna be kicked out of it when you mori someone, and you're gonna get an equivalent of 10-second penalty. So you're basically, after that first mori, you're almost guaranteed to be completely useless in terms of your power. Unless you did it really, really well, you're almost never gonna be able to get to evil within tier 3 again, although it's possible. So basically, this makes it so that you have a difficult early game, but you can just mori a person. I personally think that if you bring the right add-ons,
go to the next freaking add-ons, dude.
Perks,
They're
this
busted.
Is doable,
That's
and it's
it.
not very fun, and
Let's
it's
go!
extremely powerful. And hopefully I'll convince you. There's a video that I put out there if you want to check it out. It only takes 1 or 2 survivors making a slight mistake and you having a good secondary add-on to back this up to make this extremely powerful. Once you have 3 survivors left, it doesn't matter if they have 3, 2, 1 gen. If you have a good build, you're going to be able to hold it. You can play normal tier 2 Myers. Don't go out of your way to stock too much. Wait until they make a mistake or 2. Wait until you fire your obsession if you're using the journal. We'll get to that. And you can just play somewhat normally with good perks and hold on. Slowly build this up, and then just straight up go for the one survivor that you had never seen before.
You're distracting me. You're distracting me. I have to pay attention.
I think it's fun.
I have to pay attention. Okay.
But we'll get into that a little bit more. The next add-on is the Judith's Tombstone. This add-on allows you to also mori survivors.
All for one fucking.
Without any penalty, meaning that if you mori a survivor, let's say that the duration is 60 seconds, which is the default one, right? 60 seconds. You trigger it, you mori a survivor, moring takes about 15 seconds.
Oh my god.
Less. You finish it, you have 45 seconds left or so. And during those 45 seconds, you can still mori another, which is, you know, also very, very bonkers. Problem with that. Survivors, when they see it happening one time, they're going to be very wary and they're going to run away. If you get to them and they're smart, they're going to go into a locker. And if they go into a locker, you cannot use this add-on.
By the time
the
this
nice thing
video's
about
done,
the other add-on is that you can use it on one
7
survivor,
o'clock.
forget about it, and you have the surprise factor. With this, you have no such thing as a surprise factor. Once you do it once, you know, the second one is going to see it coming. Survivors can actually see at your hand, and if your hand is open on tier 3, they can immediately tell you have this. I'm going to tell you though, I never found a survivor that can... I don't see many survivors that look into that. So you will have the surprise, don't you worry. But basically...
you guys are
this comes at a heavy price. First tier 3 will take 3 times as long, so instead of 5, it will take you 15 seconds. The previous one was already pretty bad. This is even worse. Very, very hard to get there. And yeah, you're very likely to mori one person and not get to anybody else. And the big problem, the thing that sets these two apart is that this one has a very massive 9%, minus 9% movement speed that's going to affect you in tier 1 and also in tier 2 and tier 3. And this is bad. This is bad. This is horrible. It means that you basically cannot loop survivors and you just have to completely build your build, you know, create your build around this add-on. If you do that, however, this add-on is actually not horrible. If you bring a set of complementary add-on and perks and you just play with your food to get speed, you could easily throw the game for like the first half, get this add-on to work and mori 2 people. Or more in one person, down another, and now you have pressure. I honestly think that if you really, really dedicate your entire build and strategy to this, you could make it work, and that's why I put it in the B tier. But it is a hell of a lot of work.
Shut up.
And generally doesn't have as much return as the Tombstone piece. But yeah, that's pretty much about it. I made a video covering these add-ons, these 2 add-ons, and something else.
Just a guy who likes to play video games and is very
that I can link you
add-on
maybe up here if you want to see what this looks like and why I think of them so highly. But that's gonna be it. Let's move over to the next add-ons. Next up, we got the duration add-ons. The first one is the Fragrant Tuft of Hair. This also triples your first evil within 3 to 15 seconds instead of the usual 5. Which, again, you can make shorter with one of the add-ons that we'll cover. But here's the thing. Your first evil within 3 will also be your last evil within 3. Because it will last forever. If you pack this with Infectious Fright, with, you know, Pop Goes the Weasel to fight for the last few gens, maybe with Surge, maybe with Surveillance, or with, you know, things to, like, keep track of gens and keep track of down people. You can basically play Myers normally a little bit. slowly stalk when you can. If you see a survivor in a bad spot, stalk them dry. And once you pop tier 3, I don't want to say that you're unbeatable, because good teams could still give you a really good run for your money, but if there's a weak chain in the team, you're basically going to kill them all. Like, if you pop tier 3 early, it's really, really hard. At tier 3, you move at 115, which is nothing, it's normal, but you launch from really far away. You also vault, I believe, 20% faster, and yeah, it's really, really hard. You have a 32-meter turret radius. If you have monitor and you're in a chase, that could be 40-ish. And you could have infectious fright, so you could down a guy and immediately see everybody around you and just keep slugging everybody. It's kind of nasty. I'm not really sure.
Oh my god!
If against the best teams out there, you could always make use of it, but I think it's very strong. Having infinite tier 3,
check it out.
As long as you again back it up with perks and stuff, I think it's very, very strong. That's why I place it this high. Next up though is the hair bow tie. This I think is one of the most underrated items on Myers. This add-on, as the same as the brush and the hair that we'll see in a minute, they add a little bit to your first tier 3. But here's the beautiful thing about all of these upcoming add-ons.
Right now.
They add to your first tier 3 requirement, but they don't add to your to any of the tier 3s that will come after that. What do I mean by this? When you go from tier 1 to tier 2, that'll be 5 seconds. When you go to tier 2 to tier 3, with this add-on, it will take 7.5 seconds the first time. But when you lose tier 3, you'll be back to tier 2, and then the next tier 3 will only take 5 seconds, despite this add-on. It's not going to take 7.5 every tier 3. It's only going to take 7.5 the first tier 3. And what do you gain in... So that's going to make your early game a little bit harder. It's a bit of a gamble. But what does the green hair bow tie give you for that slightly harder first tier 3? It gives you 30 seconds duration. That's insane. It makes your even within 3 last 90 seconds. That means that you can down someone, put them on a hook, patrol the hook, maybe down another person, and the person will get to stage 2, or if they were already in stage 2, they will die on the hook before you lose your tier 3 and then some. Survivors normally will expect you to lose your tier 3 at around 60 seconds. Unless you took a long time to stalk, they will assume that you won with this. It's only a little bit more. They will assume you're going to run out at 60. Those 30 extra seconds, you have no idea how many downs I get in those 30 extra seconds, because they believe that they're about to be safe and they're not. You have 30 seconds extra, and then the next tier 2 will come very, very quickly at the normal speed, and you'll have another 30 seconds. This basically makes you, once you begin to pop your tier 3s, you're gonna be in tier 3 for the majority of the match for the rest of the duration. It's a really, really, really good add-on with just a tiny little price, with a little bit of a downside to it. The next add-ons, the yellow brush and the brown hair, they have the same requirement, but what they offer is just not as worth it. Like, one is 20 seconds and the other one is 10 seconds. The brown one I think is downright bad. The yellow one it's kind of okay, but you might, like, obviously if you can choose, bring the hair bow tie and one of the other add-ons that we'll discuss in a minute. The purple one, I think it's downright not good. It does add 40 seconds, which is even more than 30, but it doubles the requirement. I think that doubling of the requirement for only 10 seconds extra compared to the hair bow tie is not good. For that reason, I think that the hair would just fall to this level. You always want to bring the hair bow tie instead. 2.5 for 30 is much better than 40 for like 5 seconds. It doesn't hit that sweet spot at all, and it makes your early game much more difficult for a reward that you could just almost get the same off with just the hair tie, the hair bow. So don't do that. Next up, we have the efficiency. These are some of the best, if not downright the best add-ons on Myers. They are the most easy to use. They're always going to help you. You don't need to do anything. Normally, it takes you, as we said, 5 seconds to get from tier 1 to tier 2, tier 2 to tier 3. These add-ons help the stalking rate across tiers. So they help you get out of tier 1 quick, which is insanely good. One of the worst things that can happen to you as Myers is that you go up against a good team on a difficult map. The first survivor you find, he's in a tile where you just can't see him. He just runs around. You don't have the ability to stalk him. You have to leave him. Then you go for someone else, and they sprint burst away. Then you go for someone else, and they drop a bullet, and they go into a window, and you're like, fuck. It's already been 5 minutes, and I'm still in tier 1, moving really slowly. With these add-ons, the increased rate will get you out of tier 1 much quicker. For example, with the Green J Myers Memorial, if you would take 5 seconds at close range, now it's only 4 seconds. Sometimes you stalk a survivor for 4 seconds and they go around the corner, and you need to waste a lot of time going there just to pop to tier 2. With this add-on, you will not have to do that if you're stalking 4 seconds already. Obviously, they become better and better, and the problem with the journal, with this journal, is that it only works on the obsession. You can see that it's 40% plus, which is amazing, mind you. 40% is incredible. It's much stronger than the other two, but it only works on the obsession. Now, on some builds that are based around finding the obsession, this can work. You could put the journal with the tombstone that's right next to it, and have Nemesis, or not even have Nemesis, and run play with your food. And then just go around people, stalk them a little bit, and when you find the obsession, harass the obsession. Get your 3 stacks of play with your food, suck them dry with this journal add-on,
suck them dry,
and then
baby.
you have tier 3 ready. You can kill the obsession and go for someone else, or go for someone else and then go back to the
obsession. You heard it here first from Odds, boys.
Capability and
suck them dry, Odds 2021.
So yeah, these add-ons help make the other add-ons stronger. They help you pull your 90-second tier 3.
Darker Moonlight offering, where they at?
They help you pull your infinite tier 3 with the tuft of hair. They help you pull the Moi with the peas. If you pair them together, they also work really well. You can pair the Memorial Flower and the J. Myers Memorial. The ones, they're both up top. To stock at 36% quicker, which is amazing. If you just want to be a basic Myers, and they're just really, really good. And again, they shine particularly when you combine them. They make the other ones shine a little bit more. Next up, we have the Mirror family of add-ons. These go from decent to really, really bad. The first two work in a very similar way. When you stalk a survivor for... They all work in the same way, by the way. When you stalk a survivor for at least 1 second, they trigger with different durations. The first ones, the Mirror Shard and the Reflective Fragment, they work only when you're in tier 2. They don't work when you're in tier 1, and they also don't work when you're in tier 3. Yes, you can stalk in tier 3. They don't work in there. They work in tier 2, and one of them shows you the aura for 2 seconds, and the other one shows you the aura for 5 seconds. The 2-second one, they also, I believe, stack together if you use them. Don't do that, though. Why would you ever want this when you're stalking someone? It's actually quite good. The 2 seconds on the Reflective Fragment are very meh, not very good, but the 5 seconds on the Mirror Shard are actually quite significant. What you can do with this many times is you can stalk someone who's kind of like at medium range for a little bit. Normally at that distance, you don't get any really significant but you get this to trigger. You approach them, they sprint burst away or they run away around the corner, and you see that they stop around the corner because you can see their aura through it. What you do is you walk you walk to the other side of the building, you keep looking, and when they don't see you, they start running back. There. You re-emerge and you hit them. You can get all kinds of like mind games. If you have ever seen the perk I'm All Ears and how you can use it to see a survivor aura go one way, trick them, they come this other way and you surprise them. All these little mind games that you can do while you read auras, you can do them with this. And even though it's not really going to help you in many open maps where survivors can actually see you, it's not going to help you there. It's very, very good when you go from an open area to a jungle gym to all these structures with walls where you can get a little bit of stock, and seeing them for 5 seconds actually might get you.
He's really pissed. No one watched the whole video.
The sneaky hit, and also in pallets where it's a little bit unsafe.
I already said this earlier. All you have to do is like, comment, subscribe, and I'm free.
This allows you to see them and make the perfect move, which is a constant with aura reading add-ons. It's very, very decent. Give it a shot yourself and use it, and you'll see how it comes in handy. Unfortunately, the Reflective Fragment 2 seconds are just not enough. Basically, when you stop stalking, a second has already passed, and then you only see them for another second, and it's not that great. And then we have the final one. The final one is 3 seconds, which is a little bit better, but it only works in tier 1. Yikes. Ideally, you want to leave tier 1 as soon as humanly possible. If I have a choice of hitting a survivor or ending tier 1 immediately and getting to tier 2, I will most likely go for tier 2. I will not hit him so I can get to tier 2 because that will kickstart your killing career. And if you're in tier 1, you're
killing career.
You don't want to stay in tier 1. This add-on is worthless because you don't want to stay in tier 1. There will be the very, very odd time where you stalk a survivor from the distance, they run away, and then maybe this add-on helps you keep track so that you can find them quickly. If they run into a building or something, and you can, get out of tier 1 quicker. But it's so situational. it's not even funny. It's a really, really, really bad add-on.
It's not funny.
Again, you don't know
it really is not funny.
Next up, we have the add-ons that significantly change how your terror radios and evil within stages work. I'm gonna lump these together. So the first one is the Dead Rabbit, and it's quite interesting. Many people don't understand how this add-on works. It reduces by 25 your terror radius in tier 2 and increases in by 25 in tier 3. Now, why would you want this? Reducing your terror radius in evil within 2 is actually really, really nice. Michael in tier 2 has as you can see there, he has a terror radius of 60 meters, the smallest terror radius for a killer of his kind. And if you reduce it by 25%, that is, if my math's not wrong, minus 4 meters. Yep. So you have a 12-meter terror radius, which is very, very, very little time to react. Survivors will hear a heartbeat, and that's it. You're already up there, ready to stab them. Very, very good. However, it's very, very important to point out,
in case you guys don't know, this is how a
effect
terror radius
applies
sounds like.
after your perks. So, if you have monitor and abuse, and it reduces your terror radius to 8.
And basically this add-on makes it go
minus 8 meters from 16, 8. This is not going to reduce it by 4.
So as you can tell, it's
4
actually
meters. It's going to reduce it by 25% of 8, which is 2. So this add-on has diminishing returns if you use it with monitor. If you want to be the sneakiest possible and you don't want to run monitor, this add-on can help you in tier 2. Now, what is the point of having a bigger terror radius in tier 3? Absolutely nothing. This is actually objectively a bad thing. Yes, if you want to be in tier 3 just to make survivors shit themselves and panic, then if they hear a terror radius across the map, from really far away, it's pretty funny. But they're also going to have a warning that you're coming, which is not a good thing.
This is a 5-hour
There are a few scenarios where this could change quickly. If you run Infectious Fright, which is a really good perk on Myers, you down a survivor, see who's around you. If your terror radius in tier 3 is bigger, you pop tier 3, you stab them, you're gonna find more people with Infectious Fright. This could combo with Monitor and Abuse, because it also makes your terror radius bigger while you're in a chase. This obviously combos with the fact that your terror radius becomes bigger in tier 3. And it could also combo with the Dead Rabbit. Again, because it's based on your terror radius, that 8 meter actually becomes bigger with Monitor and Abuse and with Distressing and anything else you want to bring. But it's a little bit outrageous. Even though this is a cute add-on that helps you, I don't think it's the most amazing thing you can bring. Generally speaking, add-ons that increase your stalking rate or you do other things for you are more consistent. This is a bit of an inconsistent add-on because the effects are hard to gauge and hard to estimate. Next up, we have the Scratch Mirror and the Vanity Mirror. The Scratch Mirror locks you in at tier 1, and the Vanity Mirror locks you in, doesn't let you get to tier 2, locks you in at doesn't let you get to tier 3, locks you in at tier 2 of Evil Within. These add-ons are quite horrible. Obviously, when you're in tier 1, you're by default very, very slow, 105. So a survivor that's running you competently, you will never catch them. And at tier 2, you're actually not slow, but the Vanity Mirror actually slows you down. And as you can see, -7 is basically, you're gonna be 100. It's bad. It's like 100 if I'm not mistaken. Is it? Am I right? No, sorry, 108. Forgive me. About 100. About 108 movement speed. So what is better? To have a Evil Within 1 where you're 105
quiz time,
and you can see people through walls where you're stalking for 32 meters and you're undetectable?
Yeah.
Or having 108, which is a little bit faster, 3% faster, only 60-meter stalking read, and you don't have undetectable.
108.
And 60-meter terror radius. I've tested them both. The Scratch Mirror is the superior choice. With the Scratch Mirror, you don't have to tier up. With the you don't have to get to Evil Within 2, so you're immediately in the game. With the other one, you'll have to get out of tier 1 and then still be very slow. So that's one thing. And you will be undetectable. So Object can see you. Any outer reading items or perks can see you. You also get to see them from a bit further, 32 meters as opposed to 16. And you're basically moving at the same speed, and you don't have a red stain or a terror radius at all, which is you're actually gonna catch people more effectively with this than with the Vanity Mirror. Big problem though is that in tier 1 you don't have a launch. Your launch is very, very tiny. You're also a little bit, you're also normal speed when vaulting, where in tier 2 you're like 10% fast. I believe it's 10% faster vaulting. Forgive me if I'm not mistaken. I think it's 10%, or maybe only 5. I think it's 5 and 10 in tier 3. Yep. So I might have lied to you earlier. Back to this though. These add-ons are extremely fucking gimmicky. They make you stealthier and they let you have wall hacks. In the average map, you're gonna get absolutely destroyed. Now, what people commonly do with these add-ons, especially with the Scratch Mirror, is they send themselves to a closed map, such as the game, Larry's Memorial Institute, Hawkins Laboratory, and in these maps, this add-on, especially the Scratch Mirror, is pretty spooky. It's actually quite difficult to play against it because you could come around corners. And yeah, it's quite fun. However, I like to judge add-ons on their general usefulness and not their one condition where you have to go to a specific map. If you bring perks, yeah, you can bring perks every game, but you shouldn't be able to bring a map offering every game. And for that reason, these add-ons are quite bad, especially the Vanity Mirror. Now, if you really dedicate a build to it and you use another add-on in conjunction with the Scratch Mirror, I think it's a little bit better. Again, that video that I linked earlier also has a game of me playing this in a swamp map. Swamped map if you're interested. Basically, with this add-on, you can abuse the fact that you have no terror radius, so that you can hit people off the hook over time. You can abuse the fact that you have no undetectable to avoid object obsession and so on. And you need to have another add-on to help you, and you need to have perks to help you to catch up to survivors, because obviously you're very slow and you don't have a lunge. So what are the best add-on to complement this with? We're going to talk about them in the next one, actually. These are the add-ons that increase your movement speed when stalking, and the ones that increase your launch in Evil Within 1. Obviously, if you're playing the game normally, increasing your launch in Evil Within 1 is fucking worthless. Same reason as the other add-on. You don't want to be in tier 1 for very long. You want to get out as quickly as possible. If you have the choice between hitting someone and stalking them, stalk them.
He's saved, I think.
Obviously, if you can do both, great.
Shit, he's the last one.
So this add-on is... the boyfriend's memo, the one that increases your Evil Within 1 lunge, is virtually useless. However, if you are going to play Scratch Mirror, that little bit of increased lunge can actually be helpful. So this would be a good add-on to run with that one. An even better add-on would be, however, the Jewelry Box. This is the Jewelry family of add-ons. They increase your stalking speed.
Box.
Now, let me tell you why this add-on is good with Scratch Mirror and why it's not good otherwise. If you bring the Jewelry set, you will go from moving at 60% movement speed when you're stalking generally, and 20% movement speed when you're stalking actively, when you actually have someone, and you will add 30%. So you'll go from 60 and 20 to 90 and 50. This is good. This is very, very good. This means that, you know, when you're using the Scratch Mirror, you're going to go through the map, you're going to be stalking and looking around until you find a survivor, right? And you go from 60 to 90 when you're doing that little scanning, which is great. And when you're stalking people through walls and stuff, and you see their aura, it doesn't count as active stalking. So you'll still be at 60 or 90 with this add-on.
Are you still watching? Any YouTube bugs?
When you're chasing around jungle gyms and stuff with the Scratch Mirror in tier 1, this allows you to like tap your power button to quickly see the aura of the survivor, not slow yourself down too much, because you only go from like 105 to like 90 for like half a second, and then see where they are and adjust and hit them. This is actually quite helpful. It's what I did in that video. I recommend you watch it. However, what if you're not going to stay in tier 1 because you're smart or you didn't bring the Scratch Mirror? What do these add-ons do? Fucking nothing.
I can't feel my kidney anymore, guys.
Fucking nothing for you. As I said, you will stalk in the open in tier 1 when you have that add-on. When you don't have that add-on, you don't have any reason to stalk in the open. Stalking in the open is worthless. If you see someone in the very distance, you need to close the gap, because you don't stalk from far away very well. As like 99% of your stalking as Myers is going to be you chasing a survivor, knowing where they are, and getting the most juice out of them, the most stalking points out of them as possible before they break line of sight. In these situations, your stalking is 20%. Going from 20% is pretty much standing still. You're pretty much doing it when they drop a pallet, when they vault a window, when they're on the other side of a fence that you can't cross. In those situations, you're pretty much standing still. Being faster when you stand still is worthless. So we've already established that the stalking speed while you're in the open, you're not going to use it, and while you're actually actively stalking someone, these add-ons don't do anything. The increased speed in those situations is completely worthless. I guess that if a survivor is running away from you and you for some reason want to stalk him as he's running away, if you have these add-ons, you'll do that a little bit quicker. But guess what? The best play is to close the gap, keep chasing him, and when you're closer, stalk him again.
You won't be able to.
So again, these add-ons are downright worthless. The best one of them you could pair with the scratch mirror for a little bit of complementary strengths, but other than that, very worthless.
Thank you with the spam.
And that's gonna conclude Myers.
Yeah.
Alright.
Go.
Next up.
That's Hag.
Next up is the Hag. The Hag is blessed with many amazing add-ons, and it's gonna take us a little while to go through all of them, but they're much simpler to understand actually than many of the other add-ons. Let's go for the add-ons that completely change how the Hag plays. We'll start with the Mint Rag. The Mint Rag is a controversial choice to put in S tier. It's an add-on that fundamentally transforms her a lot. All her base abilities remain, so if someone triggers a trap, you can teleport to it within the normal range, within the everything that the Hag
crazy.
Can do.
I did not know that was an add-on. What?
But it also gives you the ability
oh my god,
to
fuck
on
that.
command teleport to
that's
any trap in the map
insane
that you
add-on.
want. So you could, no joke, put up a crosshair in your monitor to help you aim at which traps you want to teleport to. And you can use this in all sorts of extremely fucking dirty ways. You can have Devour Hope and Thrill the Hunt, trap both totems.
Disgusting.
Anytime someone's on your totem, teleport to it, interrupt them, or grab them directly off the thing if they didn't pay attention. You can hook someone in the basement or in a somewhat isolated area, put a trap around the corner, someone rescues them, you have make your choice, you teleport, you down them immediately, rinse and repeat. Or you could do all of these things at once. At the end of the game, if they're somehow still alive, you could trap an execute, put 2 traps on it, put 2 traps on the other one, and keep going back and forth with Noid or with whatever.
Mods don't fight, bro.
Even though it is a very difficult add-on to use, and you pretty much have to base your build around it, and it only really shines when you're playing like a complete fucking scumbag. It is a very powerful add-on. If someone dedicated time to learn how to play with this add-on, I reckon it would be definitely deserving of the S tier. Unfortunately, or maybe fortunately, for the average player, it's a lot harder to use it. The fact that you can teleport to any trap at any moment makes it really easy to mess up. It's really easy to aim at the wrong trap, or maybe press the teleport button prematurely and not teleport to a trap that's about to get triggered, but instead teleport to one across the map. It's really hard to use and really messy. So this add-on is not so much like super strong. It just has a lot of potential to make things really unfun.
When you're premature on Hag.
And if you are creative, you can exploit it in a number of ways. Compare that to the next add-ons, which are actually quite fucking worthless. The first one is the Scared Ham. This gives your traps collision, meaning that if you put them in the open, survivors can't go through them, but they can go around them just fine. And if you put them in a very tight spot, such as a doorway, survivors can't go through it. Yep, that's it. That's all it does. And it also removes you. Oops, yeah, I forgot. It also removes your ability to teleport to traps. What? It's so bad. What can you do with this add-on? You could theoretically somehow down a survivor, put them in the basement, and then lock, put phantasms in every entrance to that building so that no one can get in. So that when they trigger it, they have to wait until the phantasm.
Not just spell KW like
that. If you're just camping, then they can't go through.
Say it right.
It's the so-called, body blocker Hag. This is horrible. It's really bad. If you play it a bunch of times, there will be a game where you get it to work, and it's pretty funny, especially because survivors never expect it.
Run Hag.
But not being able to teleport to your traps is like a nurse not being able to blink. It's horrible. So other than this gimmicky little games, it's quite bad. But if you thought this was bad, the next one is worse. This is the waterlock shoe. Again, you could make some kind of build to go with this, and you can make it work. This makes you a little bit faster. It makes you almost 150
2 hours and a half in, guys.
Killer with a still relatively small terror radius of 24 meters.
Yeah, I only felt like...
Which is not bad.
Like yesterday since I've started
this. It's not terrible. But it also removes your ability to teleport to traps. If survivors step on a trap,
feels like an eternity, dude.
They get the same effect as a Clown Bottle or a Freddy Snare. They get slowed down. They get hindered by 15%. And if you have multiple traps, this effect apparently stacks. So if you trigger 2 of them at the same time, you move at -30, which is pretty funny. But of course, you know, the clown is already one of the harder killers to play. Because slowing down survivors is not enough many times.
It's Lucas.
The nice thing about Freddy is that he can place his snares without slowing himself down, and he can do it really quickly in the blink of an eye. The hack can't do that. You know, you can't put down 5 traps in 2 seconds, and then someone triggers them, and you get maybe 1 hit, and what now? You need to do it again. It's a really, really, really bad add-on. I guess that if you use it, you have to bring other perks to help you a bit, and make you more of a combat, not so much prep kind of killer. It's still worthless. And unless you make a build around it, you're gonna have a horrible time using it. Very, very bad add-on. Let's go to their very good add-ons, however. Let's go back to A. These are the Rusty Shackles. The Rusty Shackles are good for more than one reason, and one that you might not expect that I certainly didn't realize. The Rusty Shackles make it so that when a survivor triggers a trap, if you guys don't remember, survivors trigger traps when they...
Who the fuck modded you?
When they either walk
it was Bob.
or run next to a trap. If they're crouching, then they don't trigger it. But if they walk, run, or do anything like that, they trigger it.
XQC
Normally, when these traps are triggered, a phantasm version of the hag appears from the ground, and you can choose to teleport to it, and then from there you can move, hit, whatever. With this add-on, there's no such thing. The phantasm doesn't appear. The survivor will have absolutely no idea, unless they're very perceptive, that they've triggered a trap. So they could go to a gen, trigger a trap, you could teleport, appear, and grab them out of a gen or out of a totem or anything like that. It's a completely stealthy trap. Because there's no animation that precedes your teleporting, this also means that you can immediately, and I mean immediately, teleport to the trap and hit them within a millisecond.
Immediately, yes.
One of the strongest techniques that Hags players have is it's what they call the ETH, the instant teleport hit. You chase a survivor around the loop, they go around the loop, they trigger the trap that you placed there previously, you teleport immediately, and in that tiny little bit of confusion where they trigger it, you hit them. That's very, very fast. With this Rusty Shackles, that's not fast, that's just lightning quick. They trigger a trap, they don't know it, and the next thing they see is your fucking claw already locked into their skull. It happens so ridiculously quickly that I wish I could show you a clip of it right now. It is
so funny.
Insanely
fun.
Fast.
So fun.
For that reason, this makes each trap, if you're aware of it and you know how to play around it and you're mashing prematurely your teleport button, this makes each trap all the more powerful. You could also pair the Rusty Shackles with the Mint Rack so that you can teleport throughout the map while making absolutely no noise, which is also a very fun and very nasty combo. Or you can just use it by themselves with other good add-ons to use them as I've just explained. Very, very nasty. Removes any kind of like feedback from the survivors and makes it really hard for them to know what's the right thing to do. There's one downside that this add-on has that is worth mentioning. Normally, when a survivor triggers your trap, if their camera is not looking directly at the trap itself, let's say they're looking to the side, the camera is going to immediately snap. And this is something that hacks know and use and abuse to a big degree. So you go through a door, there's a trap to your left in a very sharp angle, and then your camera switches, you lose your momentum, your movement is a little bit clumsy, and in that time the hack teleports and hits you, or is behind you and hits you.
Believe it or not, that's a weird place.
This add-on removes that. Because the camera doesn't snap, you don't have that kind of flicker.
I don't know the meta yet,
but that's just a very minor downside compared to
apparently really like playing that.
This add-on provides.
I personally don't.
Easily one of our strongest, if not the strongest add-on in the hive.
Personally, I don't know how the
we have the
add-ons
other two add-ons that also change her phantasm when something triggers. The first one is...
It's really weird meta. I just stay here.
This acts like a bit of a flashback if you've ever played a Counter-Strike or Call of Duty-like game.
That's not a lamp.
When they trigger a phantasm trap, they will be deafened for about 6 seconds, I believe.
Lamp emote incoming.
That's just terrible. It's bad. It's bad. Even though they hear things muffled, they can still hear you teleport. They can still hear you around. It's a quirky, nice little thing that might confuse some survivors, especially newer ones, but doesn't have much use behind that. The next one is the Grandma's Heart. This is pretty interesting. Your normal terror radius goes away when they trigger a trap. Instead, the terror radius applies to the phantasm trap itself for a few seconds. I think this is kind of bad. Again, it can confuse some people. There might be the 1 in a million, very, very unlikely scenario where you're about to go to a generator, somebody triggers a trap far away, and the fact that you lose your terror radius allows you to, I don't know, go there and catch them off guard. It's not very good. It could also potentially backfire. Let's say that you have someone in the basement, and you are carrying another person down the basement, and in the meantime someone slips by or was already on the way to the basement. They trigger a trap.
They changed BT
while you're going there, and they get the rescue. Because you're far away from there, maybe that person would have not had borrowed time, but because they triggered borrowed time with a trap, that could so it could potentially even backfire against you. And I don't think very highly of this. I don't know other people that I've contacted and that I've asked for their opinions. They don't see the utility in it either. So overall, avoid. Next up, the very fucking incredibly good max teleportation distance add-ons. These add-ons, as you can see, they don't have a lot of difference between themselves, which is something that surprised me. Many people don't realize that they're actually not that far from each other. They are all extremely good. Even the brown, this is a trend by the way for hag add-ons. Even the brown add-ons are fucking amazing. Plus 8 meters is pretty fucking good. By default, the hag has a 24 meter terror radius, and you can teleport up to 40 meters. You can teleport to traps that people trigger when they don't even hear a terror radius. 40 meters is amazing. It used to be 32.
No jokes in chat while we're learning about
and
add-ons.
8 on top of that is great. 10 on top of that is fucking bonkers. And 12 is fucking insane. It's really, really good. This allows you to spread out your traps from much further apart. If you make mistakes by making your web of traps too large, this can easily make up for it. If you're teleporting constantly to close traps, it doesn't make a difference. But the fact that you're going to be basically, your presence across the map is going to be felt a lot more. There will be very few situations where if you're doing well, where you put a trap, they trigger it, and you're not immediately able to go there and punish it. These add-ons are just pretty fucking good for that reason, and they're very simple to explain. Of course, the dried cicada is a little bit better. The dragonfly wings are a little bit worse.
Cicada? Is that how it's pronounced?
The dead fly mug, I think it's called. It's just a little bit worse, but also very decent for a brown. Next up, we have the crackle egg turtle shell and the this is the shell family of items, right?
At 30 fucking hours.
Again, look at the numbers. They're all very good.
I'm proud of myself.
When someone triggers a trap, a phantasm trap, the illusion of the phantasm stays there for 5 seconds. That's also the time that you have to teleport there. If you're using the rusty shackles, doesn't matter. It's still 5 seconds. These add-ons extend that time by a little bit. Almost 2 seconds with the green one, 1.5 seconds with the yellow, a little bit over a second with the brown. Now, why would you want your phantasm to stay up longer? Actually, quite a few reasons. Number one, if you're a little bit too far away, these add-ons are a slightly worse distance teleportation add-ons. Let's say that somebody triggers I have someone in the basement, and I have a trap on top of the shack, which is where the basement is. Somebody triggers that trap, and I'm really far away, but I really want to be there because they're going for the rescue, right? Normally, I would need to, if I'm not close, I'm probably not gonna make it. If this add-on makes my trap stay up for almost 2 whole seconds, that's the 2 extra seconds that I have time to get closer, get within the 40-meter range or whatever, depending on add-ons, and teleport in time. So this will help you get to traps that are a little bit too far away.
Yeah,
that's one of the effects. It also allows you to let the trap up for longer, make the survivor think that you're not going to teleport to it, and make some kind of mind game, which is incredibly good. Someone can trigger a trap, you can let them go for the rescue, and teleport to it after make your choices applied so that you can immediately go.
Yeah.
Very nasty. If you put a trap on one side of the pallet, you can have them
you know what is new?
Trigger it, chase them around it, and there's going to be this situation, right, where, let's say this is the loop, and you're on one side, survivor's on the other, and they trigger a trap on one side. Now you go one way, the survivor will go the other, and eventually either you're going to hit them, or they're going to walk next to the trap, and you're going to teleport and hit them immediately, because when you teleport to a trap, you automatically face the person that triggered it. The fact that this makes the trap stay longer means that you can do things like they trigger a trap on one side of the pallet, they vault to you in panic, you hit them, they vault back, and you still have time to teleport to the original trap and hit them from the other side.
Oh, that's crazy.
It's something that you need to watch someone do
crazy.
or
Are
try
you still
yourself
the same
to
fucking
really
add-ons?
understand how effective these things are. But basically, it makes every single one of your traps more powerful.
It doesn't matter. I don't play this
have more time to do
stupid
mind games. In jungle gyms, I've gotten away with things like that where they trigger. I've seen survivors who think they're really smart. They do a really smart thing, which is they break they trigger one of my traps through a window.
It's confusing.
Right? They're like, huh, you put it too close, I'm gonna trigger it through the window.
The light outside.
You won't be able to do anything about it because I'm on the other side of the window. What I do is I go around, I chase them, they go back in, and because I have this add-on, the trap's still up, and I can teleport and hit them back. Lots of little things that open up with these add-ons, and they're all very, very decent, especially the higher rarity ones. Also, if you have the body blocker hag, these add-ons make the phantasm stay up for longer, so it will block for a little bit longer, something to keep in mind. Next up, some of the most fun ones. This is the Willow Wreath, the Willow Flower, whatever. Nobody knows the names. These add auto reading to the person that triggers your trap. It doesn't sound that amazing because you're like, if I can teleport immediately, what's the point of seeing the aura? It's actually really good. This makes any trap that's disarmed or triggered a potential disarm traps with flashlights don't trigger this, of course. Any trap that's stepped on, it makes it an information tool. You're carrying a survivor to the basement or doing whatever, and someone triggers a trap. You can see her, and it's like, oh, look at this. This is the injured Claudette, the one that I want to really kill. Well, now I know she's here. Sometimes survivors, you're going towards them, they trigger a trap around the corner, and the fact that you can see the aura and see that they're doubling back lets you know, okay, this person's here, I can immediately hit around this corner and hit them. It gives you a lot of information in this very close split-second decisions that you have to make that makes a whole lot of difference. It also allows you to know when it's too late to teleport. It allows you to know the route the survivor's going so that sometimes you can cut them off. It's also something that you have to try for yourself. Even the 3-second one is very, very good. It just gives you information that results in hits and results in good plays and results in good mind games. And the best part is that this is the kind of add-on that survivors would probably never guess you're using. They're not going to understand how the fuck you could find them around that corner when they have Iron Will. Or how the hell you knew they were there when you never teleported. This is the kind of add-on that doesn't give the survivor any feedback whatsoever that you have it. And for that reason, it's one of the best ones that you can bring on her. Definitely very, very fun to combine with some of the other ones. Next up, we have the setting speed add-ons for the hag. Some people rate these very, very poorly. I disagree. I think they're actually very, very good. As you can see, the setting time for a trap on the hag is actually pretty decent. It's only 2.2 seconds. It's very quick, and this doesn't shave that much time. However, in terms of like setting up a few traps, this is not going to save you that much time. However, there are certain game styles as hag and certain strategies that you're going to be using in your gameplay that actually benefit a lot from these add-ons. This is something that you could do, for example. Again, let's go to the basement. Let's say that you have a survivor down in the basement, and there's a trap right at his feet down in the basement, and one up top.
He has a story for everything.
What you can do with add-ons like this is when they get to the shack and they trigger the one up top, you can teleport to it, and if you see that the survivor who triggered it is going down the basement, with add-ons like this, sometimes you have time to set up the trap at your feet. When they trigger the next one down below, you teleport to that one, you hit them, and now they're coming out. They're going to trigger the one that you just reset, and you're going to hit them again. Either the person on the hook or the person that was doing the rescuing that was healthy. Or if they were injured, both. This is really, really good. There are situations like that where sometimes the survivor, they trigger one of your traps, you teleport to them, you realize to, like the big lion's den, they trigger your first trap of your perimeter, but they're literally headed towards 16 other traps, like all put together. They're heading there. You know that they're going to trigger one of those. What do? You immediately reset the one they triggered and wait for the next one that they trigger. They do that, you teleport, you hit them.
Guys, I hear lightning outside.
And you keep your web of traps, your perimeter of traps consistent and healthy. And now you have a person down or injured.
I don't even know what I'm going to do.
Of your area. And for these quicker plays, I think these add-ons help quite a bit. As you can see, even the brown one is quite significant, and it's going to save you quite a bit of time.
Oh my god! Oh my god!
The game. These are not the most game-changing add-ons, but they definitely help and
Oh my god. Oh my god. I'm going crazy.
To the last add-ons. These are increase your trigger distance. The hack by default has a trigger distance of 3 meters. When you set down a little trap on the ground, if you pay attention, you'll actually notice, if you look around, that there's this little smoke around it that makes a 3 meter radius circle. Pay attention to it. If you've never seen it before, you'll never be able to unsee it again. Obviously, you only see this as a killer. As a survivor, you don't have that luxury. But when you play hack yourself, you can see that little thing that tells you the radius. These make your radius bigger. And that is actually not good. It's not good at all. When survivors trigger your trap, because they're often running into it, or because their camera flicks and makes them run into it, that results in a hit. With these add-ons, the flick is usually harder to make. The fact that they trigger it from further makes it harder to do the instant teleport hit, as I explained earlier. And these add-ons actually don't have much utility. The only good thing about them is that if you put them in the open, you can cover much more, you can have a circle of up to like, what, 4.5 meters if you stack the yellow and the green one. And you can make it like annoying and do more with, cover more area with just one trap. But it's not a good idea. It's better to just, if you want to cover a large area, just put 2 traps next to each other if you really, really want to. Or identify the best spot and put it in the middle there. You don't need to have a larger radius. However, these add-ons, if they worked, they would be probably in the E tier. They are currently, as far as I can tell, completely bugged. I've tested very recently. I don't know if they got fixed like yesterday or tomorrow, but as of the latest time I tested them, all of them are non-functional, either by themselves or combined. You can put them all together and your triggering distance doesn't work. So because they don't do what they say they do and they're completely bugged, and as far as I know do absolutely nothing the way they used to, they're bugged. Don't use them until they're fixed. Hopefully, by the time you're watching this, if it's in a few months or a few weeks, this will be fixed. But still, they're very worthless add-ons. I wouldn't recommend them very much. We're going to move on to the next killer.
In my case.
Our next killer is the Doctor. Oh my god. Reading some of these add-ons.
Oh, Doctor's short.
It's really, really, really difficult.
Doctor's short.
Fortunately for us, they have simplified the effects and secondary effects of many of these, so we have a bit of an easier time. Let's start with the Queen and King. These are his iridescent add-ons, and for a change of trends, these add-ons are actually worthy of being iridescent. They're really, really, really strong. So what does it do? The Iridescent King gives all the madness afflictions. And what are those? We're gonna get to that in a minute. But basically, as you'll see, there are a few different there's a few different set of add-ons, and they all have a secondary effect and a main affliction. The affliction is something that people with madness experience. This can be terror radius that sounds like you're far, red state that looks like you're like the killer's right behind you. This gives them all. It gives all of them at once. It gives all of them at once. Once you reach the required level of madness, and this is just.
We're both going crazy.
It just makes it. For the average survivor, it makes the gameplay extremely fucking infuriating and confusing and leads to a lot of bad mistakes. If you have, although we're gonna get into the specific afflictions more in detail in a minute, but everything that we'll talk about in the next 5 or so minutes, everything this add-on does. It makes survivors confused due to the weird terror radius. It can leave some survivors completely unable to tell how close you are because of the red stain next to them. It also spawns illusory palettes. It does just fucking does everything, and absolutely no downsides for you as well. It's a very, very strong add-on that pairs well with some of the other ones that we'll see. Obviously, these afflictions don't stack, so you don't want to put some of those afflictions with this. But what does stack really well with this King is the Queen. The Queen makes it so that every time you shock yourself with your power, or that you blast, which is the cooldown ability, every time you do either of those things, any survivor caught by those shocks or blast will acquire the static charge effect. The static charge basically means that survivor will not be able to get close to any other survivor without giving them a shock. And if he gets close to another survivor, it's going to be the equivalent of you shocking them. It can only be prevented if survivors are very close together, which against the Doctor is a pretty bad idea because he can, induce madness very quickly. So what does that mean? What does it mean in practice? In practice, it means that you're going to be in madness 3 the whole fucking game. Holy fucking shit,
Yo, chill, dude! I'm gonna have to edit that out!
mediocre doctors that don't know how to shot, they don't know how to look, and it doesn't fucking matter. Like, I'm in Madness 3 half the time. Then a survivor that's clueless comes up behind me and shocks me. And when you go to rescue a survivor off the hook, you shock them. Or they shock you. It's so annoying. And this will bump up your Madness to tier 2 and tier 3 very, very quickly without the doctor even having to be there at times. And with Madness tier 3 comes more reverse skill checks, which can be dirty, more severe afflictions, which comes with the king or the other add-ons. Obviously, you know, more illusions, everything bad about Madness tier 3 will come more quickly, and these two add-ons together or a combination with other add-ons is pretty nasty.
Dude, I fucking hate
Next,
this
let's
video.
get into the afflictions.
Like, I hate it.
The first are the discipline add-ons. The discipline add-ons have an interesting affliction. They make your red stain. They make a red stain when you're in tier 2. They make a red stain appear when you're in chase, and when you're in tier 3, it makes the red stain behind you and the terrorists appear at all times when you're in tier 3. So if the doctor shocks you and you get to tier 3, you're gonna hear this the music as if he was right there. You're gonna see the red stain, and whether or not he's coming, you're not gonna be able to tell just based on those cues. You'll have to look around and get an idea of where he is, because when you hear the terrorist so loud, you don't actually know if the killer is actually coming. That is oddly pretty strong by itself. It's a neat little effect. It wouldn't be so high up in this list if it wasn't for the other secondary effect. As you'll see, all the class affliction add-ons have a secondary effect or a main effect, depending how you want to look at it. And the effect of this is actually fucking crazy. It reduces the shock detonation of the doctor's shock ability. The shock ability is the one that he holds and releases from his hand that has no cooldown. Or almost no cooldown. And what this does, normally the doctor has to charge up for about a second. He releases it, and in about another second, it hits the ground, and in about another second you go, and you get shocked. When you get shocked, that denies any action you're gonna do for the next 2.5 seconds. So if a doctor is coming behind you and he shocks you, you won't be able to vault the window. You won't be able to drop the pallet. You won't be able to go for the save. You won't be able to do a gen.
I would go back.
You won't be able to
death hard. You
won't be able to do anything.
Like,
if you want to go into a locker, you won't be able to get into it, etc. You can dead hard through the shock, however, if you're smart. So
like me,
having an add-on that reduces that little waiting time from 1 second to 0.7 or 0.5 if you stick them together.
3 hours.
How significant is that? It is incredibly fucking significant.
Remember, guys, if you think we've been in the doctor
latency
for
is on
a
the survivor
while,
side.
the
This means that if you as a doctor,
shortest.
you chase a survivor, you shock them, and if they're anywhere near a pallet, in their screen, they've already pressed the space button. Most likely they're gonna vault it or they're gonna drop the pallet. With this fucking add-on, that tiny little bit of advantage they usually have is immediately turned over.
Which you already did,
if you place a good doctor, and I know one that has told me this,
which is
if you place a good doctor, if you place this in his hands, you will never be able to do anything in front of him. You will not be able to vault, you will not be able to drop a pallet, and his anti-looping capabilities are pretty fucking scary. Does this mean that Doctor is the best killer in the game with this add-on?
Yes.
No. But these add-ons help his anti-looping immensely. And they remove a very, very considerable chunk of the room that survivors have to do those actions in front of his face. For this reason, they are very, very powerful. And next up, the next affliction add-ons are the order ones. This one spawn illusory pallets around the map. They used to spawn them near the doctor, not anymore. Now they work without any weird condition. Every 20 seconds, any pallet that is broken will be replaced by either a pallet that looks upright or either a pallet that looks dropped down. And this can confuse survivors in Madness that see it because they'll think it's safe, but they get close and boop, no, it was a fake strike. It's a pretty good add-on to have. And it also reduces your cooldown for the blast. The blast is one of your main abilities to find survivors, but also keep them in tier 3 constantly and make them more and more useless. You're chasing a survivor, you don't want the other survivors near you to clutch that final gen, put them in Madness tier 3, you might just have time to get them all. And this reduces your cooldown by 6, 4, and 2 seconds on top of these illusory palette bullshit. It's pretty good. And allows you to keep your pressure up. If you're a good doctor and you're already dominating, the fact that you're going to be able to inflict the cooldown every 54 instead of every 60 seconds is pretty significant. Next up, we have the Restrained affliction. They're actually really, really good. They give you a lot of information that normally you would rely on perks for. When survivors are in Madness tier 2 and tier 3, they see illusory doctors, right? They only appear for 1 second. In minus tier 2, they appear for 1 second and they do nothing. In minus tier 3, they appear for 1 second and the doctor can see them. So if you're paying a lot of attention, you can see, oh, 1 second. Oh, is that guy in tier 3? Yep, he's over here. All right, this is the guy. I'm going to go chase him. Or maybe he's the last guy. I'm going to leave him. Go for someone else. With this add-on, this illusions stay up for another 7 seconds for a total of 8 seconds. And you can see them both in minus tier 2, which is where survivors are going to spend a considerable amount of time, and in minus tier 3, obviously, same as before.
Franco
so this gives you a very, very, very strong indication of where survivors are randomly throughout the board for the very low price of a yellow or green add-on. On top of that, every time a survivor increases their madness, this is every 2 shocks or every 1 blast, because they're the equivalent. So every time you do that, you're gonna see their aura, which is very, very helpful, because throughout the match you'll make someone scream and you'll see exactly where they run. You'll see what their stunts. You might be able to make your mind up whether you want to go for that person or not, and whether they're going to a place where you could chase them and down them potentially quickly, or whether you're like, no, okay, this guy here is in minus tier 3. I'm seeing he's going here. I'm just gonna go for someone else. Seeing that aura is very, very helpful. Next up, we have the Calm Affliction add-ons. This ones have the noticeable effect of reducing your terror radius on and off. They actually increase it and reduce it based on the status of your cooldown. So when your blast is ready to go, your terror radius becomes bigger. That means that right before you trigger it and you shock people on your terror radius, it's gonna become 8 meters, 6 meters, or 4 meters bigger. This is good. It means that you can cover more of the map, and maybe someone who was right on the edge that you wouldn't have hit otherwise, you hit them, and while you recover, your terror radius is smaller. Now, 8 meters terror radius smaller. It's the equivalent of a monitoring abuse. It's not bad. The really, really nice thing, however, is that if you constantly do this, survivors are going to be so confused. I've played against a doctor or two with this add-on, or with the Iridescent King, which also triggers this, and Monitor and Abuse, and it's so fucking confusing. You hear a terror radius and you're like, oh yeah, he's coming towards me. I played on a Survivor with friends, and we were constantly feeding each other wrong information. I was like, oh yeah, he's on my side of the map. He's coming towards me. Coming towards me. Oh, no. And then I see a survivor get down across the map, and I'm like, he's got a huge terror radius. He doesn't. He's just inflicting you with the distant and constant terror radius. How does this work? In tier 2, you hear occasionally
whenever he bangs his camera,
an intermittent on and off terror radius in the distance. This makes you think that the doctor's coming for you.
I can't fucking speak.
And even in big maps, it's still pretty mindfucky, unless you're in a really, really open map and you have like perfect knowledge of what's going on. In tier 3, you're gonna hear a constant terror radius in the distance that's constantly put you on the edge and constantly make you think that he's coming. And this, with Monitor and Abuse, or with the reduced cooldown or the increase, it's gonna feed a lot of fucking bullshit information to survivors that's gonna constantly make them make bad decisions. They're not the most impactful, and you know, they don't help you directly in chase, like for example the disciplines do. But these are add-ons that are quite mindfucky and that are quite good.
H2.
Next up, we have the shock range add-ons. Luckily for you, most of your shock range by default is already pretty big. In most loops, you don't really need a bigger shock distance, so your shock distance is pretty adequate. This ones, however, no longer have any penalty as they used to, so they just give you extra distance for free. This can allow you to interrupt an unhooking that you think might be happening in front of you. It might allow you to put someone in minus tier 3 before they can do some kind of clutch action that they wouldn't have been able to do otherwise. Maybe if someone's going to a really, really strong window, you can prevent them. But at that distance, they'll just keep running away, obviously. There's a few situations where the distance can help you, and it doesn't have any downside to it anymore, so by all means, bring them. However, they're not super helpful. The distance that you get from this is not as impactful in most scenarios as some of the other add-ons would. Next up, we have the ones that change the shape, and the ones that show you the shape. These are quite cute. The first one is the interview tape, I believe it's called. Yep, the interview tape makes your shock from a cone that looks like this,
big carbon
like that,
City.
to a beam that's very, very long. Now, arguably, if you are a god tier doctor with like insane aim and like, you know, robot-like accuracy, this could easily be one of the best add-ons for you. The fact that the beam is 20 meters long means actually it's not 20 meters long. It's actually 24 meters long. Forgive me for not putting that number in there. I should have. The fact that the beam is 24 meters long means that you have a lot more distance for absolutely no downside. It's true that because the beam is very narrow, hitting people close by is very hard. So it's very hard to use this in a chase and hit consistently. But you could. If you're really, really good at predicting and you're really good at tracking, you could still hit survivors close range with this. And you would be able to just shock people off gens as you're approaching. And, you know, deny people of states as you're approaching. And it would be very, very strong. However, as I said, there is a trade-off, which is that your beam is very narrow and it's harder to use in close distances. But still, a very decent add-on. If you pair this with the distance add-ons, you could snipe people off things and it's quite fun. Other than that, not very remarkable. You probably won't want to use it very much. And then we're gonna skip to the scrapped tape, which is an add-on that they took away that they recently reintroduced. This one turns your shock, instead of a cone or instead of a beam, it turns it into a ring with an empty space in the middle, an area of action shaped as a ring, and nothing outside of this.
Would it be nice if
terrible.
we
It's absolutely
were
terrible.
younger?
If you combine it with the interview tape, they both actually overlap on top of each other. So you have a beam and a circle ahead of you, which can kind of compensate because now you have, you know, a nice area for close range shocks, with a few gaps, and still a lot of range, which is kind of funny, but it's very gimmicky. Hitting this is almost impossible, and by all means, it's a pretty bad add-on. And also the Maple Knight, I think it's called, is the brown add-on that highlights the area of your shock. This is very useful if you're a beginner doctor, or if you're testing some of these add-ons that we're talking about and you want to see exactly how much distance they cover. It gives you a visual feedback of where it's going to hit. It's pretty much the equivalent of the plate flannel on the nurse. If you're not in one of the situations, this is a waste of an add-on that takes up screen and is kind of annoying to see, so don't bother with it otherwise. Only good for a beginner. And that covers the add-ons on the doctor. Let's go over to the next one, which is the Cannibal, who, just like Billy, has had a complete rework. So let's go over the new add-ons and talk about what they do. There's now 20 of them with Ultraverse. As you can see, many of them are quite up high in the tier list, and you'd love to see it. Let's talk about the add-ons that increase his sweeping distance and speed. The first ones are the Chilies. The Chilies used to be useless. They were actually worse than nothing in some cases. So seeing them up here brings a tear to my eye. The Chilies affect the duration of the additional Chainsaw sweeps or Chainsaw dashes. The Cannibal, by default, he can do 3 different sweeps of his Chainsaw. Let's call them dashes. He starts brum 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 brum, then you can do it again, brum 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 brum, then you can do it again, and that's how it works by default. These insanely good add-ons add half a second and a quarter of a second to the additional dashes. So not the first one. The first one will play out exactly the same, but the second and third, and even more in some cases, will be going for longer. And this is just so good. It comes with absolutely no downsides, which is amazing. It lets you catch up to survivors who are a little bit more distant than you initially thought, or who made a little bit more distance by using perks like Sprint Burst. If you catch a survivor and you start charging your Chainsaw and they use Sprint Burst, by default, you should be able to catch it with your Chainsaw by the end of it if they don't make it to a pallet, which is amazing. But with add-ons like the Chilies, you might be able to catch them even if you start your Chainsaw from a little bit further. If a survivor tries to be really greedy with a pallet, there will almost never be situations where they're a little bit too far. You will almost always catch up with either of the Chilies, or God forbid, both of them combined. That little bit of extra dash really adds up as you go longer and longer, and obviously helps you a lot with multiple hits and everything that can happen with the Cannibal. They have no downsides. God. They make his good chasing power even better. The only thing they don't do is make your Chainsaw faster. Nothing really does that anymore, unfortunately. But yeah, it's great. 0 downsides. They combo really well with a bunch of other add-ons, and they're wonderful. Unfortunately, not the same can be said about the scratch marks, the knife scratches, and the beast marks. Yeah, these add-ons are quite bad. As you can see, when you start your Chainsaw, it's a little bit faster than before, but the numbers are kind of similar when it comes to the maximum speed. When you reach your maximum speed, you'll be going at 132, and you start a little bit slower than that. These add-ons at 3 and 2%. But you might ask yourself, ooh, maybe in this context, 2 and 3% is actually no, it's terrible. It's complete garbage. 2 and 3% are nothing, and any little gain that you would get from 2 or 3% is completely, absolutely 100% offset by the fact that these add-ons add charge time. They make your chainsaw, the bar, fill up for a little bit longer before it goes off. Not a whole lot, but a little bit, and that little bit is critical. You do not get to chainsaw survivors at windows or before they drop that pallet as often if your chainsaw is slower, which is really bad. Especially, it's bad for Billy, but at least Billy can make up for it because once he gets going, he's very fast, but it's particularly bad for Bubba. And these add-ons have a penalty and almost no upside
suffering.
to
This is
the
like
only theoretical situation where these add-ons could come in handy is a potential scenario where you're charging your chainsaw while standing still,
like really rough,
and you need to catch up to a survivor who's standing
like
still
a lot more rough than I thought it'd
on the
be.
other side of a loop. Let's say that you're sitting on the pallet, the survivor's on the other side, you charge up your chainsaw, and the survivor just doesn't run away or anything, just stays there like, okay, and then you let go of your chainsaw. The charge time in that situation doesn't really matter because it's just literally waiting for you to charge it in this example, and moving, I guess, 3% faster from the get-go. It's a flat increase, or 2% faster, or 5 if you have them both. God help you. I guess could make a small difference. Either way, the chilies are way better. Other add-ons that we'll cover are way better, and they do not have the very ugly and very unappealing downside of making your chainsaw charge for longer. So forget about the scratch. The knife scratches and the beast marks, they're quite bad. They're really not worth your time. And as far as I know, even the developers acknowledge that they might not be where they should be right now. Perhaps in the future, if the charge penalty is considered, these add-ons could be maybe B, C tier. They could be a little bit more solid and help you in your chase, actually. Avoid them like the plague for now. Next up, we've got the add-ons that do weird things to charges. The first one is the iridescent flesh, and this one is super simple and super elegant. When you hit a survivor, you refill all of your charges, and this has many implications. If you have extra charges, you refill those as well. If you have the other iridescent add-on, you can use that immediately. This can combo with many things, but at face value by itself is actually really good. What are the uses of this? Let me give you an example. You use your chainsaw on a survivor, and you hit them with your very final charge. But as you hit them, you see that there's another survivor right in front of you. Well, what do you think you can do? If you recharge everything, you can immediately begin another 3 or 4, we'll get to that, charges, and catch up the other survivor as well. So if survivors are clumped together for whatever reason, this will turn them into mush very quickly. This also happens if you have to hit a survivor multiple times. Let's say that you have the speed limiter because you're crazy, or the survivor has soul guard or borrowed time, anything that lets them tank a hit, the endurance status effect. You can hit them once, refill all of your charges, and then catch up and hit them a second time if you need to. Very useful.
Oh my god.
It also goes well with the other lesson, but we'll get into that. It helps your snowball a lot. It lets you hit a survivor and then use your charges again to get to a pallet and break it. It comes in handy in a number of situations, and it is worthy of being an ultra rare. The next one is the carburetor tuning guide, an old friend, and it's a little bit strange, all right? It is really good for beginners because it simplifies Bubba a lot. Instead of having to use your 3 charges or more individually and time them well as you need to, this takes all of your charges and it merges them into one. If you have 3 charges, well, that would be this long, and if you have 4 charges, it will actually be a little bit longer. So it treats your charges as one and makes them all go at once. So basically, when you start your chainsaw, you're gonna be going for a very long time. For a very long time. And again, you can do this and then hit someone and get your charges back and do it again, and you know, with the iridescent flesh and so on. However, there is a small
this video's kind of old. I think
but
it's like 8 months old.
it does make the charges a little bit
It was when
longer
the blight
each,
came on. That was like 3
the
videos.
chilies, but for all of them. But it does make your maximum speed a little bit lower. This makes this add-on by itself not as appealing. If you are a normal cannibal who is skillful in the use of his chainsaw, losing that speed is bad, and the other benefits you don't really need. So that's a bit of a shame, but this add-on still has a place in having fun, in using with other add-ons, and even if you are running a play with your food build, a play with your food build on Cannibal is no longer as good as it used to be, because every time you rep your Chainsaw and add additional dashes, you lose a token. So let's say that I'm chasing David with 2 stacks of play with your food, and I use my Chainsaw, but I don't catch him in the first one, and I need to use another charge, I would lose those 2 tokens. With this add-on, since it only consumes 1 and it only counts as 1 single action, I could have a massive Chainsaw going and only consume 1 token, which is pretty funny. And if you have multiple tokens, then you would immediately lose that penalty, and it would be pretty fun. So you can try that. Next up, we have more modest add-ons, the yellow primer bolt and the brown spark plug, which help you with the charging recovery. They're not as good as the iridescent flash, obviously, but they help you before you even down anybody. Let's say that you chase a survivor and you bump into something, which would be really unfortunate. That would make you lose all of your charges. If you were to use them all and then bump into something, you would recover for a long time. You could also maybe, you know, break a pallet, use 2 charges on him and then fail. There's many situations where you will have lost your charges, sometimes because you made a mistake, sometimes through really no fault of your own, and this is why we're in front of you, and you're like, oh dude, if only I had 2 more charges or 1 more charge, I would be able to kill him and also kill this guy, or maybe even get to him in a place where normally I wouldn't be able to. So being short of charges in very heated games does happen. These add-ons help you make sure that that doesn't occur. With the yellow add-on, instead of having to wait 4 seconds for each, you have to wait only 3 seconds.
It's not all bad.
And the brown add-on has a more modest effect, but it's still very decent. These add-ons are never bad. They don't have any downside. They only help you have more of your Chainsaw charges available so that you can spam them a little bit more, use them a bit more liberally, and not have to worry about what's going to happen in the next 10 seconds that could put you in a bad situation if you're not ready. So they're quite nice. And then we've got the depth gauge rake, which is a purple add-on that really transforms the Cannibal.
Oh my fucking God.
Much like the iridescent carburetor tuning guide, it makes your max speed a little bit slower, which is a shame. It also has a large increase on your charge time, like the beast marks and the knife scratches, which is really bad. But it comes with one very unique benefit to it that is really, really massive, and that's that it gives you 1 extra charge, so you can charge up to 4 times. 4 times.
That's crazy.
Even if they're not as fast, instead of 3, this is ridiculous. If you combine the 4 charges with the chilies, you will have the chilies applied to 3 and not just 2 charges. You will recover 4 and not just 3 from the iridescent flash. You will go for a lot longer if you're using the carburetor tuning guide. It is pretty crazy. If you lose all of those tokens, that could be really bad. It will take a long time to get them back. You might want to combine one of these with the add-ons that we just discussed to get your tokens faster. But how does it really work? Do you really honestly
fucking crazy
4 tokens to down someone? The answer is maybe. This add-on is an amplifier of Bubba's strengths, but also an amplifier of his weaknesses. So the strengths of Bubba are that if you do not pre-drop a pallet, he is going to catch you. With this add-on, that is even more true. If you go around the pallet and Bubba's already revving his Chainsaw, and he already starts letting it rip, he will 100% with 4 charges catch him anywhere, unless you have an amazing God window, and that is really, really, really scary. However, there's nothing preventing you from just dropping the pallet and playing it safe. In these situations as a Bubba, you want to get close and use your Chainsaw even faster so that you can get them before they drop the pallet or go through the window. And that's where the charge time increase, the 0.4, is quite unfortunate. So your weaknesses are amplified, but your strengths are also amplified. Overall, as much as I've been trying to test, as much as I've had someone else test these on my behalf and seen their results, it's not a bad add-on, but it's not necessarily amazing either. You would probably be better off with add-ons that have no downside than with this. But if you know how to use it well, you might get some value out of it. That's as far as I know the effect of the depth gauge rake. Next up, we've got the add-ons that have to do with detection and auto reading. The first one is the light chassis, which used to have a penalty, which is removed since the PTV, and it's so good. This add-on is so amazing. If you only want to run one add-on to get good at Bubba without messing with your muscle memory in any way, make it this one. It's just amazing. When you begin to rev your chainsaw, you see survivors around you for 8 meters. 8 meters is not a huge distance, but it's quite good. You literally can walk to a place where you suspect people are hiding, tap your chainsaw button very, very, very briefly, just tap it a little bit, and for like half a second, and you'll see people around you. You can use it to find bodies. How many times have you been trying to pick up a body at Claudette that's landing in the ground and you don't know exactly where she is? Never a problem with this. You just rev your chainsaw a little bit, you find them immediately. So it is a nice anti-stealth and occasionally spotting tool, which is amazing. It helps you in many places where you don't see a survivor. When you rev up your chainsaw, the start is a very, very critical time. It's much like doing an ambush with a pig. Usually you want to go one way and then immediately charge the other, and you know the survivor does a little back and forth, and before they get to the pallet, you hit them right as they're going to drop it. With this add-on, you see them through walls. In loops where normally it is hard to see short survivors, you see them perfectly because you see their aura. This makes that first chainsaw move that you make all the more accurate, and it makes it harder for you to make a mistake, and it makes it harder for the survivor to just start running away without you noticing. It makes everything a lot cleaner. It's pretty self-explanatory, but until you try it for yourself, you might not realize just how good this add-on is. On the other side of the spectrum, we've got the Shop Lubricant, which is a very appalling add-on. It doesn't have any downside, which is nice, but the conditions for it to trigger are really strange, okay? This add-on will trigger the knockout effect on a survivor for 20 seconds. The knockout effect being the fact that they will not be seen by their teammates. By default, when a survivor is on the ground, no matter how they go down on the ground, their teammates will see them as an aura across the map. And they'll also, you know, see the HUD and everything, so they'll know, okay, somebody went down, oh, they're over there, gotcha. With this add-on,
yes,
when it triggers, that survivor will be invisible to their teammates. This is already a contentious issue. If the survivors are on comms, or if the survivors have tools to, you know, to find survivors, they will see them and they will pass on the information. So this is quite terrible. Like, if you're playing against a survivor friend and someone goes down in the middle of the map, if somehow they don't notice, or if it's in a corner of the map or whatever, they're gonna call it out. But let's assume that you're playing against only solo survivors who are all little, little babies who are clueless. If you're down a survivor and there's no one in your terror radius, this add-on triggers and that person will be invisible, which means that you can leave them there. Small problem, your terror radius is 32 meters, so this add-on doesn't happen all the time. Smaller, perhaps bigger problem actually, you do not know if someone is within 20 meters or not, and this add-on doesn't give you any indication that it triggers. So if I down a survivor in the middle of the forest, doesn't mean that this add-on is on. I don't know. I have to guess. Is there anybody nearby? Do I leave him and slug him and they don't see him? Or is there someone next to that tree and I don't know? So immediately what you could try to do is run perks that decrease your terror radius a lot. Monitor wouldn't be good because Monitor actually increases it during chase. So something like Tinkerer, something like Dark Devotion, perks that make you undetectable. And that would make the person that you down invisible to everybody. But, you know, this is easier said than done for the most part. And again, it could be completely useless if the survivors are on comms, but we already know that, so I won't repeat it. You could also run Infectious Fright, and if you're down a survivor and there's no one screaming in your terror radius, that's a pretty good indicator that, hey, there's no one nearby. However, if there's no one nearby, do you really want to slug him? Maybe it would be better to just hook him, but, you know, won't tell you what to do. Also, there could be someone in a locker hiding next to them, and they wouldn't scream from Infectious, but they would be within 20 meters, within your terror radius. So, yeah, like, there is a chance that even with Infectious Fright, this wouldn't work. But anyway, a very weird add-on. If it gives you an indication when it triggers, it would be a nice info. Down a survivor, no one with my terror radius means I can pick him up, no problem. No, we'll have to worry about flashlight saves, for example. But since that's not really a thing that it doesn't really give you any indication. You're always left to guess. And as a result, this add-on is maybe occasionally okay,
God.
but for the most part, completely worthless. Next up, the chainsaw. What are they called? The chains. Yeah, the chains family of add-ons. They're actually quite nice. They don't have any negatives, so that makes them immediately appealing. You can put them on and forget about them, and at the very least, they'll help you a little bit. The first one is probably the best one. I think it's the Grizzly Chains. These inflict 90 seconds of broken. Now, broken by itself is not amazing. Having a perk or an add-on that inflicts broken on someone that you injured is not, like, crazy good. Many times when survivors are broken, they do not get, they don't bother to heal, and instead they just do gens, which ends up hurting you. But the fact that it happens when you insta-down them, and the fact that it happens when you use your power naturally, and for that long of a time, it actually does have many implications. If you down a survivor, in 99% of scenarios, you will be picking them up immediately and putting them on the hook. And because a hook stage is 60 seconds, again, in most scenarios, they will be rescued with a lot of time left of that status effect. So for the most part, when you have a survivor on the hook and they get rescued, they will have 20, 30, 40, maybe 1 whole minute left of broken status effect. This helps in many, 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 many ways. If a survivor that goes for the rescue will make it to heal them fast,
not
they
even
do not get to
halfway.
use will make
That's
it.
how much is
If
left.
they have a really strong medkit and they wanted to use it on that
dude.
survivor to get them
Not
out
even halfway.
of the hell state,
So
to put
don't
them
freaking worry
to put them in a more
your little head
comfortable
about
position,
it,
they do not
Franco.
get to use the medkit. If the survivor himself or someone else has adrenaline, they do not come out of the hook with adrenaline, and it will just be missed, which is great. If the survivor has an insta heal, one of the let's say the anti-hemorrhagic syringe, which would heal them over time, or the purple styptic agent, I think it's called, which would give them endurance. Because they are broken, medkits cannot be used on them, period. So any one of those tricks will just not work with this. This will also, I think, if you're broken already, it also helps against other perks like Second Wind, which are not very popular. But still, all of those things for an add-on that has no downsides, it's not bad. And if on top of this you have perks like Thanaphobia, stealth perks that let you get close to survivors who might be vulnerable, all these perks that really let you take advantage of survivors being injured, you have a win-win, honestly. I think it's quite good. That being said, sometimes when you down survivors and you put them in the broken, don't be surprised if they do gens more and that ends up hurting you. Next up, we've got the add-on that makes survivors drop items when you hit them with your chainsaw. Again, this happens very naturally. You hit a survivor, you put them elsewhere. If they had a key, now they have to go get back. That key doesn't disappear or nothing happens. It doesn't lose charges or anything. But it is quite a nuisance and it is quite good. Again, if they have a very, very important item that they want to keep and you down them and you take them elsewhere, when they get unhooked, they won't be able to use it immediately. And it will waste their time considerably, and it is a bit of a nuisance for survivors. I think it's pretty good. If you hit a survivor who has borrowed time and they wanted to get away, then heal with their medkit, well, they've lost it, so they need to go back. It helps in a number of situations. It is not an effective tool to counter items in general, but it will annoy survivors and waste a considerable amount of their time. The next add-on is the one that makes them mangled for 90 seconds. This is pretty nice. It has the same benefits as the previous one. It lasts for just as long, so they're gonna deal with it just as often. Problem with mangled is that it doesn't stop insta heals such as inner strength. Inner strength will heal you no matter what in the allotted time. Mangled will not really change that, which is a shame. Adrenaline will not be prevented. Other medkits that are really strong or strong add-ons will not be prevented. If survivors really want to, they can heal through mangled. It just slows them down a couple seconds. So it is nice, but it's not amazing. It does help a little bit if there's multiple survivors on hooking and you hit multiple of them and they have borrowed time and you don't down them for whatever reason. Now they have to mend, they have to heal with mangled. It is quite good, but ultimately not very impactful by itself and doesn't have the nice benefits that broken status effect has. If survivors have self-care or some very slow methods of healing and they try to heal through this, though, you will be living the dream. Next up, the add-ons that affect his cooldown on his tantrum. It's really strange. The first one is the vegetable oil. The cannibal has 2 different cooldowns. When he misses a chainsaw and doesn't hit anything, he just ends up hitting the air, he'll go whoop, and it will only be 1.5 seconds. But when you hit successfully hit a survivor with your chainsaw, it actually takes 2 seconds. Well, with the brown add-on, the vegetable oil, this will actually be a little bit shorter, almost as if you were doing the normal cooldown when you hit the air. it's pretty nice. I have a video on the topic if you want to check it out. If survivors are stacking up like idiots and you have the scenarios where you down a survivor and immediately go for someone else, that half a second less of cooldown is not bad. In fact, picking up a survivor half a second earlier every time you down them is also not bad either. It means that survivors have less time to go for a pallet save or a flashlight save, etc, etc, etc. This add-on is almost never bad. Almost never really, it's actually never bad. And it's almost always a little bit useful, sometimes can come in clutch even. A shame that it doesn't do much else, but for a brown, you get a great value. Next up, we've got the add-ons that reduce your tantrum. The tantrum occurs when two things happen. Either you hit a wall accidentally, you bump into something, or you rev your chainsaw for so long that it automatically triggers it. If you're trying to like face camp someone with a chainsaw up, this will happen after a few seconds. Even if you're a good bubba, this will still happen. Sometimes when you try to go for those really tight chainsaws, or even when you hit someone through a window and you purposefully do it, you do go into tantrum at least a couple times a match, I would say, on average. So it's not bad to reduce the time. However, the time is so large, 5 seconds, that reducing half a second is really not amazing. For their rarity, these add-ons are not horrible, but honestly, you put them on if you've got nothing better. They're filler add-ons. They won't really help you catch up to survivors. You stand basically perfectly still when you're in tantrum. So 4.5 seconds or 5 seconds of standing still almost makes no difference. Usually that's when a survivor's out of the underground and you hit them, or when the survivor's running away, and trust me, it's not gonna help you catch up much quicker.
To say the least.
Unfortunately, since it only happens every now and again. Not amazing add-ons, but they don't have any downside, so use them if you want to. Next up, we've got the inexplicable add-ons that increase the rev limit before you go in tantrum. The rev limit is a bit like the overheating of Bubba. You have your chainsaw up.
Yes.
You charge it in 2 seconds. Okay, keep this in mind. You charge it in 2 seconds. And unlike Hillbilly, you almost never really fake it or charge it midway and then stop or anything like that. You know, there's almost no room for mind games of that sort, I would say. So you charge it in 2 seconds. But if for whatever ungodly reason you take not 2 but 5 seconds, if you somehow let the bar go up and down several times, and you do that for 5 seconds, you will go into tantrum, and that of course is bad. And these add-ons help you in the very noble cause of not doing that. If you use the long guide bar or if you use the grease, you'll be 1 and 2 seconds on top of the limit, so it will be 5 plus 1 or 5 plus 2 or both. So you'll be able to wrap your chainsaw in someone's face for longer. Now, why would you ever need to do this? I do not know.
He's like losing his mind.
I cannot comprehend. I'm gonna cut myself now and just move on to the next killer, because if I talk for 5 more minutes, I will offend somebody at Behavior HQ. And I would hate to do that, because I know they did a really good job with the rest of his add-ons, and it is completely fine. But oh my god, this is so bad.
He's going crazy.
The final add-on is another brown. It's the same as Billy. It's the speed limiter. It makes his chainsaw not insta down. It's not as bad as some Billy, because you can actually hit them once and then hit them with the next chainsaw hit. So if you put this together with the Eerie Flash, you can hit survivors multiple times. There's a few memes that you can achieve with this, and it's quite fun. However, as you can imagine, other than the stupid BP that doesn't really even matter because you don't go over the cap, it doesn't give you more actual blood points really. You get the same limit of 8,000 deviousness. Other than the BP limit stuff, this gives absolutely no benefit. It's a meme add-on, so it is completely garbage. Let's move on to the next killer.
I wish I could stand up and fucking eat something, but I can't.
Freddy Krueger the Nightmare. And he's a very, very strong killer. Many of you, I'm sure, are aware of these statistics that place him as the deadliest killer in the roster. Is it because he's the strongest killer? I don't think so. But he has a combination of very, very strong base kit and also very simple to use.
Not halfway yet.
He's not hard, mechanically hard like
I'm not halfway yet.
Like the Nurse. He doesn't require some nuance and mind games, I guess, like the Spirit. He's just a lot more straightforward, and that makes him very, very strong. You would think that his items help a lot, but they really don't. His items are, for the most part, hot garbage, with a few of them here and there being actually quite strong and impactful. We're gonna get through them. We'll talk about the ultra rares. They both have a similar effect. The red paintbrush makes all survivors start asleep. Normally, survivors fall asleep by themselves every 60 seconds if they're awake, or every 90 seconds if they woke up via the clock. But at the start of the game, it's going to be 60 seconds. During those 60 seconds, a lot can be achieved. If you're kind of slow, a survivor could do a gen with a toolbox, or maybe 2 survivors could do a gen together. A survivor could be cleansing your ruin or your totems or opening chests, and then the survivor that you're chasing, while they imagine the 4th survivor that you just found, they can just loop you around while they're awake, because neither of your powers, the pallets or the snares, works while survivors are asleep. So arguably, Freddy's main weakness is the first 60 seconds of the game. And it used to be like this. It's even more now without ruin to back you up. Once you get it down, and once you get people are asleep, you can get into the groove of, you know, slowing them down, hitting them, and using Pop Goes the Weasel and teleporting, using barbecue when you hook someone. You can get into that motion that sets everything makes everything fall into place and eventually wins you the game. Until you get there, those 60 seconds can be a bit rough. This add-on completely negates that. Completely negates it. Survivors all start asleep. If you find a survivor, you don't even need to hit them early. You can just immediately hit them or not hit them and start using your snares right from the get-go. You're gonna have to forgive me. I think talking for so long without a pause is making my throat a little bit rough.
It's okay. It's okay.
Back to it. So this add-on drops them of their first 60 seconds. It also means that any other add-on that you have that affects sleeping survivors immediately begins to work. So if you have the ropes that we'll see in a minute that slow down survivors, the ropes combined with this are pretty gross. They will always get slowed down at the start. They will get slowed down from the very beginning. And because they cannot wake up with skill checks, they will be asleep for the overwhelming duration of the game. The only way they'll wake up is if they go get their clocks, which they rarely go out of their way to do, and only if you hook them. When you hook them, they wake up. And then they can wake themselves up a bit, but you know, that doesn't last very much. Once they wake up a couple times, the waking up process takes a long ass time, and they don't do anymore. So this basically makes it so that survivors will constantly be asleep, and will be asleep much earlier on in the game, which pairs well with your abilities and pairs well with other add-ons. So this is easily his best add-on. Also, the fact that survivors are asleep at the start means that your first teleport will reset a lot faster. We'll talk about that in a minute, but Freddy has the dream projection ability that allows him to teleport to generators. Whether you use it or fake it, you're gonna lose some of that progress, and you get that progress back quicker the more survivors are asleep. When survivors are all asleep at the start and are asleep more throughout the game, you get the power quicker and quicker and quicker and quicker, which obviously helps a lot with your mobility and the pressure that you can exert on survivors across the map. The next add-on is the black box. It has a similar effect. It makes one survivor not be able to... He starts asleep and he cannot ever wake up. Skill checks, clocks, other people waking him up, none of them work. They will always be asleep. If someone decisives you or you change your obsession, the new obsession will get the effect as well, by the way, if you're curious. This makes it so that you have a guy that can never wake up, that will always be an easy target to bully, that will always be giving you the bonus to the teleport recovery, and it's pretty nasty. It's pretty nasty. It's not as nasty as the other one, but it's pretty unfair add-on, and it's definitely a good one that you can pair with other people. And the fact that they won't be able to wake up means that you can... that person, if they have borrowed time, they don't have a perk. They just don't have a perk. They're always asleep. They can't use borrowed time because they're always asleep. If that person comes out of a hook, they're going to immediately be asleep again, which means that you can bully them off a hook, and if they have borrowed time from someone else, so what? They're asleep. Now you can use snares to slow them down and hit them. It's a pretty nasty one.
Anymore.
And as you will see, many of these these add-ons are strong because they can be paired with some of these. These are the chain family of add-ons. These apply a debuff to repair, sabotaging, and healing. Repair, everyone has to repair. Healing will have to happen, and sabotage happens more now than before, I guess, but not very significant. It's usually the repairing and the healing debuffs that are significant. These add-ons used to be insanely fucking strong, and I mean insanely strong. Luckily, they were nerfed, and now the numbers are pretty laughable, but they can still add up quite a bit. The first one are the swing chains. This gives a debuff to everyone, for every one person asleep. So if there's 2 survivors asleep, this works like Thanatophobia. Everyone, including the ones that wake, gets a -2 for each. So a -4 across the board. -4 you might think is not very much. Trust me, when you're running Freddy with Surge, with Pop, with Thana, with whatever, those little percentages really add up. And they make the difference between you teleporting and popping a gen, and between them finishing the gen 3 seconds earlier, or 4 or 5 seconds earlier. It's really nasty. They can't really do anything right. If they heal, they waste time. If they don't, you know, it's gonna hurt them no matter what they do. The swing chains are pretty nasty. By themselves, they're not that great, but when you pair them with the paintbrush and so on, they begin to really mess you up. And when you pair them with other slowdown perks, the green jump rope gives a -4%. Again, this is not great. It only works on asleep survivors. This pairs well with the paintbrush, or if you can just keep the pressure up, and it makes everything a little bit nastier. If you have this with sloppy and stuff, it can be noticeable. The outdoor rope, the yellow one, -2%. I think it's in territory where it's not that good. If you want to stack it with the other ropes, that's fine. By itself, these days, not that great, not that strong. Remember, survivors can wake up and completely, if they wake up with clogs or failing skill check, these action speeds don't work. So that means that at the start of the game, these add-ons do very little, unless you have the other ones that we mentioned. They only help you a little bit later when you have people falling asleep passively, and you can make them fall asleep by hitting them yourself and making them fall asleep directly.
Oh my God.
So that's something you have to keep in mind. Next up, we have the Drawin family of add-ons. There's another Drawin to this, but it's a bit unique. We'll cover it later. These used to be my favorite add-ons for all Freddy. Now they do something very different. As I mentioned, Freddy can teleport every 45 seconds by default, and use his projection. This goes down very significantly with each survivor asleep. I don't have the exact number, but on the top of my head, it goes down quite significantly. I believe it is, yeah, I think I remember. It's 15% recovery quicker for every asleep survivor, meaning that if everybody's asleep, you can recover 60% faster, and 60% of 45 is roughly at 20 seconds or so. So that's pretty good. That's really, really good. Teleporting every 20 seconds anywhere, it's really fucking insane. These add-ons help make that bonus per asleep survivor a little bit stronger. Again, these don't help at all at the start of the game when everybody's awake, and they don't help at all if somehow survivors stay awake throughout the game, which, you know, is not realistic, but this is a -3 cooldown and -2 cooldown for each, and this translates what the add-on does itself. It translates to from anywhere to 1.35 seconds to 5.4, and anywhere from 0.9 to 3.6. So think about that. As long as there's at least one asleep survivor, assuming that they're not all awake, which would be weird, as long as there's one asleep survivor, you're gonna get anywhere between 1.35 or 0.9 up to 5.4 or 3.6 if they're all asleep. So this can also be put together. These add-ons are actually quite decent. If you're the kind of Freddy that's going to be teleporting and popping and teleporting and using make your choice and teleporting and faking it, these add-ons make a very significant difference. Of course, it's really, really hard to gauge just how quickly you get it, because it's a number that keeps changing based on how many of them are asleep. But as you can see, it will save you anywhere. I don't know. If we assume that the average survivor, amount of survivors asleep is going to be 2 across the game, it will save you anywhere between, you know,
Jesus Christ, dude, this
2-3 seconds. Yeah, 2-3 seconds
then
on a cooldown. That's not bad. It's not terrible. It's just not that impactful either, but it's a really good thing. It also allows you to fake your teleports and get them a little bit quicker as well. Next up, we've got the add-ons that transform the way his teleporting works or affect his visibility. In case you don't know, Freddy is a strange cookie. When he is further than 32 meters, he's completely invisible. I'm talking to awake survivors. Asleep survivors, he's a normal killer, right? But awake survivors, they don't see him at all past 32 meters. He's completely invisible. From 32 meters to 24, you can see glances of him that go on and off on a static. It's not random. It's like a static on and off rate. And that's like 1 or 2 seconds. I don't remember exactly, but it goes on and off. And basically, this means that when he enters the 32 meters, you're going to see him, you're going to stop seeing him, you're going to see him, you're going to stop seeing him. And then when he is closer than 24 meters, you're going to see him all the time. And of course, if you're awake, if you're asleep, you will see him constantly, no matter the distance. What does this pill bottle do? It reduces these 32 to 24 to 24 to 12, which is pretty good. If you have a survivor in the open doing a generator, they can see you only from 24 meters. And those 8 meters is like, at Freddy's speed, it's like they see you. If they were completely deaf, let's assume that for the sake of this, they are completely functionally deaf.
Dude, that shit
and they're
was
only
so
looking
funny.
at the screen.
I want old Freddy back.
They will see you
At
roughly
least bring, like,
1.7 seconds later.
That would be so fun. I miss old Freddy so bad.
1.7 seconds later. That's not bad.
It's so much more fun.
And then they will start seeing you intermittently for those 12
playing.
remaining meters. Until you approach the 12 meters, and at that point they see you again. What's the problem? Why do you have to assume that they're deaf? Because your terror radius when they're awake is 32 meters. So it doesn't matter that they can't see you, because between those 32 and 24 meters with this add-on, they're still going to hear your terror radius, and they're still going to look around, and they're still going to see you and react in time. If they don't see you, then because there's walls, then this add-on does absolutely nothing. And obviously, when they are asleep, they hear your lullaby, and the lullaby is fixed at 32 meters, I believe. So it doesn't matter. Like this add-on does absolutely nothing when they're asleep. But what's the other effect that this has? If a survivor is awake and you're carrying a survivor, you are invisible. That means that if you're carrying a survivor and you prance and you dance around the middle of the map, they're gonna see a random Dwight just like wiggle off in the middle of the map, which is fucking hilarious, by the way. Why does this help with anything? Yes, it helps against flashlight saves. It's actually quite fucking difficult to get a flashlight save on a Freddy when he picks up a survivor while he's invisible with this add-on. So yeah, if you're up against a survivor, that's kind of good, but maybe not the absolute fucking best. He will have probably a really hard time telling where the fuck you're facing and timing his flashlight save. So that can help. However, there is a caveat.
Bring the bang
if the survivor is asleep, which is very probable if they're just waiting around waiting for a flashlight save, they see you regardless. So this add-on again only works when they're awake. So yeah, when they're awake they see you from less, but when they're asleep the lullaby is the same and they can see you when you pick up a survivor just fine. I don't think this add-on explains this, but yeah, this add-on only works when they're awake. When they're awake. When they're asleep, it doesn't work. You could theoretically run monitor and abuse so that your terror radius is reduced to 24 meters, so that the distance from where they can see you and the distance from where they begin to hear you is the same, and you would be a stealthy kind of Freddy, which sounds really cool, but in practice doesn't really work that much. Plus, when they fall asleep, both your perk monitor and both your add-on, the pill bottle, will both not work because the lullaby is a fixed distance. So yeah, don't do that. Not worth it. Next, the class photo. This used to be one of the strongest, if not the strongest, add-ons from all Freddy, and my god, it's come a long way down, hasn't it? The class photo makes it so that when you teleport to a generator, instead of having a husk of Freddy that appears from the ground, there's no husk. There's only blood spewing from the generator, and this happens to all generators, not just the one you teleport to. That means that if you teleport to a generator, any survivor working on any generator on the map or looking at them or being nearby, they're gonna look at it and they're not gonna know whether you're teleporting there or you're teleporting elsewhere. They're not gonna know unless they make a good guess. And if they're working on the gen, there's a really good chance that they're gonna be like, oh shit, and they'll run away and they'll get scared for like a second. When you finish the teleporting, you will appear on the correct generator that you teleported to, and then the blood will stop spewing on the other ones. So they'll be like, oh, okay, I guess it's not here. What is the big problem with this add-on? It doesn't let you cancel your teleports. Canceling your teleports is an extremely useful tool for Freddy. It's the same as canceling your chansos with Billy. Sometimes you bring up your chanso just to make the survivor think one thing and then you do another. Many times as Freddy, you can... there's a survivor next to a generator, next to a pallet. You fake the teleport on the survivor. He goes away from the generator and right into your fucking arms because he doesn't expect you coming because he's asleep and didn't even hear your terror radius or whatever. This happens so frequently. This is such a good thing that you can do with Freddy.
4 hours.
You can sometimes fake a teleport, Survivor lets go of it, you pick someone up, and you seal the generator with Deathman Switch, or more frequently with Thrilling Tremors. You can see discordance pop up, fake a teleport, and not do anything, just make them waste time. Faking teleports is a super fucking basic thing to do with Freddy, and this doesn't straight up allow you to do that, because anytime you teleport to something, you cannot cancel it. So that is very crippling. I can see how this add-on could work in some very gimmicky builds, but this is pretty bad otherwise, based just on that one downside.
I just realized
next up, we're gonna have the cube.
Has like a spelling line
the block family of add-ons. We have the unicorn block and the ship block first.
That's crazy.
These add-ons inflict blindness, and you guys have heard me, complain about blindness being useless before, and it is still very useless. If you have pallets, these add-ons are downright worthless. But, however, there's one application where they actually excel. Freddy's one of his very few weaknesses is Object of Obsession. Object of Obsession users become oblivious when they're asleep, obviously. And what this means is that they have no terror radius. This means that if you're chasing them, because they don't have a terror radius, they can use Object, a perk that allows them to see your aura at any distance through walls. So while you're chasing them, they see exactly where you are. They basically have wall hackers against you. That is really shitty. Even if you slow them down against good survivors before they're, before you get the first hit or whatever, it can be quite tricky to get to them, right? This add-on helps a lot with that. If you manage to blind them for 60 or 30 seconds even, if they're asleep, obviously if they're awake they can't use Object against you in close quarters, but if they're asleep, you will be able to see them, they will not be able to see you, and that is brilliant. If you anticipate that someone is going to run Object of Obsession, or let's say that you're super confident Freddy and the only thing that scares you is an Object of Obsession in a survivor friend's body, you can bring one of these add-ons together with something else, and you have a perfectly fine, perfectly good killer with one of his weaknesses covered. That is the only reason you would bring blindness on this killer. Other than that, blindness is pretty useless. You can use it against Object to deny them of that. If you see maps, you could. There's a few niche applications. Other than the Object counter, these add-ons are quite worthless. Then we have the Z block and the Cap block. They both apply hemorrhage for 60 seconds. The Cap block applies it if you're injured, and the Z block applies it even if you're healthy, which is
Never really ran it.
I have a book somewhere with a reason why this add-on is really good. One second. I was joking. That book doesn't exist. This fucking add-on is fucking trash. Force hemorrhage is stupid. Normally a survivor is asleep because you just hit them, so they're already bleeding.
If fucking funny,
asleep and healthy.
Fucking funny. That joke cost me 10 seconds.
It's worthless. If they step on a snare, you're probably already gonna hit them if they're not hit already. Seeing their blood fall a little bit more frequently, it's just trash. Don't use these add-ons. They're better than nothing, but they're really bad. Next up, we have the dress family of add-ons. We got the blue dress, I think it's called, which is a green. The green dress, which is a yellow, and the kid's shirt or something like that, which is a brown. These add-ons are quite curious. Anytime they miss a skill check while they're asleep, which wakes them up normally, unless you have the paintbrush, they will have a +4 penalty. Normally, when they miss a skill check, they lose 10% of whatever they're doing. 10% of healing gone, 10% of a generator gone. With this, it could be 14%. And if you have other perks like Lullaby, it could be 6%. So they could lose 20, which sounds really cool until you realize that if they miss a lot of skill checks, they're going to be awake. And if they're going to be awake, this add-on does absolutely nothing. The dresses have an increasing auto read as well. The yellow one with 3 and the green one with 4. So that if they miss a skill check, you also see their aura. Yeah. Of course, if they miss a skill check, you're gonna hear the skill check. So you don't need to see their aura. The aura of missed skill check is probably from people far away. You don't need to see the exact aura when you already know that someone missed a skill check over there. These add-ons are pretty fucking worthless. You could bring them on an impossible skill check build, maybe with a paintbrush, so that if they fail skill checks, they don't necessarily wake up. But those are hard to make on a killer that doesn't have a terror radius to use a nerving with, because the terror radius goes away when you have people. They're pretty bad. They're pretty bad. This is what they do, and it's not much. And that leaves us with the useless atoms.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah. You have to cover those.
Here we have all the pallet atoms. These are all the atoms that change your power from snares, which is the default, to the pallets. Now the pallets are pretty fun. It's extremely satisfying to chase a Claudette around the pallet 3 times. She drops it and you whack her because it was a fake pallet. It's very, very fun. However, it's not good at all. It is a map dependent power. Some maps, they have pallets everywhere, filling every single spot. So every pallet is out of the air, like Orman. And in those maps, you cannot place any more pallets that are fake. People are going to be awake, they're not going to see them. When they fall asleep, all the pallets are going to be real, and your power will only come into play when you've already dropped like 1,000,000 pallets during a chase. Other maps, you can put a few fake ones, but guess what? People can wake up, people can be in comms, and this doesn't really help you at the start, or if the survivors are really smart. Some survivors, they just take a hit and they just run away without even dropping pallets, or maybe they just run through the 1 or 2 good windows. They're not going to help you very much. If you are thinking that pallets or snares are better, and you're wondering, play a few yourself, you'll realize if you learn how to use snares, you'll see just how pathetic pallets are. Of course, it's better to use the better version of the add-on because it gives you auto reading. Sometimes if you hit a survivor or a pallet and they're healthy, that 6 seconds of auto reading can help you out a bit. And if someone's being a nuisance and he's dropping all the fake pallets, you can see where they are, and maybe you can fake a teleport or something, or teleport there and get them. So the auto reading is okay-ish, better than nothing, but overall this pallet add-ons are quite bad. And then we have the Kids Drawin. The Kids Drawin is another meme BP add-on that is supposed to... It gives you a shitload of points, but guess what? You ought to get a shitload of points as Freddy. He's probably the best point farmer in the game, actually, in my opinion. You don't need this to get more points. It also doesn't increase your points at the end of the game. It just makes you reach the max quicker, which you could already do easily. What does this do? It makes your hindrance of your... The hindrance of your snares, it makes it go from 15, which is very significant, to 5, which is barely an inconvenience. Survivors can step on your snares, slow down a bit. They can still fastball. They can still do anything
We're almost at 4 hours.
It's not good. It's not good at all. Don't ever bring it. There's no reason unless you want to challenge yourself. And that's all the add-ons for Freddy. Next up, we have Pig.
Dude, you're fucking insane.
No,
dude.
Amanda's add-ons are really interesting. As you can see, they're all over the place.
Super interesting.
We're gonna get with her simplest one.
Please tell me
the last
all about
will.
it.
This add-on gives you an extra reverse
All
bird trap.
about it.
The reverse bird trap is Amanda's main power, or her secondary power, depending on how you want to see it, and it's her main source of stalling. What this means is that you're gonna use this power to slow down the progress of survivors, and sometimes at the end of the game force them to stay in the game if they have an active trap and so on. And this just gives you an extra one. You usually start with 4. This gives you a 5th. Sometimes your bird traps can keep survivors busy for 30 seconds. Sometimes they can keep them busy for 3 minutes. And whichever one of those 2 is, whether it's little or long, this gives you another shot at slowing down survivors. The only reason this wouldn't help you is if you're a really, really, really struggling killer and can't even down a few people. So you don't even have time to put them in. As long as you can do that, which I bet you can, this add-on will always help you, will always be useful, will always add to the stall, and will always buy you time. And because it's just so good, especially for a yellow, it's definitely her best add-on. Not much else to say about that. You will see how dangerous some of these bird traps can get in just a minute. Next up, we're going to focus on the combat-oriented add-ons. First of all, we got the combat straps. These add-ons used to be insanely good on her. They reduce your crouching speed by a lot. Now her crouching speed is better overall. She doesn't need this add-on to shine as much. It's still, though, one of her best add-ons. Crouching takes a second to crouch and a second to uncrouch. This, if you do both, will save you 0.6 seconds. Why would you do both? Sometimes it's a good idea to crouch, and then when you anticipate that the survivor is going to run away, you uncrouch and you catch them going to the next loop. Sometimes it's a good idea to crouch and fake a roar and then get up and get them. Sometimes you just want to crouch and get the hit, and this will, give you 0.3 quicker head start on doing that. This allows you to prepare your power at loops much quicker, will help you across the board if you're a very combat heavy pick, which I think is something that you must do if you want to play the pick well. These are just like playing big with this on and off is day and night. I recommend you try it out to see it. It doesn't say it though, but it does help you as well as you get up. If you ambush, you have the other add-ons that we're gonna get to in a second. But if you get up and you get up, even though it doesn't say in the description, it does also shave 0.3 seconds. Next up, we have the videotape and the John's medical file. And as you'll see, the videotape is a combination of the next two add-ons. The most significant thing this add-on will do for you is reduce the charge. The charge takes about 0.75 seconds, and this can reduce it by half. If you use this and John's medical file, the charge is pretty much instant. By the way, I just realized there's an add-on that we didn't talk about in the Wraith.
It's called you Pig.
I need to get to that.
Piggy. Killer. Piggy.
Wow, I just had a severe lapse. I just had a severe realization now. Do forgive me. We'll continue, and I'll probably comment on that in a little addendum at the end or something. Don't mind me. Because I realized I wanted to talk about this earlier, but
addendum you add is time out of my life.
Next up, we have John's medical file. They reduce both by half. If you use them together, there's barely a charge up. It happens super quickly.
4 hours.
And there's also a small cooldown for missed attacks. If you use your ambush often, and you should, this cooldown of 0.4 seconds is actually quite significant. And after testing it myself, I can see how it can help you sometimes get the hit at the next pallet or the next window after the survivor is running away from you. It makes you be able to use your ambush very, very ambitiously, either hit or miss and still be totally fine. If you don't use this, if you don't use this add-on, the cooldown that you go through is actually quite long. It's 2 seconds, and the worst part is that it begins after your miss animation. So you miss. And then the 2 seconds begin and you're slowed down for the duration of that. This helped quite a bit only in those situations. Unfortunately, you know, in some games, using your ambush is going to be hard enough. And you'll be lucky if you get a miss or even a hit. And in those really, really hard games where you don't get a chance to
halfway.
Some of these items don't shine as much, but let's be honest, in those games you will have a hard time in general as a pig. Next up we have the
fucking halfway, boys.
Alright, this picture wasn't updated.
Oh my God.
I think I see the problem now. I'll have to fill you in with some of the information that I couldn't update here. Yeah, it's not updated. Give me a second. So we're going to talk about the add-ons that affect her jigsaw searches. The first one is the tamper timer. This add-on is pretty brilliant because it doesn't give the survivors a warning that you have it.
That's it.
And they might realize it when they're halfway there and it's a little bit too late. Normally when you place a trap on a survivor, the trap is inactive.
Only halfway.
Nothing happens until a generator is repaired. When a generator is inevitably repaired in the distance, the timer will begin. And as you can see, in 2 minutes 30 seconds, that person will die. And that's the time that they have to take that thing off of their head. Normally 2 minutes 30 seconds is plenty of time, especially if they begin to search before a generator gets completed. However, if this happens, that's actually a pretty good sign. If a survivor is searching jigsaw boxes and a generator is not completed, that usually means that you probably are keeping everybody busy, or better yet, you're using pop on all the gens and you're keeping them all regressed. So that was really, really good. In the chance that that gens don't get done, this add-on will do nothing. If they remove it on their first attempt without the thing ever activating, obviously this add-on will do absolutely nothing. And this is why I personally thought that this add-on is honestly quite bad. I have since, however, realized the error of my ways. So what exactly did I miss with this add-on? This add-on reduces the time by 30 seconds, which doesn't seem like a lot, but it actually is. With a combination of this add-on with some of the other ones that we're about to see, makes it actually impossible to search all 5 or 4 boxes in time if you are on an average map. Assuming that you do it nearly perfectly, you don't have physical time to get the last search off. And as we'll see in a second, we'll talk about statistics and chances. There is roughly a 1 in 4, 1 in 5 chance that this will happen. So this add-on, again, combined with some of the ones that we'll see in a second, basically gives you a 1 in 5, 1 in 4, 1 in 6, whatever you want to call it, that every fucking trap you place that gets active at the right time will fucking straight up kill a survivor, or at least keep them out of the game very desperately for a good minute if they're unlucky. That is pretty nutty. Josh, a good friend of mine, Scorpion's very good pick player. She actually invited me in a private game and to demonstrate this, and with that. We did a couple tests, and yes, there's basically a chance that you will just not. I was going from box to box without wasting any time, and if you make it to the last one, you will die. And the next add-ons, as we said, will help in that. We have the crate of gears, the next one, and also the bag of gears down below. These add-ons increase your search time per jigsaw search. The crate of gears is a very significant effect, 3.5 seconds of top of the usual 12, bringing it up to 15.5, which is pretty nasty. And the other one is 1.6. Also, even though I fixed the graphic, I'm afraid it didn't update. These add-ons also help you place the bear trap quicker. If you're down a survivor and you're placing the bear trap, if they finish a generator in that time, don't worry. Even if it's during the animation, it's still gonna be active. They fixed that. But that animation takes 3.3 seconds, I believe, and the crate of gears reduces it by 50%. So it's like half, and the bag of gears down below reduces it by a third. So it makes you a little bit quicker at doing that. If you're running Infectious Fright and you want to down someone and quickly put a trap on them and then go for someone else, this helps. If you have barbecue on pop and you need those extra seconds, this little bit of thing, this helps. If you place 4 bear traps, that's 4 seconds possibly that you could save. Things like that. It's not bad. That secondary effect is not bad at all. It helps you when you need it. But the really significant thing is how this time adds up. If you search one box, you will only be slowed down by 3.5 seconds, which is not bad. It's not bad at all. But if you search through, that's 7. If you search 3, it's 10.5. It's starting to really get up there. And when you realize that they might have to search 4 boxes, each of them taking 15 seconds, with the travel time in between, with the little bit of time they might need to heal, it begins to get really nasty when you pair this with the tamper timer. So this is actually one of her better add-ons. The effect again is a little bit variable, but it's always going to be there. It's just going to be more pronounced the more searches, the more unlucky they are. On average, you'll have survivors will take 2 or so searches, so you'll get some good value out of this add-on. It will slow down survivors more, and this slowdown will be inevitable. If you have like something like mangled effect, people could heal with with adrenaline, with inner strength, which would bypass this slowdown. This is pretty much unbypassable, which is great. Next up, we have the plan and the sketch. These add-ons are actually quite interesting as well. They increase the amount of jigsaw boxes that appear in the game. So instead of having to search through 4 until you get the right one, with one of them you have to search through 5, and with 2 of them you have to search through 6. I have been told by someone who knows about statistics that the difference between 5 and 6 is not as significant as the one between 4 and 5. And the fact that one of them extends the timer, I think adds to this. So you don't really want to bring 2 of these. You only want to bring 1, and either use something else or or bring a combat add-on. And this will make it so that instead of having a 25% chance, they have a 20% chance. And instead of, if they're very unlucky, having to search 4 boxes, they might have to search 5. The 20 seconds with the green sketch is actually a bad thing. It gives them more time.
We are now officially.
But still, if you don't care about people dying on the searches and you just want to waste their time, this add-on is adequate. And if you bring the annotated plan, which is +1 box with no downside, this is actually pretty dirty. If you bring this with the timer, they will not have time to search the 5th one. Pretty much on any map, they will just not have time. So you have a very good chance of killing them. If you are very unlucky and everybody gets their search off on their first attempt, then this add-on does absolutely nothing, but that's very unlikely. As long as they give you 1 or 2 more extra searches, this add-on is pretty good. After comparing them with the Crate of Gears, I've found that the Crate of Gears is a little bit more reliable, a little bit more consistent, but they're gonna buy you roughly the same amount of time. And that's all I had to say about these jigsaw delaying add-ons. Next up, we have the add-ons that significantly change auras and how you operate. The first one and my favorite is Amanda's Secret. Now, Amanda's Secret is an add-on that many people overlook that I think is very powerful if you are the kind of killer that focuses on the main mainly focuses on the stages of the game. If you're a combat pig that just wants to roar and do ambushes, then use some of the other ones. If you want to have people die to bear traps, then focus on the delaying ones. If you're a killer that likes to keep a track of which survivor is on his first hook, which one's on his second, and you should kill, and you want to be very, very efficient with your targeting, this is the add-on for you. The add-on has a pretty big downside. It removes the auras of jigsaw boxes for you. This means that you will not see the highlighted white arrows of every box in the game. You're not going to be able to immediately tell, oh, this survivor was here. I see his aura with barbecue and chili. He's coming here. He's going to go here. This information is removed from you. You will need to pay a lot of attention and make up for it by looking at the bird traps as you go around the map. By looking at the jigsaw boxes as you go around the map. And, you know, having memory and remembering. But what does it give you in return? It gives you the ability to see the person that removes a bear trap and see their aura. Now, this is very good for one reason. This doesn't give the survivor any warning, and it's also pretty much inescapable. A survivor needs to remove their jigsaw. There's no way around. They need to remove it. And that means that you are guaranteed to see them when they remove it. If you pair this with the mangle add-on that we'll see in a minute, or if you put pressure on survivors so they don't heal, when survivors remove their box, they will often be injured, and they'll begin to self-care or use their medkit. This will tell you, this person is here healing, this person's here going into a corner to heal, this person's going to do this gen to help, go after them. The really nice thing is that as a killer, one of your first priorities is that you want to get a player out of the game as soon as possible, right? Handling 3 survivors is very easy. You down a survivor, go chase another. Now the third one has to come help the first one. Everybody's busy. No progress is being done, assuming there's no unbreakable. With 4 survivors, it's a lot harder. You down a survivor, you chase another, and there's still 2 guys doing gens. And even if one of them has to come, the 4th guy's popping gens in the distance. Getting a survivor out of the game is just so fucking crucial. What this add-on can do for you is let you know when you should tunnel someone. Because the pig has this very unintuitive thing to her power. You don't want to chase people who have a reverse bear trap on their head. People that have a reverse bear trap on their head, they have to take it off. They are wasting time. So you have this contradiction of, on one hand, you want to tunnel people and go after them and repeatedly kill them as quickly as possible, so get them out of the game, so you can get them out of the game. But at the same time, you want them to waste as much time as humanly possible, so that you can focus on other people and slow down gens and then kill them quickly again when they become a threat. This add-on tells you exactly when that moment happens, exactly the minute they remove that fucking little thing off their head. That's your ding, your bell to tell them, hey, this Claudette is here. She's dead on hook. Go get them out of the game right now. She's not going to hide. She's not going to know you have this. She's here. And for that reason, this add-on helps you manage your survivors very, very well. If you use it in this way with pop and stuff, you can hook a survivor, forget about them, pop another gen, chase someone else, get some stacks of barbecue, get some stacks of Save the Best for Last, get some, get your thing rolling, and then eventually be back for them. And it's a little bit, distasteful for the survivor that gets tunneled if you use it this way, but it's also very, very, very effective for you. So I think it's actually quite a good add-on. It's not going to help you with your ambush. It's not going to do anything to delay the jigsaw searches. It's just a very, very, very special add-on. So it's only going to help you if you're already doing well. Keep that in mind. Next up, we have Amanda's Letter. Amanda's Letter sacrifices much of her stall potential to make her ambushes a lot easier to land. It removes 3 of her reverse bird traps, making it down to 1 or 2 if you have the last wheel. And the jigsaw boxes are only 2, which means that they're gonna get them off very quickly. That one person that has the 1 or 2 people that has the reverse bird trap, they're gonna get off very, very quickly. Unless you throw the game to block one of them or something, but you shouldn't do that. So what's the big deal with this? Why does it sacrifice so much? Because it gives you auto reading over 12 meters when you crouch. In some maps, this is actually really, really good. Being able to see the aura when you crouch basically means that in any loop where there's no visibility, you're always going to have the upper hand. In big loops with rocks, if they do a very slight movement or they're going to get off, you're going to see it immediately. Your ambushes are always going to be spot on. And you'll have a much easier time running this. You probably want to run this with the combat straps for maximum effectiveness. The problem is that there's a lot of open maps where you need the stall because you're a slow killer that doesn't have any form of like amazing mobility, and giving up so much reverse bird trap stall is too bad for you. There are a few maps that are close where the effectiveness of your ambush will make up for it, but those are very few, very far in between. For that reason, while this is not a completely garbage add-on, it is hard to use. Next up is an add-on that is very borderline garbage. I used to think that it was a very decent one back when the pick was released, but again, I've learned the error of my way. This is the rule set number 2, and this one removes the aura of
it's not good.
Of the jigsaw boxes until a survivor is has the trap active. This is not good. Let me give you a couple scenarios. Let's say that you find a Dwight at the start of the match. You chase him for a bit, you hit him, chase him for a bit, drop a pallet, out the window, blah blah blah. You hit him again, put a trap on him, put him on the hook. Gem pops in the distance. Somebody rescues him. He comes out of the hook. His jigsaw box is active, and this add-on did absolutely nothing. Absolutely nothing. Now, what's the scenario where this add-on could be useful? This add-on would be very useful if the Dwight comes out of the hook, if he doesn't see any aura because no gens have popped, and he starts wandering around. Oh, checking the basement. Oh, checking the second floor of the Thompson house. Oh, is there a box here? If the survivor is a lost child and he just wanders around looking for boxes, then yeah, this add-on will be incredible. Guess what? They're not gonna do that. They're gonna do gens. They're gonna do gens because they realize, or they're gonna come to the conclusion one way or another, that because their timer is not active, they actually have a bit more time than they realize. So instead of looking for the boxes immediately, they're gonna do gens and then they'll look for the boxes. And guess what? If they pop 2 gens in that time, those gens, you're never gonna get them back. This add-on encourages survivors to actually do objectives, which for you as a pig is kind of scary. You want them to stop being objective based, and you want them to start wasting time. And this add-on is counterproductive in that regard. So it goes from either useless to counterproductive, unless again survivors are completely lost. But in which case you don't need this add-on at all. It's not very good. It's not very good at all. In some of the bigger maps, sure, it might get them a little bit lost. Maybe you'll get a survivor or two who wastes a little bit of time. Overall, not worth bringing. Next up, we have the add-ons that have effects on the reverse bear trap. When you apply the reverse bear trap, any survivor that has it doesn't take it off for the duration of however long they have it on. These effects will be applied. The first one is the face mask, and this one's actually kind of interesting. As we discussed before, blindness is a pretty useless status effect, but the fact that you can combine this with some other perks, and the fact that it's not 30 seconds, but it's kind of like forever, is actually kind of nice. If you run knockout, you can make a survivor on the ground be invisible to other survivors that are not immediately nearby, and he will also, because he's got the face mask, will be unable to see the other survivors because he's blind on the ground, which means that you could slug him, you could go away, and survivors will not know where he is. He will not know where the other ones are, so he won't be able to crawl to them to show his aura, and you could do some really, really nasty plays with builds like that. Now, are those builds unstoppable? Absolutely not. It only takes 2 survivors with a brain, or 1 survivor with empathy from afar, or a 4-man survive with friends party to completely nullify all of this. But, it's still better than nothing. The Mangled add-on is actually interesting. I think this add-on has most of its power come from the psychological effect of Mangled rather than the actual effect. Let's think again about the Dwight, right? This time you hook him with a trap, he gets unhooked, and now he sees Mangled. And he's like, ah, shit, dude, the trap is active. Oof, 3 more seconds to heal or 4 more seconds to heal. That's too much. I'm just gonna go and get it off because I don't want to die. And then maybe he runs into you and you down him because he's injured. This add-on can convince survivors that it's too much work to heal before doing a jigsaw search, and that could sometimes backfire. Sometimes. For the most part, though, they're gonna heal once, and probably that's it. Again, you don't want to tunnel people with jigsaw searches, who have to do jigsaw searches with their reverse bear trap. You don't want to go after them. So, other than when they come off the hook, you're not gonna keep them injured for long. Is my point. So this add-on is not that useful. I like to run it with Amanda's Secret to make people think that it's okay to not heal, stay injured, go reverse, go take it off, and then when you take it off, you'll be injured. I don't know where you are, and I can use my stealth to go after you. Other than that, though, not very useful. Next up, we have the Exhaustion add-on. This one does exactly the same. It makes survivors exhausted. Now, the average survivor will run at least 1 exhaustion perk, mostly Dead Hard, sometimes Spin Burst, and keeping that away from them while they have their reverse bear trap on is a neat little side effect. As we've been saying for the last hour, you don't want to go after people with a bear trap on them, and for that reason, you don't really care if they have dead hard or not. It's not a big issue. This is why this add-on is really not that great. However, there will be the odd occasion where a survivor is dead on hook, they have this trap on, you down another survivor, and you spot them, and they're in a bad spot, and you're like, oh yeah? Oh yeah? Well, fuck you then. I'm gonna hit you, and now I'm after you, and your dead hard is gone. And in those situations, this actually comes in a little bit of clutch, because you know they don't have it. And you can tunnel them off, and while you have someone else locked on the ground. In those scenarios where the survivor kind of bumps into you, and there's nothing they can do because they have to search a box in that area or something like that. Still, a very situational add-on, and survivors sometimes don't bring exhaustion perks, you know. It's not always when they do it.
Dude,
so not a great one to bring. And then we have the utility blade, which is it's worthless. It makes survivors have hemorrhage, which means that if they're injured, they're gonna bleed a little bit more frequently, and that is absolutely worthless.
This is a fucking prototype.
Yeah, not much more to say about that.
He is
Next up, we have something worse and useless. These are the add-ons that affect the jigsaw skill checks when they are doing jigsaw search jigsaw searches in the boxes. Fair warning: none of the perks that affect skill checks affect these searches. If you bring Lullaby, I'm pretty sure it doesn't affect the warning. I'm actually sure. If you're being unnerving, it doesn't affect the searching. Any of those cool perks that you might... If you bring Third Seal and you make them blind, they will still be able to see those jigsaw boxes. So all of those things are protected. You can't stack these add-ons with any cool effects. Nothing like that. So what do these add-ons do? The first one makes it so that if they miss a skill check, normally they would lose 10%. So let's say that they're halfway through, right? Let's say that it takes... we said 12 seconds, right? It takes 12 seconds to do a search. And they miss a skill check through the middle, so they go back 10 seconds. They go back 10%. 10% of 12 is 1.2, so they lose 1.2, then maybe a little more until the progress resets, so they lose about 2 seconds. Let's say that, or 3 seconds, or whatever. This add-on will basically make it so that if they're halfway through and they miss a skill check, back to 0. And if they're 75%, back to 10%. So it makes them waste a lot of time if they miss a skill check. That's the big if they miss a skill check. Most survivors, they will hit normal skill checks. The very good one, they will hit great skill checks even. They're not gonna miss. It doesn't happen every now and then, sure. Do you want to really bring a green add-on just in the off chance it happens? Don't. It's horrible. If they miss a skill check at the start, it doesn't make a difference. It only makes a difference if they miss a skill check, and if they miss it, like, you know, when they're past 20 or 30, when it begins to make a significant difference. It's a horrible add-on because it's just so easy to hit skill checks, and there's nothing else that you can do to make skill checks harder. The next add-ons increase the skill check chance, and 1 and 2%, it's pretty laughable, but this is actually how it works. Every second, they have an 8% chance of getting a skill check. With this, it's going to be 10, or 9, or 11 if you combine them. So yeah, at the end of that, if you do the averages, this can make it so they get more skill checks. And these add-ons are they could almost be downright F-tier add-ons. Average survivors, they will hit the skill checks, no problem. Good survivors will hit great skill checks, which actually saves them time. So if you give them more skill checks, you might actually save their lives. I don't think it's that uncommon. If you ask any survivor, man, how many times have you gotten a drop off of your head last second because you hit a great skill check? I know I have. It happens. So skill checks are actually working against you as a killer because they're making them do their work faster and reducing your stall potential. Very, very bad add-ons. Don't bring them, for the love of Christ. And that was all for the pig. And we're going to move on to the next one. You'll have to excuse me that I took a break to drink a little bit, but my throat was really killing me.
Fuck. Oh, the clown. Okay.
Next up, everybody's favorite killer. The clown. Oof. The clown add-ons are quite the story. The first one is the Redhead's Pinky Finger. The Redhead's Pinky Finger I consider S tier. Please mind you, I'm not saying that the clown with this add-on is an S tier killer. You could have a Pinky Finger clown and he would still probably be way worse than an average Huntress. You know? But compared to the rest of his add-ons, and compared to his base kit, this add-on is pretty bonkers. It makes it so that when you directly hit a survivor with a bottle, they become exposed for a duration, which is a couple seconds, and then you can hit them and insta-down them. Now, Is it easy to hit survivors with a bottle? Nope, it's not easy at all. You know, potato survivors, they just run a straight line. You can hit them no problem. Good survivors, and I faced a few using this for testing purposes, of course. They make it really hard to hit them. So, yeah. What you'll often have to do is hit them with a bottle to slow them down, and then hit them. Go for the direct hit. It's really hard, but it doesn't matter. It doesn't fucking matter that it's hard, because it gives you something that the clown doesn't have by default, that he desperately needs to bring like 16 perks to make up for, which is lethality. The clown does not have lethality. It doesn't matter how good you are of a clown, it still takes 2 hits to down a survivor, and it doesn't matter how good you do it, it will still take you a long time if they have a brain. This add-on can severely fucking cut that. If they make a mistake, they go down immediately. If they go for a save in front of you, go down immediately. If they try to tank a hit for a survivor, go down immediately. Go open an execute in front of you, go down immediately. Try to do a totem in front of your face, go down immediately. This basically makes you a bit of a, you know, budget Billy that can punish survivors for doing things in front of him. And it pairs well with other add-ons that allows you to throw the bottles faster, like the feathers, or the add-ons that give you extra bottles so that you can, you know, afford to miss a couple and still hit and still down, not be punished as much. The fact that this add-on replaces perks is incredibly good. Normally on Clown, I would be running things like Save the Best for Last to space out my hits. Space them, you know, don't space them out as much, keep them closer to each other. Haunt the Grounds, Devour Hope, Know It, things to make your choice, things to make me down people, actually. And this can replace those perks, and you can instead run Pop, run Corrupt, run Search, run Generator Protecting perks or Information perks. And this add-on just allows you to do that. Without this add-on, you just simply cannot afford to do that for the most part. It's just too slow down in people. For that reason, I'm considering an S tier add-on. You know, with that little
they just gave me a free extra pizza.
Next up, we have the other finger, the Tattooed Man finger. Now, this add-on isn't quite as strong, but many people disregard how powerful it can be. This add-on does absolutely nothing to make your bottles more effective themselves, but anytime a survivor is affected by your bottles, either with a direct hit or because they step into the gas in any way, you will see their aura for 6 seconds. 6 seconds is a long time. It's exactly the same as Amol Ears. And this makes it so that you can use your bottles in a very different way. There are very many maps with long walls, with big, you know, blocking tiles, and you can only really mind against some of these sometimes. With this add-on, you actually have a very good chance, if you learn how to play around it and use it, and it's something that you can definitely learn, you have a really good chance of getting hits in places that you normally wouldn't be able to. Yes, survivors who are survivors who are affected by the gas are coughing, and if they're close, you're gonna hear them regardless. You don't need this add-on for close range encounters, although it helps. But it's for those times where you hit a survivor when they go around the wall, or when they go through a window, and when you lose visibility, and you can make this smart little plays with your red light to get hits that they don't really expect. There's also a few situations where this comes in really handy. When there's a pallet that's really kind of unsafe, but the survivor can vault back, and you need to get the perfect hit. It's actually really hard on a survivor that has resilience or who's very fast on his reactions. With this add-on, you will see them through walls, so you can just show your red light. If they turn around to vault, you can see it immediately and react perfectly well. And because you see them through walls and stuff, you can see when they're gonna go back to drop the pallet, so that you can M1 prematurely. You can see them do a lot of things. Anytime survivors are spawned together, you know, are close together, you can hit them both and see where they're spread out. If a survivor's trying to be cheeky, waiting around corners again, you can see them. It opens up a lot of little gameplay tricks that you can do that normally would be impossible. And even though it's a little bit situational, because there's also maps where, you know, every pallet is in the open and there's perfect visibility and there's almost nothing. Even though it's a bit situational, the situations where it does help are common enough for this to be a very decent add-on on him.
I'm literally just a fucking moron.
Next up, we're gonna go for the add-ons that increase the slowdown. The first and the most probably one of the strongest and most remarkable add-ons is the Flask of Bleach. The Flask of Bleach is a green add-on that is just so good on Clown. Normally, when you hit a survivor, they get slowed down by 15%. They move at 100, so they go down to 85. With this add-on, they will always go down to 20 instead. It gives you an extra 500. Sorry, an extra 5%, not 500. Could be.
Yeah, medium prime sub.
That is just good in every situation. As we'll see, some of the other add-ons are useful in this and that situation. This is always good. It is so noticeable when you slow down a survivor, you go around the loop and they just don't make it to the pallet. They just don't make it because of the extra slowdown. Extremely noticeable, always helpful, very, very impactful on the gameplay. Not much else to say about it. You'll understand why this add-on is so good when we talk about some of the other ones. Next up, we have the Ether family of add-ons. These add-ons increase the duration of the slowdown effect. So normally a survivor is slowed down as long as they remain in the gas cloud, which stays there for like 8 or 9 seconds. And then when they leave the cloud, because they run past it, they are slowed down by an extra 2 seconds. I had to check to make sure. An extra 2 seconds. That means that when they leave the cloud, they keep coughing, and after 2 seconds, back to normal speed. With these add-ons, you increase that time. Up to 3 seconds with the purple, up to 2.66 with the green, and up to 2.33, which is not very much with the brown one, unfortunately. Now, this is amazing. Not necessarily. If you're on a very short loop, you will throw a bottle that will cover the entire loop, pretty much. And they're always going to be, you know, they don't even have time to leave the loop and for these add-ons to be useful in the first place. So if you cover a loop really well, these add-ons don't do anything, because, you know, they're within the cloud the whole time, and maybe they leave it last second and you catch them there and you hit them, or you don't. And either way, that's within 2 seconds. These add-ons don't help. These add-ons help very much when you're at a safe pallet. You have to break it, and the survivors are going to make a getaway. If you bring something like Brutal Strength, which is a very decent perk on the clown, you can go to a survivor on a pallet that's like on a corner of the map. Make sure that you break the pallet when the survivor is facing, when he's cornered, when he's like zoned out of the map. Don't break it and let him get to the middle, you know? Break it against the wall or against the corner. And if you slow him down with the purple bottle before, you'll be able to slow him, break the pallet, go chase after him, and he'll still be slowed down. With the purple one being the best, and the green one, of course, being a little bit behind. In situations like that, these add-ons are actually pretty okay-ish. But as you can see, their effectiveness decreases very, very significantly when you go from purple to green. They are helpful. They're not going to help you slow down more. They only help you slow down for longer. And sometimes you don't need the longer. You just need the more. So the bleach is the better of all of these. Next up, we have the feathers. And I bet this will surprise many of you if you've never played the clown. What do these add-ons even do? These add-ons decrease the cooldown of the throw. I forgot to include it, forgive me. The cooldown after each throw is of 1 second. This means that the clown can throw a bottle and can only throw another bottle or grab or do whatever. He can only do an action after 1 second. This reduces that time. And you might think to yourself, well, that doesn't seem like a big deal. Why is it so important that it reduces the time when he can actually throw them pretty quickly? It actually is a huge fucking deal. Because no, it's really not. It's not a huge deal at all. You are completely right. So as I explained in the old video, the clown had this issue where every time he threw a bottle, during that cooldown, he would be slowed down quite a bit. So these 2 feather add-ons used to actually be really useful. Because if they reduce the cooldown, they also reduce the slowdown time. So throwing a bottle would slow you down, but with this feathers, you will be slowed down significantly less. However, as of an update some time ago, the clown no longer slows himself down after a toss, which means that these feathers now only let you spam bottles more quickly for no good reason. There's almost no reason to spam bottles quickly. There are a few situations where you might want to, but there's almost no reasons to spam bottles quickly unless you're trying to hit someone, to hit them with pinky finger or something like that. But yeah, there's almost no reason to spam bottles quickly. So these add-ons are now automatically downgraded to maybe the E tier.
Shame on me.
They're not bad, but they're not good either. If you want to spam bottles, then bring one of the extra bottle add-ons, which are now a little bit stronger as a result of this buff. So yeah, just wanted to let that out of there. These add-ons actually not so good anymore. But let's continue with the other ones. Next up, we have the add-ons that inflict with status effects every time that they are hit with a gas. They don't need to hit. You don't need to hit them directly. Only when you hit them with a gas.
Fuck yeah.
The first one is the exhaustion add-on. As I explained with the Huntress, exhaustion used to recover while you run. So if I hit a David who was injured, Eventually, he would get his exhaustion back after even in a chase, and he could use his death heart or his sprint burst or whatever. Now, it doesn't work like that. Survivors who sprint don't recover. So 30 seconds might as well be fucking forever. If you hit a survivor with this, bye-bye death heart, bye-bye life, bye-bye balanced landing, and even bye-bye head-on. Obviously, sprint burst is a little bit trickier. Sprint bursters will probably, unless they're really cocky, they'll probably dodge your bottle by doing it prematurely, especially when they know you have it. It doesn't help counter sprint burst, which is, I think, the best one. But the most common one is probably dead heart. And overall, you know, the overall majority of exhaustion users, which is, again, most survivors, you will be able to stop them to a big degree. And knowing that they don't have dead heart is actually such a relief. Dead heart is actually extremely, extremely detrimental for a clown. You can make the most amazing fucking throw, go around, secure a hit. The survivor is slowed down. He's not making it to that pallet, but because he's injured, he's got dead heart. And because you can use dead heart, he can completely undo that great play you made, make it to the pallet, and you just wasted a bottle, and he's healthy, and it's a safe pallet, so fuck you. Now you have to reload, and now you have to catch me again, bitch. It's really, really bad. With this add-on, none of that can happen. And because of that, survivors hate it, and even though it's pretty distasteful, the clown is not a great killer, and he could use all the help. So if you run it, I don't blame you. Next up, we have the sulfuric acid vial. It makes survivors affected by mangled. If they're healthy and you hit them later, they will still be affected by mangled for 2 minutes. This is particularly good if you're camping hooks, or, you know, you're patrolling hooks. And survivors come in for the rescue, and maybe it's in the basement, and you throw one gas and it hits like 2 or 3 of them. That's pretty good. Because one bottle can affect multiple of them, and it can help you snowball a little bit more and make each hit count a little bit more, and make survivors a bit more useless because they have to heal for longer. It's not a bad add-on. It's just same as Bubba, same as the Cannibal and Billy. It only helps you when you're already hitting the bottle and when you're getting hits in. It doesn't help you get the hit in the first place. And then we got the blindness add-on, the can of kerosene. It's worthless. Blindness is bad. It doesn't have any particular synergies with this power. Sure, I guess that if you make someone blind for 30 seconds, maybe... No, it's pretty bad. It's pretty bad. If you are creative, you might be able to find 1 million scenarios where making someone blind for 30 seconds could win you a game when you're literally there, but not worth it. Next up, we have the... What do we call these? I guess we're going to call them the area of effect add-ons. They do a number of things, however. The first one is called the Garish Makeup Kit. And this add-on is a combination of the green add-on that we're about to see, the green bottle of chloroform, and also the green bottle of ether. So this add-on has the exact same effect as the bottle of ether that, as you can see, is a little bit below. So it's the plus 66 extra duration, which is more than welcome. And it also increases the AoE effect of the bottles. Now, I used to think that this wasn't very noticeable. I was wrong. It actually is quite noticeable. There are some places where a well-placed bottle will cover a pallet and almost reach a window. With this add-on, you can make it cover the pallet and the window. So good clowns that know how to use this add-on can be very efficient with their bottles and can shut down loops much more efficiently with a single bottle, as opposed to throwing 2 and slowing yourself down twice and having to go through the animation twice and having to reload more frequently because you're using 2 instead of 1. So the AoE is actually welcome. There's also a tiny effect that I noticed. Because the AoE spreads further, but it does it at the same time, it also does it quicker.
Yeah, this shit's a
So even though this is like
Brandon.
super unnoticeable, if you throw a bottle like a little bit above a survivor, not on their feet, it's gonna take like 0.1 second, something very minor, shorter to slow them down, which again is almost not a thing, but worth mentioning.
It's not
so
going
this
well,
makes
bro.
the cloud
I am so
spread more.
done.
It makes it spread faster.
I'm having a terrible time.
And obviously it reaches the ground quicker if you aim high. Not very noticeable again, but worth mentioning.
On the bright side, I got
the green
a free
bottle of chloroform, as we said,
that's like God's way of saying
the
like you're
single
a fucking
effect.
dumbass.
It spreads it
you know,
20%
I'll
more,
help you out here real quick.
just that. And then we have the cigar box that doesn't do any of these things quite as well. It only does a 10% AoE. 10% is not as nice as 20.
I know this
It's
is
still okay, better than nothing.
sacrilegious, Brandon.
And it also
I haven't
increased the
paused it
duration
yet.
of the blurred vision. The blurred
But
vision.
I have to pause it because I have to go wash my hands.
Will
Or I will
last,
go fucking mad.
you know, when you leave
right? BRB. 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 There we go.
The gas will stop. This will make it last half a second more.
Right, I shaved off. I shaved half a
you
second,
use the blurred
vision
to get a hit on a survivor who's on a pallet, who's panicking, doesn't know which side you're coming from, and who's inside the gas itself. It's not. You don't really care about the extra duration of the blur vision when they leave, because by then they have good visibility already, because they're out of the big gas chunk. So that extra blur vision duration.
BRB, 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 Airbnb, CPD.
Duration is by all means worthless, and the extra 10% cloud spread and speed is not as noticeable as 20. So add-on better than nothing, but not very good overall. Next up, we have the reload geared add-ons. These are actually quite interesting. The cork stopper thingy is actually quite good, the yellow one. It reduces your reload speed by 2 seconds. By default, it's 5. And this is actually
Speedrun's still going. Speedrun's still going.
This, if you've ever played Clown, you'll notice just how fucking annoying it is to reload. You slow yourself down to 40% movement speed. 40%, you might as well be standing still. And you need to do that for fucking 5 seconds. It's very, very bad. Nice thing about the cork stopper, it only makes it 3 seconds, which is a little bit less bad. And it also allows you to do reloads here and there during chases. You begin to reload. Let's say that you have a guy cornered in a spot where a bottle will kill him. You begin to reload. Some survivors will think they're very smart. They'll start running away. You cancel, you catch them. Some survivors will be smart. They'll stay in there. You do this much quicker, and they don't have the ability to do anything in those 5 seconds. In those, in those 3 seconds as opposed to 5. It's kind of helpful. It helps a lot.
Okay.
And it's nice. You're gonna be reloading often, or you're gonna get value out of it often.
Like
Unfortunately,
except it's actually playing video games.
The fingerless gloves, they're only 1 second, so even though they're nice, 1 second out of 5, it's only 4, not too bad. These two add-ons together feel really, really good. You reload every 2 seconds, and even though your bottles don't really have any improvement to them, it feels really, really, really good. It feels like maybe the clowns should be like that. I recommend you try them together just for that feel good. But at any rate, these add-ons are decent.
4 hours and 40
the next add-ons,
minutes,
however,
baby.
are complete fucking garbage. These add-ons don't increase the time that takes you to reload. They increase the movement of your speed while you reload.
Frogs I paused.
And you might be,
won't notice.
they have some pretty chunky numbers. You might be tempted to believe that these actually are decent because of the rarity. They're not. They're absolutely fucking worthless. The porn tape increases your movement speed by 27%.
Oh god.
And you go from moving at 40 to moving at 67. That is garbage. That is so fucking bad. Why would you move at 67% for 5 seconds when you can move a 40 for only 3 seconds? If you do the math, you'll realize that the cork stopper is much better overall. Not to mention that there's times when you're reloading. One of the times where you're going to be reloading is when you have a survivor cornered against a place where they can't run away from. And in those situations, you moving faster doesn't make a fucking difference. You just want it quicker. You don't want to be moving faster while you reload when you're standing still in place. It's worthless. In those situations, it's worthless. And in every other situation, it's almost worse than fucking worthless. It does allow you to, hit your fucking bottle and move like a dancing clown, which is hilarious. But other than that, it's fucking bad. And that's the green. That's the green add-on. The brown add-on is just worse than bad. It's fucking garbage. It's terrible. It makes you go a little bit quicker. But guess what? It's the same as the stalking speed on my ears. You're already standing still pretty much. It doesn't matter if you go a little bit tiny faster. They're fucking garbage. Please don't fucking ever use them. I will cry if you do. Next up, the add-ons that give you extra bottles. Now, if you listen to me talk about how good extra hatchets were on the hunters, you might think that this would be very, very good. If you're running the pinky finger, the 2 extra bottles could help. Otherwise, no, they don't help. They don't help at all. Having a quicker reload helps more than having the extra bottle. You will rarely down a survivor with 3 bottles, have a bottle in your arsenal, and be like, yeah, dude, I'm gonna use this 1 extra bottle to down another survivor and slug this guy. You can't afford to do that. You're gonna have to reload, you fucking bitch. You're gonna have to reload because you're a fucking clown. Both in real life and in the game. Sorry, I should censor that. Because you cannot really afford to...
I did not need that.
To go from one chase to another and chain them together, you will have to reload. And having the extra bottles doesn't help you that much. You are better off having the quicker reload, or making each of these bottles count and be stronger with some of the items that we discussed instead. And that's going to be all.
And that's all for Glue Clown, baby.
Some of them are very, very disappointing. I hope
Let me guess. What's after the? What came after
fair rework in the future.
For
the next one.
Fuck.
Next up, the Spirit. And boy, oh boy, the Spirit has a very, very dense list of add-ons. And if you don't play her at all, this list won't surprise you. If you play her a bit, you must be watching this in disbelief. And if you play her a lot, maybe you know what I'm going at. Let me explain to you what exactly is wrong with the Spirit. The Spirit has 2 sets of add-ons that do different things that actually end up doing the same thing, and that's why some of these placements might be a bit odd. We'll start, however, from the very beginning. We're gonna go with movement speed add-ons.
Absolutely disgusting.
For simplicity's sake, I'm gonna tell you that her movement speed compared to survivors is 176%. It's a little bit different, but I rounded it up, don't mind me. And this is how much these add-ons add to your speed. With the mother-daughter ring, you give up the ability to see scratch marks. I should have put that in the graphic, forgive me. You give up the ability to see scratch marks. You do not see scratch marks. If you begin to face, you will see the scratch marks that were there as you were facing and before, but you won't see the scratch marks that were left while you were facing already. For the small inconvenience of not seeing scratch marks, you, however, move at fucking ultrasonic speeds. You move at 100, let's do it, 146? Fuck me. That's faster than fucking Billy, dude. It's like, it's so fucking fast. It's so fast. It's so incredibly fast. Yeah, you move really, really fast with the mother-daughter ring. And as you will see, this add-on by itself is not the strongest thing. I do place it in the S tier, however, because you can combine it with other things that make it pretty fucking unstoppable. First of all, if you run the perk Strider, every survivor who's injured is going to make noise. The ones with Iron Will still make noise.
Not anymore.
Which makes having to track people by their scratch marks not as much of a necessity. That's one. Second, when you move at the speed of fucking light, you don't need to track people nearly as much, because you are there in like 2 seconds. 3, you can use the Father's Glasses, which is another add-on that we'll see in a minute, to track blood. And also use that to help you. You can just use the sound that survivors make when they step on floors, because you have a big headset, to track them. And you don't need scratch marks. So the sacrifice of scratch marks for the 70% movement speed
this is all you need to be a good Spirit player.
Is very, very doable and very, very scary. And I hope I play a game or 2 on stream one day and then you stop by to see just how ridiculous it is. That's for the mother-daughter ring, which again, I'll explain again how strong it is later, combined with other add-ons. But that's its own thing. Now let's move on to the next movement speed add-ons. We have the sandals, the cap, and the other sandals. These add-ons help more or less based on their speed. One of them gives you 26% movement speed, which is pretty insane. 26% more movement speed is like 5 play with your foods. You know, it's a lot. It's a fucking lot. I believe I have the numbers somewhere. Yeah, I'm gonna tell you just so you get an idea. I've done this myself. If you were to travel 20 meters, actually, let's make it a more sizable amount. Yeah, let's say that you use pretty much all of your charges, use all of your power to traverse 32 meters. Without add-ons, you would take 7 seconds. Am I right? No, sorry. Yeah, without add-ons, you would take 4.55 seconds to do so. So after you charge, you would take 4.5 seconds to reach a destination 32 meters away. With this add-on, you would go from 4.5, 4.45 to 3.95. So you're shaving off a whole, like half a second in a distance like this. That's pretty good. And as we'll see, there's other add-ons that can do even better. So are these add-ons amazing? I honestly don't think they're that incredible. They do give you a really good boost of speed, but as you will see, there's other add-ons that kind of can do the same in a different way. They're still very, very good. The increased movement speed means that you can face for just a tiny little bit and come off a little bit quicker and a little bit further than survivors might anticipate, which will always throw them off. And the effects, of course, get worse and worse as the rarity goes down, but even the brown one is still very, very good. 9% should not be, you know, thrown away. Still, though, you gotta understand, it's 9% compared to 176, which is already pretty fucking fast. Let's go to the next ones. The activation ones. These ones are fucking nutty. Normally, it takes you 1.5 seconds to activate your power by standing still. And during that 1.5 seconds, for most of it, you're gonna stop seeing survivors. It takes like a millisecond, but you stop seeing survivors. So that means that if I'm staring at a Claudette running ahead of me and I start using my power, I'm going to have 1.5 seconds where I don't see her, and then however long it takes me to catch up to her, listen or see or interpret cues in my surroundings, and then guess where she is. With this add-ons, you're going to be shaving off a very fucking big chunk of time so that you have less time for your imagination to bridge the gap and more for you to actually see where they were last and actually catch them. Let's compare these to the speed add-ons, all right? Let me tell you this one. Let's say that I'm going to mind game a survivor that is 12 meters away from me, which is not unusual. 12 meters, you know, I'm pretty sure you can picture that distance, right? If I were to have the brown speed add-ons that we had before, I would be there 0.08 seconds quicker. If I had the yellow speed add-on, I would be there, let me check, 0.15 seconds quicker, which is pretty good, mind you. If I had the green movement speed add-ons, I would be there 0.22 seconds quicker. And look at this. If you have any of these fucking add-ons, any of them, you're going to be faster than that. Because you'll activate your power 0.23, 0.03, and 0.45 quicker. All of these add-ons in short distance facing are much better than the speed ones. From my practice and estimation and,
me too.
And experience.
I guess they all have kind of
They won't help you get somewhere faster, but they will help you do it quicker, get started quicker. It will also make it easier to do mind games and, you know, do the mix thing where you stand still for a little second, survivors stand still, they start running away, and then you use your power. These add-ons will help a lot in that. Having 0.45 seconds taken away is so incredibly fucking strong. I almost can't describe it. You only have a second where you don't see survivors. You can immediately catch up to them with speed or with other add-ons or with your own massive fucking default speed, and then use you know, all kinds of fucking cues to tell where they are. This also pairs really, really well with anything that reveals auras. If you use I'm all ears, you can see a survivor through a wall, guess where they are, see where they're heading towards, activate with this in like a second, and just go and get them. They also stack together if you're wondering. So these add-ons are always useful and incredibly fucking good. And the only reason not to stack like 4 of them together is because you can only equip 2 add-ons at a time, and because there's other add-ons that are also very helpful. But they're pretty straightforward. Next up is the katana add-ons. These have been nerfed quite significantly, and they're still so fucking good. What these add-ons do is they increase they do 2 things actually. Although I don't reflect this in the picture, so again, forgive me. I'll tell you from the numbers because I still remember them. They increase the duration where you have a movement speed after you come out of phase. After you come out of phase, there's like a half second where you're moving faster, and if you lunge, you're gonna do it quicker. With the wakizashi, which is the purple one, you will have 0.3 bigger window to do this, and you'll also move 10% faster. With the Suba, which is the green one, you will do this for 0.2 seconds, which is very little, and you move 5% faster on top of the speed that you re-emerge at. This translates into basically when you launch as a spirit, you have a big ass fucking launch. The Suba gives you about a meter, and the Wakizashi gives you about 2 meters worth of lunge. How significant is 2 meters? It's very fucking significant. I would recommend that you try the Wakizashi first, and then you run it with Strider. I have played entire games where I use Strider, I get a hit on a survivor, I face again, maybe with the activation or with the other speed add-ons, with the whatever other add-ons you want. They also stack, by the way, if you want to run them together. And what you do is literally follow the last path that you saw the survivor take, listen to their cries of pains with Strider, and whenever you think that they're more or less in front of you, stop phasing and hold them 1. And your launch is so ridiculously fucking big, so outlandishly fucking large, that you're gonna hit them 9 out of 10 times. I'm not even exaggerating. If they're going to a window, they might be too late. If they're going to a pallet, you might hit them as they drop it. You can afford to end your phase so much earlier, 2 meters earlier, and still get the fucking massive launch. These add-ons are very, very, very good in the close quarter, and they're probably a little bit better than the movement add-ons, because they basically give you the ability to end a little bit earlier and just launch your way through with basically no penalty because you just move so fast. They're pretty outrageous. The Wakizashi one in particular, and they already make something that's already very good, which is her post face lunge. They make it so good that you almost cannot miss it if you time it somewhat accurately. Very hard to really pinpoint how good they are, but from my experience, this is where I place them, and from talking to other people, they seem to agree that they're very, very, very good. Next up, this is the meaty part of the spirits add-ons. All right, this is where you're gonna have to give me a minute to explain something that I think the developers themselves didn't really realize, because one of them was in my stream recently and they were like, oops. And I think this might be changed in the future, but this is how it works now. So if you don't see a different description in the add-ons, this is what they do. So we're gonna be covering the add-ons that increase your recovery, and also the add-ons that, you know, when you use your power, and also the add-ons that increase your maximum power usage, the maximum duration. However, this is where the old nurse comes into play. The old nurse had an add-on, the so-called Omega Blink nurse, that made her go further, but this add-on didn't really change the speed, the time that she took to go further. So the side effect of that add-on was that she went further in the same time, so that if she went closer, she could do it quickly. It gave her extra speed. These add-ons have the same problem. The add-ons that increase your recovery let you use your entire power or a part of your power and recover quicker. But the add-ons that increase your duration, because your duration goes from, let's say, 5 seconds to 6 seconds, because you've only used a smaller fraction of that, it also means that you get it quicker. So what I'm trying to say, in a very convoluted way, forgive me, is that duration add-ons also help recovery and also keep your duration. So for that reason, these add-ons are all lumped together, and they interlace in a very interesting way. We're going to forget about the Yakuyuki amulet, which is the one up top for now, and we're going to focus on the other ones. Right? The thing that you need to know is that the spirit can use her power by default for a total of 5 seconds. And to recover from this, it takes 3 seconds per each second used. So by default, 15 seconds. If you do the math, this means that for every 1 second that you face, you need to wait 3 seconds to get it back. So 1 second, recovery 3 seconds. 2 seconds, recovery 6 seconds. Full 5 seconds, recovery 15 seconds. That's how it works. So we're going to be calling that recovery per second RPS for the sake of this video. So with the green amulet, you will have 1.5 whole extra second to use, bringing it total to 6.5. This means that if you must usually as a spirit, you don't want to use your power in a big burst, because you know it takes a long time to recover. You want to use it in short bursts and correct yourself and pace yourself. But let's say that you really need the mobility to prevent an exit gate from opening, or to prevent the save, or to prevent your totem from going away, or to prevent whatever the fuck you may need. In those situations where you need an extra second, an extra and a half second, 1.5 is huge. It's a lot of distance. A lot of distance. If she moves at 7 meters per second, you know, a second and a half gives her, you know, 10 more meters of reach. You know, it's and more so with that, you know, it's a lot of speed and a lot of distance you can cover in that extra second. So one and a half extra second is very good. But what's best is that because your total duration is 6.5, your recovery is also quicker, and your recovery per second is only 2.31. And look at the best recovery add-on down below, the flute. It's only 2.40. So this add-on does what the green one does, but almost as good. Actually, it does it better. Yeah, no, it does it better. It's the next one that does it almost as good. This add-on is a better recovery add-on than the recovery add-on, which is fucking stupid. And might be patched in the future, but as of right now, this is how it works. So that means that if you face for 1 second, you'll recover in 2.31, which is very good.
I don't know either.
The next add-on is the yellow amulet. It gives you an extra second,
lost me there.
and it lets you recover in 2.5. It's not as good as the recovery, which is 2.40, but it also gives you an extra whole second. In any situation where you need to clutch, that extra second might be critical. So, seeing that they pretty much have the same recovery, while this one also gives you an extra second, I would say that this one is superior on a different class. Next up, we have the flute, the green one. This gives you an RPS of 2.40. It doesn't give you extra duration, but if you're gonna do a lot of short blinks, and even some long ones, this will help you by making it so that it only takes 2.4 seconds per second of facing. The next one is the watch. It does the exact same thing, but a little bit worse. The next one is the brown amulet. This one only gives you 0.5, which is not that much, but it's a bit of extra duration. And it gives you an RPS of 2.73, which is a little bit worse than the other two, but it's still quite up there. And then we have the little crane origami, which is 2.76, which is, you know, obviously inferior than the amulet, which is 2.73, and doesn't give you the extra second in case you need to clutch it. So it's a little bit worse. And then we get to the one up top, the purple Yaku Yoke amulet. Now this add-on is actually a very bad add-on to use by itself. This add-on reduces your speed by minus 26%, you know, comparatively speaking. If you remember, actually you don't need to remember. That's exactly the same speed boost from the green shoes. So in order to, you know, this add-on slows you down a lot. It's really bad. The slowdown is really bad. You don't really want to have your speed, which is good, become that low. So this add-on is bad because it slows you down. But you can make up for that by using either the green shoes, which completely gives you back, will give you normal speed, or better yet, the mother daughter ring. And okay, so what is the point? What is the point of this add-on then, if the slowdown is so severe? This add-on increases your duration by a fucking shit ton. It increases your duration by 3.5 seconds. That is the equivalent of like 7 brown amulets. This add-on is like 7 brown amulets. Or like, you know, I don't know, 2 green amulets and 1 brown amulet. It's a shitload of fucking time. And as we've discussed, time turns into recovery. So the Yaku Yoke amulet is by far the best recovery add-on on the spirit. So what does this mean? We can go and equip the mother-daughter ring, which is going to give us 70% speed. We're going to shave... We have a minus 26 penalty from the Yaku Yoke amulet. So if you do the math, minus 6, that's 64. Minus 20, that is 44. So we end up with 44+% speed and only a fucking recovery per second of 1.76. Look at the other add-ons. 2.4, 2.63, 2.50, 2.31. This one has a recovery of 1.76. That's fucking insane. if you pair the Yakuyoki amulet with the mother-daughter ring, you can go through the entire fucking map and recover in less than 8 seconds, or roughly that amount. That is so fucking good. You can hook. Okay, you don't see scratch marks. You don't fucking need to. You can hook a survivor.
Celebrated the 1 hour mark.
See the aura of another survivor on a gen with barbecue, and just fucking be there faster than a Billy, basically. Almost as fast as a Billy, actually. But, you know, without getting bumped into anything. And they will hear you come. It doesn't matter. They will not react in time. And even if you don't hit them when you reappear, your recovery per second is so fucking insane that if you used, let's say, as you can see, if you use 5 whole seconds, you do 5 times 1.76. It's like roughly like 8 or 9 seconds. You recover your power really quickly and you move insanely fucking fast. So the Yakuyoki amulet, when you pair it with the mother-daughter ring, absolutely fucking bonkers. When you pair it with the green movement speed, you have a spirit that can phase for 8.5 seconds, and that recovers at 1.6 and moves at normal speed. And she can still see scratch marks. This add-on by itself is not good. When you pair it with one of these 2 add-ons, I think it almost breaks the spirit, because you have some... You basically negate the negative. You negate the downsides. You don't see scratch marks, but you move insanely fucking fast, and you recover at a rate that I think the developers did not intend you to, which is of course insane. So that does it for all the duration and recovery add-ons. Next up, we have the gimmicky add-ons that change the way your power works. The first one is the Father's Glasses, which we've discussed very briefly earlier. The Father's Glasses allow you to see blood while you face. This is not immediately super useful, because a normal spirit that doesn't have any boost of movement or duration, you see blood, you don't really get to react to it as much as you would like. When you have other add-ons with this, it becomes a little bit more useful. Still, seeing blood is extremely useful. When the spirit faces, she cannot see blood, but the blood itself is actually super bright. So this add-on makes the bright blood visible. So it's like if you had Bloodhound, the Wraith perk. The blood stands out a lot, and it can sometimes get you to understand what the survivor is doing, or what he was doing like a second ago, and guess their next move. You can face, go around the tile, see that there's a little bit too much blood in the window, and be like, okay, this guy didn't keep running, he actually vaulted and then vaulted back, and then reappear and hit them. The blood takes a little while to settle down when they comes down from the survivors, so for the most part, you don't really use it to like track super accurately, but it helps you a lot. If you have Strider as well, you basically cannot lose healthy people ever. And it makes it really, really hard for people with Iron Will to juke you as well. Because if they try to do anything funny, you're going to see that blood very, very brightly, which they usually don't count on. So this add-on, not immediately super impactful, but it does help you here and there. When you have Strider, however, you know, you don't even need this, to be completely honest. So it's an okay, perfectly adequate add-on, even though there's probably stronger options. The next one is the Prayer Bead Bracelet. This add-on used to be probably the strongest add-on on the spirit. It made her facing completely silent, which meant that the spirit could be anywhere and facing into you and grabbing you off a gen from across the map, and you wouldn't have an idea that's going to happen. It doesn't work like that anymore. When the spirit faces, many people think that, okay, it's a bit complicated. So let me just try to make it as simple to explain as possible. If she is facing and you are within her terror radius, which is 24 meters by default, you will not hear anything. You will not know she's using her power. But if you are further from this distance and she comes into you from further, you will hear a whooshing sound. And that will be a big warning. Hey, the spirit's coming from further away. I might be about to get hit. I need to run. It triggers the survivors, you know, the reflex to start running for the most part. This add-on makes it so that every survivor who's outside of this distance will hear you. And one little explanation that I think is pertinent that I found out recently, the terror radius is not actually where this begins. It's actually always 24 meters. If you have monitor and abuse, this vacuum thing will be heard at 24 meters regardless. If you have distressing, it will still be 24 meters. So no matter what perks you have, it will always be 24 meters. So that's something important to know for this and all the other add-ons. So at that distance, past that distance, anybody in the map will hear your vacuuming. Now, what are the positives and what are the negatives of this? Negatives of this. If you are against a survivor with friends who are in perfect communications and you're trying to mind game someone, this could backfire. Like, this is a bit intricate, but if I was on comms with someone, and I heard the whooshing sound, I would tell them, hey, she's facing, she's not faking, she's facing. And the survivor would know to run away or do whatever. If I didn't hear anything, I wouldn't say anything. So if you're standing still pretending to face against a survivor friends with this add-on, it could backfire. Although you could also face and stand still and, you know, use that against them if you're, you know, for the IQ, you know, for the chess 400 IQ player. But other than that, it's kind of a mindfucky add-on to have. You have it on, you hook someone, somebody hears whooshing, and suddenly, even though you're only going after one survivor, probably all three of them are like, is she coming? Is she coming? It makes survivors waste time. It makes Ruin a little bit more powerful. If you have Ruin and Surveillance or a combination like that, you can make survivors get off gens because they're scared, and, you know, that will feed you information. And it will waste time. It's a decent add-on. It's just not as impactful as some of the other ones. It doesn't actually help you in the 1v1 chase, which is where the Spirit naturally excels at. Next up are the passive facing add-ons, which will take a little bit to explain, but they're not that difficult at all. Spirit, if you've never noticed, while she moves, has this recurring effect on her body, where her body disappears. It's like she glitches, and her body switches positions quickly and has this little visual effect. This is called the passive facing. By default, this happens from 1 to 5 seconds. This isn't really significant, but let's assume that you're playing against a spirit who has just used her power, and, you know, she just can't do anything but chase you. She's running like a normal killer, and she's going back and forth on a loop while she gets her power back. Sometimes this little bit of jumping back and forth of her visual glitchy animation can throw you off. Sometimes when she comes around a corner, you might not see her in time because her animation glitches. It's very, very infrequent. This will rarely happen, but it can happen. With this add-on, this will happen a bit more. They both do the same thing. They both reduce the cooldown, so that instead of it being 1 to 5 seconds, it can be like basically 0 to 4 seconds, and if you can stack them together. So this will make that happen more frequently. And in case of the purple one, will make it also last longer. Normally it only lasts 25 seconds. Sorry, 0.25 seconds. With this, you can make it last 0.5. So the glitchy animation will be there for longer. If you have absolutely nothing else, this add-on can sometimes maybe result in a hit that normally wouldn't happen. But the thing is, as a killer, you don't see this effect. You don't see it at all. So you're never gonna have any feedback whether you got a hit because of it or not. So it's really hard to gauge how strong this add-on is in a game per game basis. But still, though, if you play against it, you might notice that the glitchy thing is a little bit more pronounced, and then it might be because the Spirit is running this. And that wraps up the Spirit add-ons. Wow, what a mouthful, huh? Next up.
Legion.
The Legion. The Legion has been... He's gone through quite a few things, and his add-ons have had a lot of changes. At the time of writing this, the Legion's going to be able to see scratch marks and blood when he ends his frenzy. Not during the frenzy, which is a bit disappointing. So that's good news for Legion. The add-ons, as far as I know, remain unchanged, and they go like this. We're going to talk about the bottoms. The top one doesn't really have anything in common with the other ones, but I'll try to explain it. This add-on makes it so that when you use your Feral Frenzy, your terror radius becomes infinite. If you have Distressing, this makes your terror radius bigger. If you have Monitor, this makes it smaller. It doesn't fucking matter. This will make it infinite. And that's it. For the duration of your Feral Frenzy, infinite terror radius from the moment that you activate it. You could combine this with perks. Some people have the right idea. You know, they're like, oh, if I have Coulrophobia, and I have an infinite terror radius, and I have unnerving, and I have an infinite terror radius, maybe I can use these perks to affect the whole map. It's a good idea, but in practice it fails, because you can only hold your power for about 10 seconds, and you're not going to have it going for much longer than that, and it's not going to affect survivors that much. So it's generally not a great idea to go for this. If survivors see that they have Coulrophobia, they're just not going to heal, do something else. And if they see that they have a nerving, they just pay more attention and hit the skill check just fine. So it's really not a great idea. But what does this map terror radius, map wide terror radius gives you? It gives you basically unlimited detection, which is actually incredible. When you hit a survivor, suddenly your killer instinct activates. Normally, you can only see within your limited terror radius. So if there's another survivor nearby, you'll see them. If there's a survivor in a locker nearby, you'll see them. With a map-wide terror radius, this gives you a guaranteed 100% unavoidable coverage of the entire map. And you're going to see the other survivors. This makes you... This is a really, really strong radar tool. So what you can do is slowly stab a survivor, cancel your power, see where the other one is. Is it close? Stab him? Nope. Cancel your power. Go after him. Do the same. Repeat. Get everybody injured and get the pain shared across the board, and eventually, you know, get things started. That is a good thing. The detection part is fantastic. Unfortunately, it's not one of those quiet add-ons. This add-on will be extremely obvious the moment you start, you know, the moment you start your frenzy. The first survivor is not going to be able to tell because it's close. The other 3 survivors that are far probably will be able to tell immediately. The other nice function of this add-on is that survivors cannot throw pallets willy-nilly with this, because if you vault them, you can break them. And what you can do, if you're extremely shameless, chase a survivor, drops a pallet, vault it, break it, hit him. Doesn't break the pallet, go and hit them. You can even cancel your power and repeat, and do it as many times as you think is worth it if he's dropping valuable pallets. This is good. This is good. It gives you a little bit of everything. It gives you info. It disorients some survivors. It makes them panic for no reason. It gives you the ability to punish people who drop pallets too quickly. And when you drop pallets too quickly, sometimes, you know, when everybody's injured, they will need those resources. So it can help you. It's not a whole lot. It's not like a super insane add-on that changes everything you do. But if you know how to use it and you don't get greedy, it's a very good add-on. Now, how could you get greedy? You stab a survivor, you see a survivor across the map, and you think to yourself, yeah, I'm just gonna keep running and hit him. You're not. You need to know, you need to interpret the killer instinct to know if the survivor that you're seeing is far, which is going to be the majority of the time, and that you should probably just cancel your power and learn to manage it. If you learn to manage it, you will get use out of this add-on. The next pin add-ons are a lot less threatening. The Legion pin inflicts broken, the Smiley pin inflicts mangled, and the face pin inflicts blindness, all for 60 seconds, and only, this is the big if, and only if you hit them after hitting a person first. So if I hit Claudette and I cancel my power because Dwight is too far, and then I use my power again, this add-on doesn't work. This add-on only works if survivors are close together. And obviously, that's not gonna happen all the time. Survivors at the start, they will be close. The moment they realize you're a Legion, they're gonna go really far away, right? And once that has happened, you will only see survivors close together when they try to clutch a gen or something, or if they're really dumb, they heal all together, or if they're going for an unhook, which, you know, that is fair if you're still around. In those situations, yes, you can hit multiple people, and in those situations, so like these are somewhat easy to apply. Now, is it worth it to apply this pins? No, not really. The worst thing you can do against, if I'm playing Legion, the worst thing survivors can do is be really smart, stay injured, and do gens, slam the gems. If they're healing, that's great. That means that they're wasting time healing, and I'm gonna get them injured again soon after in no time, and you know they've wasted the time, then I don't care about them healing. If you make them broken, yes, there will be a few scenarios where, you know, the team is kind of falling apart and this guy can heal himself quickly so he can't come for the rescue. Yes, there are a few situations like that where you could really hurt. One of the things that Legion does best is be a campy little asshole. If you have a survivor on the hook and everybody else is injured, you can just literally stay there. Somebody heals up, you can hit them, and if they don't commit right there, they won't be able to heal for another 60 seconds, and you can proxy cam the person on the hook. If you're playing that kind of style, this could situationally be more useful. I still think that your main weakness is going to be people doing gens and remaining injured, and as such, making them broken where they can't heal and making them mangle when they heal slower for 60 seconds, not that great. The blindness add-on, completely worthless. I don't see any situation where this would really help you very much. Much else to say about these add-ons? I really don't think so. Other add-ons will help you more, in my opinion. Next up, we have the duration add-ons. These are consistently some of the best, if not the best add-ons on Legion. The Stolen Sketchbook adds 2.5 seconds. The Legion mural painting thing adds 1.5. And the Naughty list adds 1. Mischievous list, I think it's called Mischief list, adds an extra second. So you can see that even the brown one, adding an extra second is very significant. An extra second makes the difference between hitting a survivor and sometimes, you know, ending your power prematurely because you can't get to them. And a second and a half is very good, and 2.5 is extremely good. These add-ons allow you to consistently chain hits through multiple survivors. Even if they're a little bit spread apart, which is great. It also gives you a lot of leeway and a lot of margin of error if a survivor is being really smart. Normally, let's say that you chase a survivor and they make it to a pallet and you have like a second left on your timer. You have a tough decision. If you wait it out, he might not drop the pallet and might just stand there and you might lose your power. If you try to hit him, he could drop the pallet and stun you. If you wait it out and try to wait for him to drop it, he might just not drop it. It gives you that little bit of anxiety. With an extra second or two, that is not there. You just wait at the pallet. If they stand too far, you hit them. If they stand too close, you get close, they'll drop it immediately. They will rarely will they win that standoff if you have an extra second.
Yeah,
these add-ons give you consistent which is very good. You can stack them together, although you probably want to use one of these with maybe something else. Although stacking them together is not a bad idea. If you stack both the best duration, the green and the yellow one, you have an extra, how is it, 4 seconds? Which allows you to like stab a guy, stab another, then maybe come to the first one again who just finished and keep it going, which is really fun. Remember that you move at 130.
He closed it, he tried to secure the other kills.
A second or two extra of that movement speed is very decent. In those odd scenarios where you really need to make it back to prevent or delay an unhook or prevent or delay a generator, in those cases where you really need the speed and you use it for mobility, it's not very often, but sometimes you'll be like, fuck it, I just need to run really quickly and I'm going to use my power just for mobility. These add-ons help you. And just like the Spirit, the extra duration does not incur in extra recovery. So these add-ons, I guess, technically also help with the recovery if you use the power. So they're very, very good overall. Next up, we have the quirky add-ons. I would like to classify them all as tapes and stuff, but they all do different things, so we have to talk about them separately. The first one is the Fuming Mixtape. The Fuming Mixtape is basically like a perk. It gives you, just like the All-Seeing Spirit on Wraith, it gives you the ability to see the progress of a generator while you're in frenzy. And there's a big problem. If you've already hit a survivor for some reason, although I think this is a glitch and they'll probably fix it at some point, when you hit a survivor you don't see generator auras anymore. So it only lets you see the generator progress if you're on frenzy and before you hit anybody on frenzy. So if you hit a survivor and you want to go in for a gen, you're not going to see them anymore, which is extremely sad, but I hope they fix. So you might think to yourself, wow, that's pretty trashy. That's quite bad. Why is this add-on so high up? The other ones are worse, trust me. This allows you to maybe give up barbecue, which would be a perk that would work really well on Legion. It allows you to find people out of place and stuff. Allow you to give up Thrill and Tremors, which gives perfect information. And instead of Thrill and Tremors, you can run Thana, you can run Dying Light, you can run Surge, you can run any other perk, that Enduring Spirit Fury, Brutal Strength, any other perk that might help you in a chase or might help you controlling gens. It gives you information, saves you of a perk that you might need, and is good. Overall, the Iridescent Button is better, because if you can see where survivors are, you can guess where survivors are being repairing generators. So Iridescent Button is probably better. This one, however, gives you information without telling the survivors. You know, it's not bad either.
It's better than fucking.
And that one perk slot that you might save next to this will be helpful. Next up, we have two add-ons that, on retrospect, I would move from F tier to E tier. These add-ons are not. They're not really broken. They do work. However, what they do is extremely outdated and has no value in the current meta. I'll explain in a minute. But yeah, technically these add-ons, I guess you could bring them to A tier. But because they're so outdated and I think they're so broken, I recommend that you actually never run them. They are Frank's... No, am I right? Yeah, Frank's Mixtape and the Stab Wound Study. Frank's Mixtape makes it so that when you stab a survivor who is out of the on frenzy, they lose a chunk. Who's out of the on deep wound, which is the status that frenzy affects. They lose a chunk of that timer. Now, that timer, as of right now, is fucking 30 seconds. 30 fucking seconds. This means that if I hit a survivor, their deep wound timer begins, they have 30 seconds, and if I hit them again, I give them a speed boost, they keep running away, and they lose 1/4, 7.5, 1/4 of their whole timer. If I wait 20 seconds to get my power back, and I do it again, they lose another 1/4. And then I go into, cooldown again. And if I wait that and do it again, they go into, if you stab someone 4 times and you wait all the time in between, yes, you can guarantee down them with this. Guess what, though? Their timer doesn't go down as long as they run. So those 30 seconds might as well be infinite. You're never going to down them. The time it's going to take you to down them, it's going to allow everyone else to get out and be in the next lobby already. It takes so long to recover after hitting a survivor because you lose your entire power and you go on a 4-second cooldown. So you would technically need 24 seconds 3 times. You might as well just wait for them to die of old age. This add-on is worthless. It's absolutely worthless. Now, the timer used to run if they were out of chase. That was the previous iteration. And it used to run regardless. Regardless of not they were in your terror radius. So this add-on used to be the best add-on on Legion. It used to be very broken. You used to be able to stab people and make them go down very quickly with a couple stabs. Not anymore. In the current meta, it just doesn't work. The next add-on is called the Stab Wound Study. It removes 5 seconds so that they only have... Hold up, brace yourself. Only 25 seconds to mend themselves. Only 25 seconds. And if they keep running, the timer doesn't stop. So when I get hit by Legion, what I often do is I finish the generator before I even have to mend myself. And if the Legion comes and finds me, and I have 10 seconds left, I just stop running. And if he downs me, then, I didn't spend 12 seconds mending doing nothing. And if he doesn't down me, it doesn't matter. I keep running, my timer doesn't go out. It's so not threatening. 30 seconds is pathetic. It's so long. And 25 seconds is just as long. If you combine both of these add-ons, I guess that you would still need to probably stab someone 4, maybe 3 times if they did a pause here and there. These add-ons are worthless. I talked about them for far too long. Hopefully you understand why. Next up is the reduced cooldown add-ons, which is the Colder, the Mixtape, and the other Mixtape. When you exit your Feral Frenzy, you're going to go through a very painful and very lengthy cooldown of 4 seconds, which is extremely punishing. And the worst part is that it doesn't matter if you did really good or if you did really bad. If you stab a person, then another, then another, then another, and you hit 4 survivors, it's still going to take you 4 seconds. And if you hit someone and miss, it's still going to take you 4 seconds. You're going to be doing this throughout the match. So having add-ons that reduce the cooldown on paper sounds really, really good. The problem is that the reduced cooldown is fucking pathetic. And you can see it right there. It's 0.6 out of 4, 0.4 out of 4, and 0.2, which might as well be nothing out of 4. These add-ons can be stacked together. And believe it or not, when you're a competent Legion, those 0.6 make a difference, even though it's a very hefty cooldown. Let me give you an example. Let's say that you're chasing someone around the shack. And you bamboozle the window for some reason. And then a guy vaults the pallet. And then you vault with him. And then he vaults back. And then you vault back. And then he gets a bit greedy. He starts running. And then you cancel your power. And then he tries to get back to the pallet. But you body block it. In situations like that, where you come out of your power and you body block or something, which is extremely hard to do and requires a survivor to be a bit brain dead, be warned. In situations like that, that little bit of cooldown is really, really helpful. When you end your power in a really clutch moment and you're just waiting for that moment to stab them, and any amount of time helps.
Go on with the button.
Because you're going to be canceling
fairly
frequently.
Me too, bro.
The Colder in particular, if you pair it with the...
You think I wouldn't have
with the button can be very
helpful.
Gameplay, you can stab a guy,
to
see where everybody else is, cancel, go walk to them, get them. You can stab a guy, he gets to a pallet. If he drops it, you can vault it, cancel, and chase. And if he drops another, frenzy, vault it, cancel, chase. So it can add up and it's helpful. It's just not by a whole lot. The green one is alrightish. The yellow one is downright insulting. Very, very little. I don't recommend that you could, I guess you could stack the green and the yellow if you want to. If you have nothing better, you could stack some of these. But usually you want to run one of these and maybe something else, or maybe something else entirely. Hopefully you understand why they're not so good, but they actually do help at what they do, even if not by so much. Next up is the recovery add-ons, and these recovery add-ons are actually quite sad. Unlike the Spirit, you don't really have much control about when your power is going to be available, because your power is cut by half every time you M1 a survivor, which is really, really infuriating. If you use your entire power, which is going to be always, you will... I forgot to mention one thing that I think is very pertinent. If you down a survivor and you pick him up, you have no cooldown. So one thing you can do, by the way, as Legion, is if you down someone and you have your power back in a few seconds, we'll see how much it takes in a second, you can go stab someone else, come back and pick up the survivor from the ground with no cooldown of 4 seconds. These add-ons will help you get your power back after you down someone quicker, and also if you use your power. I don't find them super useful. From my personal experience, they only really help you in a few certain situations, a few certain different playstyles. For the most part, I'm gonna hit a survivor, and if the next survivor is not immediately within reach, I'm just gonna cancel my power, and I'm gonna have it back. When you hit a survivor, you get your entire power back, so you can cancel and you don't need recovery. And that's much better than using your entire power than waiting for, instead of 20, 16 seconds.
You're basically stuck in a
You want to know how to cancel and manage your power, and these add-ons will not be as useful. However, there's a few situations where they will be useful.
It doesn't damage anything.
If for some reason you lose your power, and you stab someone and you miss, which can happen, or they stun you, this add-on will make that wait a little bit less painful. 16 instead of 20, or 18 instead of 20, or if you combine them, that's 6 seconds less. Also, there will be a few times where, let's say that you chase a survivor normally, you have your entire power available. You down someone, and your power goes down by half. You lose half of it. So to fill up that remaining half with the green, with the yellow one, it will only take you 9 seconds, the equivalent, right? And with the brown one, it will take you, instead of 10, it will take you 9.5. So they'll save you half and 1 second
or be completely
each.
invincible.
Am I right? No, I'm wrong actually. They will save you 2 seconds and 1 second each from half. That's more accurate. Sorry, I halved them twice. So the yellow one will save you 2 seconds to get your power back after you down someone, which is okay. If you pick them up and you hook them, don't worry, you're already gonna have it. But if you down someone and you immediately want to pressure someone else who is healthy, then this add-on will help you a tiny bit then. Still, not that great. And the brown one, not that great either, because it's half the effect. Next up, we have the blade add-ons. These have been unfortunately nerfed as well. The nerf, the purple one used to add 3.5, now it's only 2.5. You do mend quicker as well. It used to be more, now it's only 12 seconds. These add-ons are not bad. Let me tell you how not to use them, however. If you go after one survivor, let's say it's Jake, and you stab him, and then you cancel your power, and then you chase him, and then you hook him, and then you go for bail, and you do the same, this add-on does absolutely nothing. Absolutely nothing. The person that you're chasing, it doesn't matter that they have to mend for longer if you continue to chase them. These add-ons only begin to shine when you chain hits. And then those 2 seconds, they start to hurt a little bit more. That 1 extra half seconds start to hurt a little bit more. So how do you do this? You catch survivors off guard at the start. You catch survivors when they're healing together. You catch them when they're unhooking. You hit the person that was unhooked. If they turn white, you'll know that the unhooker has BT, by the way. And then you go for the unhooker. And then you go for either of them if you want to, or whoever you want. I'm not going to tell you who to go for. And then when you have multiple people hit, and you go for someone else, then yeah, this add-on begins to hurt a little bit more. So keep that in mind. To get the most value out of it, you have to switch targets. And still, the effect is pretty minor. You will get it every time. It's pretty unavoidable as long as you frenzy someone, so that's good. But it's a very, very minor for a purple and green effect. Next up, we have the detection distance add-ons. These are the last ones. And to explain this, we need to understand how the Legion power works. When Legion stabs someone, his terror radius becomes a detection tool that inflicts Killer Instinct. Killer Instinct is this little effect that highlights like a heartbeat that lets you know where a survivor is. Killer Instinct cannot be avoided by anything. If survivors go into a locker, they can avoid things like screams from the doctor or auto reading from barbecue and chili or whatever else. They cannot avoid this. If they're down, I don't think you hear them. But any other time, I'm pretty sure, like anytime they're up, you will 100% find them. So it's a very reliable tool. Normally, this only goes within your terror radius. As we've seen before, with the iridescent button, your terror radius covers the entire map, so you can find anybody. With these add-ons that we're going to discuss, you get an extra detection range that goes past your terror radius without actually alerting them. This is good, but I'll explain why in a minute. Another thing that we have to mention is that the terror radius for the Legion, this is not explained anywhere, by the way, in the game, actually goes up by 8 meters when he begins to frenzy. That means that if you have no perks that affect your terror radius, and you begin to frenzy, you will have a terror radius of, let's see, 32 meters with the 8. Sorry, I was thinking about something else. That's why I had such a lapse. It might not be 8 meters. I might correct myself. It might be a percentage, because I'm pretty sure that if your terror is 0, it doesn't actually get to 8. So it might just be the equivalent of 8 meters. Let me just give you the most accurate information that I can. But for all intents and purposes, it's 8 meters. So if you start your frenzy and your terror radius is 32, which is the standard for Legion, it will go up to 40. So you're already getting, by the time you stab someone and you activate the detection, you're already getting 40 meters of detection, which is pretty decent. With that, you can move a little bit, look around, and move it at 130 movement speed. You're going to see someone nearby. With these add-ons, you can see them from even further. And the nice thing is that you can see them before they even know that you can see them. Without these add-ons, if they hear your terror radius, they're going to figure out if they're smart, that you're coming. And that you know where they are. If they're not smart, then they won't. And you'll know, you'll see them, you can cancel, and then you can chase. With this add-on, you can begin to detect them with Killer Instinct past your terror radius. They don't actually make your terror radius bigger, they just give you an extra detection distance. The first one, Julie's, is actually very decent. It allows you in big maps to stab a survivor, look around, and get a very good picture of where everybody else is, because you're going to have a detection range of 56 meters and only a terror radius of 40 until you're on your frenzy. Is it great? It's okay-ish. That information can be useful if you're never going to be downing anybody in frenzy, so it's not like you can use that information to clutch. It's not like you can frenzy, down a survivor, and then find the last survivor with this, because you will never down someone. But in situations where you have a person on the ground, a person on the hook, maybe you hit a healthy survivor, being able to know where the fourth guy is, or maybe even being able to know that the fourth guy is nowhere within that distance, it's going to give you a lot of info. It's going to tell you, okay, the fourth guy is doing a gen, God knows where. I can actually focus on the third guy, and then the other two are disabled, and the whole team has to get together to come back from this. So it's not at all useless. It's just a little bit confusing for new players that don't interpret the Killer Instinct detection very well. And of course, as the rarity of the add-ons goes down, the usefulness also drops. 4 extra meters is worthless, 8 extra meters is not that necessary, and 16 is kind of okay, I suppose. But yeah, that's what these add-ons do, in case you were wondering, and I think that wraps up the add-ons for the Legion. Next up
Plague
is the Plague, and she's got difficult add-ons as well. This one is the Black Incense, and this one I very, very confidently can classify as an S tier add-on. Again, much like S tier on Clown, or it doesn't mean that if you put this add-on, you're gonna be the best killer in the game, or you're gonna be stronger than a good nurse, or a good spirit, or a good whatever. But it does transform the way that the Plague works very, very significantly. It is an extremely good add-on. And the way it works... Oh, this is gonna be annoying, isn't it? The way it works is actually rather simple. When a survivor is fully infected, not before, not where they're a little bit infected, when a survivor is fully infected, they begin to vomit. And they do this intermittently between 5 and 15 seconds by the numbers that we've been able to determine. This means that you're going to be able to see those people anywhere between all the time and you know 10 seconds. Like, you're basically, anyone who's fully injured, you're gonna be able to know their location across the entire map. This is not terror radius based, it is not distance based, it's across the entire map. Now, this add-on doesn't really help you to get the ball rolling at the start. It doesn't really make your puke stronger or anything like that. But once you get through that initial resistance, once you get a few survivors injured, my god, they really, really need to up their game. First of all, this add-on has no warning whatsoever to the survivors. So survivors will only be able to figure out that you have this if they're extremely perceptive, and that will rarely happen. So by the time they figure it out, it might be a little bit too late. What does this add-on really do for you? First of all, the simplest thing, if you know where survivors are, overall, you don't need things like barbecue and chili. Hell, you don't need things like infectious fright. You can just focus on getting everybody injured one way or another, and once everybody is injured, two things will happen. Either you'll know where they are all the time, and then you can use your one default pool of devotion to wipe them out entirely, or they'll have to cleanse constantly. And if they cleanse constantly and you're a good plague, you're going to use your pools of devotions to wipe the floor with them. So this increases the pressure on them by tenfold, and it makes them have to cleanse a lot more than they normally would be able to get away with. And a match can go like this, right? You find a survivor, maybe he's in a bad spot, you fully infect him, you put him on the hook. That survivor is now fully infected. The person that comes to rescue him will be infected and will soon become infected after a few seconds. And you find another survivor in the meantime, you infect him a little bit, and then you see the fourth survivor, you go and infect him too. Now you have a ticking time bomb ready to happen. In about a minute, everybody's going to be infected, and you're going to see everybody. That means you're going to be able to down a survivor, know where the closest person is, go down them too. Now the two other guys will probably begin to cleanse. Maybe you can even, in that meantime, go to your one default pool of devotion, activate it, and now you know where the last two guys are. And they better have Unbreakable or some kind of like recovery tool, or else they're not going to be able to come back from that. It lets you know when to drink from your power. It lets you know where to go. Survivors have no idea that you have it. They will try to hide, and you will fucking destroy them, because when you drink from your power, from your fountains, you become easily one of the strongest killers in the game. It's just so fucking good. It's so good. Also, because you have perfect knowledge over where every single survivor is, any perk that makes you stealthier is incredibly valuable and becomes much more useful. If you have Monitor and Abuse, survivors will consistently, throughout the entire match, have roughly 1.7 seconds less of a warning where you're coming from. And because you're not going around looking like you normally would, and you're actually going right after them, that is always consistent. That will always catch them off guard. More so than they normally would expect. If you have Dark Devotion and you down the Obsession, you can see where other survivors are and go to them without a terror radius. Like, you can do so many crazy things when you have perfect knowledge, and almost no other killer in the current meta has this in their arsenal. It's very, very, very good, and I could talk about it for another 5 minutes if you guys really want me to.
Don't.
Next up are going to be the add-ons that allow you to use your power, your Corrupt Purge, more. As we've explained, now, as of a few patches ago, the Plague has one default pool that she can drink from at the start of the game without survivors having to cleanse. That's really, really, really good. These apples used to be very, very necessary if you want to use your power if survivors never cleanse. Now it's not the case anymore, but you can also bring one or two of these apples to start with, not just one, but with two or even three if you bring both pool of devotions active. If you have more pools of devotions, many good things happen. Number one, survivors have less available pools to cleanse from. This means that if there's a Claudette who is hell-bent on cleansing from being infected, she might need to walk a little bit further and waste a little bit more time to do so. Number two, since you have more pools of devotion active scattered throughout the map, you have a better chance of having that one pool of devotion right where you need it. And what do I mean by this? Sometimes, you will down a survivor, you will put them in the basement, and you'll have 2 survivors coming back, and you will wish, damn,
how long it took
if I had a pool of devotion right here,
crazy.
I would be able to just destroy these guys. But the one that I have is on the opposite corner of the map. With more pools of devotion active by default, the chance that you'll be able to down a survivor or keep your hook survivors close to them so that you can really use them to their full benefit increases substantially. So these 2 add-ons I still think are incredibly good.
Started off
Notice, by the way, that the green apple also has the effect of increasing the infection. We'll talk about the infection more with the other add-ons. It's just a nice secondary effect, so it's a little bit better. When you spit on an object, any object that can be interacted with, exegates, totems, chests, windows, pallets, anything at all, they stay infected for 35 seconds. This increases it by 5. So if you spit on a gen at the start, it will be blocked or infected. We'll have the cooties for 40 seconds instead of 35. But we'll get to that more in a minute. Yep, alright. So that's the apples. And then we got the iridescent seal. The iridescent seal is a very interesting add-on. I had a lot of back and forth with it. It has some really good things, but also a significant drawback.
Anything, pallets, windows, gens, totems.
The first thing that you should know is that when a generator is repaired, and there's 5 of those that will be repaired, you get your power. Whatever you are, whatever it is you're doing, you get your power, and that's fucking crazy good. If a game is going really well and you kill everybody at 5 gens, I guess congrats, you don't need it. But if a game is going bad, anytime they do a generator, you're gonna get your power, and you're gonna get a big boost of pressure, whatever it is you are. Remember not to get stunned, because that could end it prematurely if you get pallet stun. But as long as you don't get pallet stun, you get your power right there and then. This is pretty good. Sometimes survivors, they get greedy, they try to do a gen in your face. No such thing will ever happen when you have this add-on. If you're going towards a gen and they complete it, you're gonna be there right when they complete it, and you're gonna spit on them and down them in seconds with your very strong corrupt purge that just triggered. What is the drawback, however? The drawback is that you reduce your total duration from the usual minute, 60 seconds, down to 40 seconds. You reduce it by 20 seconds. And also, while you're holding your corrupt purge, you're also slower. Normally you move at 110, now you move at 103 or so. This is not very impactful, actually. I thought it was, it's not. It only happens when you're holding it fully charged. And you don't really want to do that. Although we'll get to more detail about that. So the downside is mostly the time. And unfortunately, this doesn't apply just to the generator trigger corrupt purges. It applies to all of them. So if survivors are cleansing a lot and you're drinking from those fountains, you'll have a consistently worse power as a result of this add-on. There is one add-on that can counter the corrupt holding speed debuff that we'll see in a minute, but you don't really need it. We'll get to that. Overall, this add-on is really good. If you're struggling, having 5 extra purges is pretty insane. This really requires you to make a build around it. You could have things like Infectious Fright, maybe even Thrilling Tremors to keep track of generators. You really want to tinker as an idea if you drop Infectious Fright to know when a survivor is going to finish a generator, lose your terror radius and approach them, and when they finish it, if they do finish it, you have your power to down them. So you definitely want to make a build around it, which is a bit tricky. But in the hands of a good play, I believe this add-on is good. And will consistently give you something even in bad games. You will, however, struggle to hit people without other add-ons that might help you a tiny bit more. Next up is the add-ons that help you use your puke. And this one's very unique. This one's called the Rubbing Oil. It's a green add-on, and it's actually insanely good. Insanely good. You could argue that this add-on could belong to the A tier, maybe ahead of the Iridescent Seal, and that would be totally fine. It's personal preference to a certain degree. After much thinking, I think it belongs here, but it's still very, very good. So what's the deal with this add-on? Normally, to charge your entire power, you need to hold your puke for a second and a half, and then you release it. As many of you know, it's not always a good idea to release it all at once. You just want to fill it up to a third so that you can puke a little bit so that you can get them infected slightly. Or, when you have your corrupt purge, it doesn't make any sense to hit them with a big stream of like puke, because you can only damage them once per per instance. So for the most part, unless you're trying to fully infect someone, which is really hard without add-ons that we'll get to in a minute,
I'm almost 6 hours in.
The thing that you'll be doing on average is like, and that's it. You just want to do short little pukes. And this add-on helps so fucking much in that. It makes your charging speed half the distance. Half the time.
Damn,
which means that you can puke faster, a little bit quicker. Normally, to puke really quickly, you would have to and shoot, and that would take you 0.3 seconds from my notes. With this add-on, you can do that in 0.2. And if you decide to fully charge it, you do that in half the time. Now, why is fully charging important sometimes? When you have a survivor that's going through a window, or that's doing an unhook, or it's doing something that locks him into place for like half a second, this allows you to shoot up so much more fucking puke in so much quicker time, because you prepare it so much quicker. And if you pair this with some of the effectiveness add-ons, you will get people infected super fucking fast. Not only that, this add-on actually also helps with the corrupt purge. All of these add-ons that affect the vile purge, the normal green puke, also affect the red one, not the other way around, however. So what this means is because you charge your red puke quicker, you can also shoot it faster. So instead of having to wait 0.3, you now do it in 0.2. And the very nice thing is that if you're, let's say that you're chasing a David, and you drink from your fountain, you have your red puke, your corrupt purge. You shoot at the David, he gets injured, you have basically no cooldown, so you chase after him, and now he's in the open. And if you didn't have this add-on, and you did a little bit of puke, you did like, and you shoot a little bit, he could dead hard through that. Many people with dead hard time it really, really well, and it makes it really hard, because you don't have time to charge it a lot or get closer before they get to the pallet. With this add-on, you can, from a pretty reasonable distance, you can charge up in the same amount of time a lot more puke. So you can begin to spray your red puke, they will dead hard, and you will still be spewing it out, and you will hit them past the dead hard, which is fucking hilarious and satisfying as shit. So this add-on helps with infecting people. It helps with infecting people quickly. It helps shoot at generators and, you know, shoot your puke at different little things here and there. It speeds up everything. And it also helps you when you go into your power. It doesn't give you extra power. It doesn't do some of the things that we've seen the other add-ons do. But other than that, it's a fucking incredibly good add-on. And it will really, really shine with the next family of add-ons. These are the emetic add-ons. You've got the bioemetic, the emetic vial or whatever, and the emetic potion. These are pretty nutty. As you can see, the yellow one is only 20%. So by itself, it's not very good. Unless you pair it up with something else. The green one is very decent at 40%. If you pair it with something else, there will be a thread. And the purple one is ridiculous. And if you pair it with the green one, it doubles your infection rate. When you puke at a survivor, the puke is like a bunch of little charges. It's like think of it like several hundreds of or dozens of little hatchets coming at once. This makes it so there's double the hatchets or double the infection rate. What does this mean exactly? When I practice against my friends who test these add-ons,
I think it's like 3 hours.
if I was behind a survivor who was healthy, and they were going to go into a window and do a fast bolt,
video today.
with these add-ons, you can reliably, if you get them well, reliably make their infection 80%, 70%, sometimes 90%. That means that if you get a good speed on a survivor who's fast, I'm not even saying medium vaulting, mind you, fast vaulting your window, if you get a good speed on them, with some of these add-ons you can almost immediately infect them. If you have the two of them combined, you will immediately infect them. That means that normally, this is what you would do as a normal killer. Normally, you would hit a survivor through a window, they would get a huge fucking speed boost, they would get away, and you would chase them. With this, you infect them, they get injured, they get broken, you don't give them a speed boost, and you're right behind them still. You have a bit of a cooldown, but you're right behind them still. Very, 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 very good. Unfortunately, these add-ons don't really do anything once the game is already, you know, going. When people are infecting each other, this add-ons don't do anything. When you're using your red puke, these add-ons don't do anything. That's why they're not higher up. But because they help you get people injured so much quicker, they're incredibly good. If a survivor is not very smart, and when you chase behind them, they don't move in an S, when you charge your puke, you're going to infect them so fucking quickly. You could combine both emetics to have a much faster combination, a much faster infection. Or you could get the best of both worlds. You could combine one of the emetics, possibly the strongest one, the purple, and the rubbing oil. The rubbing oil also allows you to charge it up much quicker. So, and it will also help you with your red puke, as we've been discussing. So what you can do is get to a window and literally last second, charge up your fucking puke. Let go of it super quickly, because you charge it so quickly, and still be able to infect them fully or almost fully. It's a very good combination. These add-ons will really not help you if you're only puking on people a little bit, or if you're really focused on using your corrupt purge with apples or whatever. So be smart and know what they're good with. Also, good survivors, they will not make it easy for you. You know, they will try to avoid the spits. They will not sit like ducks and run a straight line. So be aware that this add-ons will be hard to use on survivors like that. Other than that, though, extremely good. The quicker you can get it down and a fully infection, the better for you. Think about this. There's a big difference between hitting a survivor who's partially infected and downing them, and then putting them a hook, and fully infecting a survivor and putting them on the hook. A survivor that is fully infected will invariably infect the survivor that comes and gets him off the hook. Whereas if he's only partially infected, that won't happen. If you get a survivor infected off the hook, that means that you have pressured that survivor without even being there. So because these add-ons help you in doing that early, they're very decent. Let's move on. Next up, we have the charging speed, or charging, holding speed, and the cooldown add-ons. Now, let me try to explain the cooldown add-ons the best way I can. When you cancel the puking, or when you finish doing it, whether it is for like half a second or for like a full charge, you will have a very sluggish, very slow transition to your normal speed. If I'm not mistaken, you move at 115% normal killer speed. When you hold it, by default, you go back to, when you charge it, you go down to 90, and once it's fully charged and you hold it, you go back up to 110 until you're done releasing, and then up again. There is a very hefty cooldown of it's not here. I didn't put the cooldown. Yeah, I did. 1.5 seconds. The 1.5 seconds is it's very similar to Clown. It's a long time, and it's also a time where you're slowed down. So any of these cooldown add-ons will reduce the slowdown, but also reduce the time that you spend slow down, effectively making you faster. This is really impactful when you have your corrupt purge. It helps with the other one, don't take me wrong, we'll get to that, but it also helps with your corrupt purge. This means that you can do a quick spit on someone, recover quickly, quick spit on someone else, or even the same person. Normally, because you can't damage a survivor twice with a single puke, you need to do a quick one, they get a speed boost, then you do another quick one, maybe when they drop a pallet or they go through the window. With add-ons like this, that 0.4 seconds means that you catch up to them quicker, and that you are ready to shoot again faster, which is very good. Very good add-ons. As you can see, the green one is a combination of the yellow and one of the brown effects, but we'll get to that in a second. Let me try to explain to you what the cooldown means in numbers. All right? If picture this. Imagine that you just found a survivor that just vaulted a window. All right? He just vaulted a window into you, and you spit on him a little bit, right? Because you think he's gonna run away, and then he immediately medium vaults the window back. So he does a rush action and goes back through the window. Man. If you have no add-on and you try to like mash the attacking button, the survivor has time to vault and then make some distance, and you'll still be in the cooldown.
Yeah.
You won't hit them. If you have the brown cooldown add-on, the survivor will have time to vault, make a little bit of distance, and then you'll hit and you'll miss. But if they were a little bit slow, you'll get a hit. And if you have the yellow or green or both cooldowns, you will have time to spit on them a little bit and hit them as they're ending the animation. It's that little visual thing that hopefully will help you understand just how much of a difference 0.4, 0.25 seconds make. It's very significant, particularly useful when you use the corrupt purge. You could combine the green or yellow cooldown with the rubbing oil to have a very quick shoot and move plague as well, even though her effectiveness will be lower of her actual infection rate. So, what is the secondary effect of the charging speed? The charging speed is the 90% speed. 90% goes up to 97.5 with the green cooldown, and also 97.5 with the Olivanum Incense, which is the brown add-on at the bottom. And it's not that significant. Normally, you hold your puke for very little time if you're doing a quick shot, and the cooldown speeds are good, but the charging speed is not a big deal. That 90%, it's not a big deal because it's just there for so little, right? It's the cooldown that hurts you. It's not just when you're charging it. So these add-ons help a little bit, but only a little bit. If you do a full charge and you charge for the whole 1.5 seconds, yes, these add-ons make you faster while you do that. But guess what? For the most part, if you do a whole charge, the rubbing oil would have been much better because it cuts it in half. And it's mostly because you anticipate that if the survivor is going to do some kind of action like unhooking or something that will keep him in place, you don't really need the speed as much. It's not that significant. The other add-ons are just better at what they do. So don't go out of your way to use that brown add-on. Although the added benefit on the yellow one is pretty good. Now, the prayer tablet, the purple add-on, is actually quite interesting. It increases your holding speed of the corrupt purge by 7.5%. So it's the positive effect of the negative from the iridescent seal that we saw earlier. If you run this add-on with the iridescent seal, you will be able to hold your red purge at the usual speed. Is this very significant? No. With the corrupt purge, you most certainly want to hit people very quickly and then cancel, or end it, and then do it again. However, there is a certain playstyle that this enables you to do. If you've been paying attention, you'll notice that if you increase your movement speed by 7.5, because the base speed of holding it is 110, that actually makes you move at 117. So, theoretically, and in fact practically, what you can do is go into a loop with, this only works with the red puke, by the way, with your corrupt purge, and you can hold it and then begin to loop. I'm not even fucking shitting you. You can loop with the corrupt purge held, and you actually move faster than normal. You go from 115 to which is normal, to 117.5. So you can loop while they do that, and if they vault a window, you catch up to them and shoot them. And if they get to a pallet, it's the same thing as hunters before. If they drop the pallet, you shoot them. If they keep running, because you're so fast, you just go after them and then shoot them when you have a line of sight. It allows you to do that, and that is actually a pretty fucking effective tool to have with Corrupt Purge. The problem is that obviously it forces you to charge up the whole thing, which is impractical, and after you hit them, you're gonna do the long duration spit, which, doesn't really save you that much time, but it is good in some loops. So it's a decent add-on. The problem is, it only works with Red Puke. It takes a spot that could be going to another add-on that's more useful, and if you want to have the best tool to use the Red Puke, the rubbing oil and the green cooldown are probably better to spit quickly and recover fast and spit faster. So yeah, those add-ons are more useful. They're more versatile. They work with normal puke. They work with red puke. This one only works in that situation. It allows you to do this one cool thing, and it can negate the bad effects of the iridescent seal, but it's not really worth it from my experience. That's why it's a little bit lower. And then we've seen the Olivanum Incense, which has this, and then we have the broken prayer tablet, which is the exact same thing as the purple one, but it's less.
He's really
it's absolutely worthless. That 20 point holding, it's really bad.
So good.
Both of these add-ons make you drink from your puke, from your pools of devotion quicker, by the way. That's not too bad. That means that if you're chasing someone, you can drink from a pool of devotion half a second less and catch up to them quicker. It's a nice little effect. But again, other add-ons probably help you more in getting your power. Next up, we have a fairly unique add-on that's unlike anything else. It's called the Severe Toe. And basically, what it does, it increases the build-up of the sickness. Now, there's two ways to increase your sickness as a survivor. One is if the plague is literally barfing down your throat. If she's barfing at you and she hits you, this is what we've established, it makes your sickness go up. But let's assume that the plague only hits you a little bit, or that you got infected by touching a survivor that was infected, or you got infected by touching a generator that was infected, or some other way. Let's say that you get infected just a little bit. How long would it take for you to get infected? If you stand still and don't run, you will not get infected ever. But obviously, you know, then she would win because your team of survivors virtually is missing someone. You're not gonna do that. You're either gonna run if she's chasing you, or you're gonna do gens or heal or do actions. Whether you're doing gens or actions, it doesn't matter. As long as you're doing something, running or any action, your buildness is going to, your sickness is going to build up slowly. It's going to take you, by default, roughly 52 seconds. I've been told that it's 50 seconds. I've just calculated 52 because of a little delay, right? So it's about 50 seconds to get infected. That means that if I have a survivor fully infected on the hook, and let's say it's Meg, and Claudette comes and saves Meg, that Claudette will probably be fully infected in less than a minute, in about 52 seconds.
If you stood still,
this add-on makes it so that this passive infection happens quicker, 50% quicker to be exact, and that means that on average, survivors will be fully infected in 34 seconds if they do stuff, and obviously a bit more if they just stand still, but if they stand still, that's good for you. So that means, if you do the quick math, that you're pretty much saving anywhere from like 15 to 20 seconds per survivor. That's not bad. That's not insignificant. If you are the kind of person that spits on a survivor and moves on, or fully infects a survivor and then leaves them for someone else to come and pick up and infect themselves, that kind of infection is, you know, it's pretty prominent. It's going to happen throughout your games. And being able to fully infect someone is very good because they immediately become useless. A person that's partially infected can tank a hit and go for a save. In fact, a person that's fully infected can't do fucking shit because they're fully infected, and if you hit them, they go down, and they're broken as well. So them being fully infected about 20 seconds earlier is not bad. This add-on, in my opinion, really shines when you pair it with the Black Incense. The Black Incense, as we've discussed, only begins to shine when people are fully infected. So you fully infect one guy, then someone else gets infected, and you start to see their aura about 20 seconds earlier. It's really, really good. This add-on is not terrible. It's not the best thing ever. It doesn't give you extra pukes. It doesn't make you shoot faster or anything. But it is decent, and it saves you about that time. Over the course of a game, I reckon it's very decent. Just a bit, you know, not super impactful in the actual use of your power. Just more of a background pressure tool. Which, again, pressuring is what the Plague does best. She gets people injured, and when everybody's injured, she needs to make that really, really count, force them to cleanse. This will just make it happen more quickly. Yeah. Talking about durations, though, we are going to be discussing two durations. The duration of their infection and the duration of the Corrupt Purge. The Corrupt Purge is really, really good. We've established that it's one of the best powers in the game to have, and being chased by a Plague with this, it's really, really hard, right? So you would think that these add-ons would be really, really good. They're really not. They give you 8 seconds for the purple, 6 seconds for the green, and 4 seconds extra. For a total grand of 64, 66, or 68. Is that worth it? No. No, it's really not. Unlike Oni, for example, like having more duration doesn't really help you sometimes. Sometimes you just want to revert back. You've already downed a survivor. Now you just want to put him on the hook and puke on him to infect him again. You can do that on the hook. Or maybe you just want to revert back. It's not useful. Why would you have a purple add-on that gives you 8 seconds extra, where you could have a yellow add-on that gives you a whole other fucking fountain, so you can have 60 seconds extra at a later time of your choosing, while blocking a pool of devotion? These add-ons are wildly outclassed by the Apple add-ons. They also don't really help you that much. You'll notice that if you play, you'll notice that by the time you get your puke, you'll make it count within the first 15, 20, 30, maybe 40 seconds. Having the extra thing past that is not that big of a deal. And the numbers are pretty laughable as well. They're not awful, but I consider them some of the weaker add-ons on the Plague, in my opinion. Not to mention that if you only have one fountain and nobody ever cleanses, let's say that you have one of those games where things go wrong, and you only have one fountain because it's a default, and you brought 2 of these add-ons, and you drink from that fountain. Okay, now you have a Corrupt Purge for, let's see, 14 seconds extra, but only one through the entire game because they never cleansed. Wouldn't it be better to just bring 2 apples? It would. Or even something else to help you infect them quicker so that they are forced to cleanse if they want to stay alive. Next up, we have the seals that increase the infection time. As we discussed briefly earlier, when you spit on anything that survivors can interact with, that thing will remain infected. That object will remain infected for 35 seconds by default. This adds 10 and 5 seconds. It's pretty minor. There will be a few situations where, you know, you'll find a generator, you'll spit on it, you'll move on at the start of the game, and survivors will find it and be like, ah, shit, well, I guess I can't go in here. And this will extend that duration for 10 and 5 seconds. Not bad, not terrible, not awful, but at the same time, survivors will probably ignore it and go find something else and go open a chest and be back, and 10 seconds is not that impactful. Once the ball gets rolling and everyone's infected and everyone is broken, these items are absolutely nothing. They're only really helpful at the start a little bit. They also help you, I guess, at the end if you want to puke on an exit gate and then go to the other and see if, you know, for 40 seconds no one can touch that exit gate without you knowing. Things like that, you can use them and keep this in mind, but they're barely worth the add-on slot. And that is all of it with like add-ons.
Jesus Christ. Ghostface.
Next up, we're going to be discussing Ghostface's add-on. And
damn,
God,
he has lots
this
of shitty
begins a trend that's going to continue in some of the next killers, where there's a couple good add-ons and really a lot of really bad ones. Let's start with this mess. By far the best add-ons on Ghostface are the recovery add-ons. When you use your power, the Night Shroud, you lose your terror radius, which is incredibly good, and you also have the ability to stalk, which can eventually lead to you insta-downing survivors either quickly or, you know, preparing them and doing it later. This will eventually be stopped by one of many things. If a survivor looks at you properly, they will reveal you and you will lose your power. You will need to wait 30 seconds. If you hit a survivor, you will lose your power. If you hit but also miss, you will also lose your power. And I believe that's all the conditions. You're going to be doing... this means that you're going to be in recovery whether you're a good or a bad Ghostface. Because if you're a bad Ghostface and you get exposed and you miss all your hits, you're going to lose your power. And if you're a great Ghostface and you hit people, you're also going to lose your power. No matter what, you're going to lose your power throughout the game constantly. And this means that you only have... you have to wait 30 seconds, and you can only use it every 30 seconds. If you use your power to shroud yourself and be stealthy, 30 seconds of waiting time is quite a lot. You lose your power when you're down a survivor, you put them on the hook, you're going to someone else on barbecue in Chile, and you still are like halfway there. Bad stuff. And even if you're very efficient, like it doesn't matter. It's still really bad. These add-ons do something that no other add-on does, which is shave seconds off of that recovery. And this helps you if you're bad, and it helps you if you're good, and it helps you no matter what. If you are using the chewed pen, which is the green one, you will have -8 seconds. The address book, -6 seconds. The matchbook, Wallace matchbooks, -4 seconds. And the best part, and the reason why they're all in A tier, is because they all stack together. So if you use matchbook and address, -10, only 20 seconds. And you use chewed pen and address, that will be -14, meaning you only have to wait 16 seconds. That means that if I stalk someone, and I mark them, or I grab them off a gen, and I put them on the hook, by the time I see someone on barbecue, and I go there, I'm gonna get my power before I get there. And I can, you know, I can begin to be stealthy and catch them off guard. Whereas, if I didn't have any add-ons, I would have to wait another 15 seconds. These add-ons are stupid. They're really good. His base power is fucking pathetic. Ghostface is very add-on dependent, in my opinion. And this add-ons kind of fix him. I would like to see this changed, but as it is right now, these add-ons make him a lot stronger. Okay. And every other add-on after this will be bad just because it's not a recovery add-on. A trend that you're going to see going forward is that I'm going to say, yeah, this add-on is okay, but it's not a recovery add-on. You could be using a recovery add-on instead because they stack. So it's like the problem the Trapper has with the bags. This is double because you actually can stack them, and it's good to stack them. So yeah, every other add-on after this, well below any of this in terms of utility. What does this do on top of all of that I've said? It does even more things. If you get revealed too early, you have less punishment. If you 99 a survivor, if you make their stalking meter go all the way to 99, sometimes you will have to leave them because they'll reveal you too quickly, or you have to do something else. This allows you to be able to use your leaning quickly again to expose them and hit them if you need to. If you just hook someone and another survivor comes and is in the middle of nowhere, if you have your power back, you can immediately lose your terror radius, but more importantly, immediately stalk them again. The fact that you can lose your terror radius and stalk more frequently means that you have your power twice as often as if you didn't have them. These add-ons are just great. and nothing really replaces them. Next up, we have the add-ons that reduce the stalking time. Stalking, unlike Myers with Ghostface, happens equally at any distance. This is great. It goes up to 40 meters. Yep, it goes up to 40 meters. And whether the survivor that you're looking is like 5 meters, 25 or 40 meters apart, you're going to be able to stalk them at the same speed.
God,
this speed
dude.
is 5 seconds if you're standing, and 2.5 half. Oh, we had an offline sub. Thank you very much, whoever that was. We had that was spooky. You have a 5 seconds if you're non-leaning, and 2.5 half of those 5. 2.5 if you are leaning. You should be leaning as much as you humanly can. Leaning is already extremely quickly. It's extremely quick. But for the few times where you cannot lean, maybe because you're looking at a survivor from a building while standing up through a little window or something, or because you've already stalked the survivor and you need to finish the final bit of stalking, for those little times where you need to stalk standing up, or not leaning, these add-ons are really useful. Also, in corn maps, you can stalk people underneath the corn. So sometimes you can crouch, begin to stalk. Obviously, it's in the open, so you can't lean across, with anything. And you can see survivors' feet, and you actually stalk underneath the corn. In those situations, these add-ons help a little bit because they shave time off of the non-leaning stalk. As you can see, the night vision monocular reduces minus 75 seconds, which if you want to stalk someone entirely, if you're on top of a building and you're seeing someone, that is pretty significant. This add-on is one of his better ones for sure, and it's pretty significant. If you already have a survivor that's like 75% stalk, this doesn't help as much. It's only going to be a portion of that, but still, it's going to let you be able to mark them quicker so that you can M1 them quicker, and they don't have as much time to get away. The next one is the knife belt clip. It does pretty much the same, just not so much so. It only shaves about 10%, 0.5 seconds from the full 5 seconds. And then we have the Philly, which is the camera, and the other monocular, which both shave off 0.25. This is getting into laughable territory. 0.25 from a full 5 seconds is not a whole lot. But, whatever. It's okay. It's helpful. The other add-ons are worse, believe it or not. The monocular also has the added effect of increasing the exposed duration, which by default lasts 45 seconds. We'll get to that more in a minute with the other add-ons, but this one is one of those add-ons that's like 2 add-ons combined. So they're very close to each other. Then we have the ultra rare Ghostface caught on tape, and this does something extremely fucking stupid. It makes your leaning, which is already very fast, your leaning is only 2.5 seconds. If you get a good lean on a survivor, that's it. You got them. As long as they're in your vision for like 2 seconds, you 99 them. That's it. You're good. You don't need your leaning to be faster. Well, this makes it faster, so that leaning only takes 1.5 seconds, 1.5, which is unnecessary. And it also makes your non-leaning slower. So if you want to compensate for this, you have to bring the night vision monocular, the purple one above, to make up for it, to negate that negative effect. And guess what? If you're bringing these 2 add-ons together, you're not bringing any recovery add-ons, so enjoy being 30 seconds waiting for your power, you fucking nerd. You don't want to bring this add-on. The Ghostface Cotton Tape is pretty bad. It allows you to like insta-stalk people sometimes a little bit more quickly, but it also makes the stalking so fast that it's actually difficult to 99 it properly. So this add-on has some utility if you have a chewed pen to go with it, I suppose, but it's still it's barely worth the effort. And if you're getting revealed left and right and you have to sometimes finish stalking without leaning, it's gonna hurt you a lot. It's downright a bad add-on to bring sometimes in some situations. That's about it for the stalking add-ons. Next up, we have a fairly unique security camera. This actually acts a bit more like a perk than it does an add-on. When you down a survivor who is marked, this add-on activates, and it will show you the aura of everybody else outside of your terror radius for 4 seconds. It's pretty much the same effect as barbecue and chili. Barbecue and chili is 4 seconds. This is exactly the same. You down a survivor, if they are marked, so if you're a Ghostface that doesn't really know how to play, or if you're just, using the stealth part of his kit and not using marking at all, this add-on does nothing. If you do that though, if you do mark people a lot, which I like to do, this add-on is actually quite useful. The only problem with it, you guessed it, it's taking up a slot that could go into another recovery. But you can use the recovery pen and this, and you have a decent build on Ghostface. Because you have information occasionally coming in, you could give up barbecue and chili, you could give up nurses and other information perks, and have other more impactful perks in that do other things for you, like Pop Goes the Weasel, Corrupt Intervention, whatever. So how does this work? If you mark someone and you're still in Night Shroud, when you down him, you should see the auras of everybody else. The only exceptions being people in lockers and people who hide behind a generator. Everybody else you should see them, because you have a 0 terror radius, and thus this camera will reveal everybody. If you get revealed before you hit them while they're marked, you will have a 32-meter terror radius. So this will not show you the auras of everybody. It will show the auras of everybody who is further than those 32 meters. But for the most part, if you play well, you will get use out of this add-on. It's just that, okay, think about it. You down a survivor, right? You down a survivor. You have a chewed pen, so you're gonna get your power back in 22 seconds. Now you know that someone else is far away. What are you gonna do? You're gonna leave him on the ground and go straight for the generator? What's the point? You're not stealthy. You have to wait 22 seconds to get your power back. Like, what are you gonna do? Like hook him? Then everybody knows where you're coming from. And yeah, but by then the information that you got is worthless. And if you have barbecue and chili, you get the same information. This helps you seal the deal. This helps you snowball.
Sam, I'm still going.
Although arguably the recovery items help you snowball better. This helps you, I down a guy, put him on the hook, down another guy, now one guy that's healthy, I hit him, I mark him,
honestly just lost a bit.
don't forget, I mark him, I hit him, and now the fourth guy, he's there, wow, gotcha. Those moments will rarely happen, and for this reason, this add-on is a little bit hit or miss. Next up, the exposed duration add-ons. As we explained, when you mark someone, those people will be marked for 45 seconds. Don't try to chase them for 45 seconds, by the way. That's a bad idea. If they are decent, they will drop pallets and they will stall for time and you will waste your time. If you fucked up, feel free to leave them. And these add-ons might actually make them a little bit more scared for 10 or 5 extra seconds.
I'm actually doing this.
The most useful thing you do with Ghostface, the most effective strategy that you do with Ghostface is you 99 people from far away if they don't realize you're stalking them, and then when they're close and within stabbing distance, you mark them fully, go from 99 to 100, and then stab them.
So, yeah.
That means that they're going to be marked for a complete duration of 3 seconds. And maybe if they drop a pallet and you mind them a little bit, maybe 10 seconds. The 45 seconds, you're never going to chase a survivor for 45 seconds. Never. Never. If you are doing that, you're doing something wrong. You're doing something horribly wrong. And these add-ons adding 5 and 10 seconds, it's worthless. I think it's worthless. They take up a slot, which makes them bad. It's not recovery. If you accidentally expose someone with this add-ons, I guess that they will be scared for longer and they'll hide for longer. But other than that, very, very bad. Unless you go into like multiple expose, there's no way to spin it. They're just terrible. But now you know what they do. Next up, we have the add-ons that give you more information on the people that reveal you, and the add-ons that reduce the revealing distance. By default, the Ghostface can only be revealed from up to 32 meters by survivors who are staring at him and can see enough of his body. That's very, very important, by the way. It's a very important remark. That means, there's 2 things that you should know about this. That means that if you're at 40, the distance between 32 and 40 meters is a gray area where you can stalk people, but they cannot break you out. So that's something that you should know as Ghostface. From 32 to 40 meters, you can stalk people, they can't do anything about it. However, once they enter that 32-meter distance, they can begin to break you out of stealth. If they see enough of your body, if they see roughly like a third of your body, they will begin to break you out. And if they look at you for 1 whole second, they've already broken you out. It takes you a little bit longer, but it doesn't matter. If they look at you for a second, even if you go out of view by then, even though you will already be behind cover, the effect will still happen. So that's something that you should also know. You need to hide very quickly. Luckily, at 32 meters, it's extremely hard for survivors to reveal you. It's downright impossible. At that distance, you have a lot of fucking objects to hide in quickly. Maybe crouch behind some rubble so that you can cancel the reveal and be completely fine. Rarely will you be revealed by survivors at 32 or 30 or 28 meters. That will rarely happen. 95% of the times you're revealed, it will be from a person on the hook or a person on the ground or a person behind a dumpster that's probably 12 to 15 meters away from you. Because of this, these add-ons that reduce the reveal distance are garbage. They're really, really, really bad. Survivors will still break you out of stealth, no problem, from the normal distances. This doesn't change absolutely anything. One of them reduces the distance by 4 meters. That is the victim's detail routine. And the other one, the driver's license, reduces it by 8. Now, you could put them together, but we know what happens when you use 2 add-ons together that are not recovery. But that's not even that great. That makes it so that you can only be revealed from, let's see, 24 and then -4, 20 meters. 20 meters is like perfectly... I'm confident 99% of the times you're going to be revealed, it's going to be within 20 meters. So, not a great idea. And the worst part is that the driver's license, the F tier add-on, is actually bugged. If you use the driver's license, it doesn't work. And if you pair it with the detail routine, it actually makes the detail routine also not work in this regard. So don't use this driver's license. It's actually bugged. It even makes the other add-on that is not bugged also be bugged for some reason. This might be patched by the time you watch this. But even if it's not, even if it is, these add-ons are still garbage. So until they change the description, don't use these add-ons, please. The detail routine also has the effect of the map, which is that it gives you 1 extra second killer instinct reveal when someone reveals you. First of all, you don't want people to reveal you. It will happen occasionally, maybe 3 or 4 times a game, if you're careless, but you will be revealed. When you are revealed, you will see the killer instinct of the survivor to reveal you. This lasts for only 2 seconds, and by the time you turn around, you only see it for like half a second. With this, you might be able to see it if you missed it, but you hear the heartbeat, so you can tell where it happened from, and it's not a big deal. When you get exposed, you usually know where it's coming from. And the direction, yeah, it's not great. Like, very rarely will you be revealed by a survivor and then turn around and be like, what the hell, where was that? Very rarely will that happen. If you're using these add-ons, then maybe there will be a situation or two where you will be able to prevent that, but it's so rare. They're completely worthless as far as I'm concerned. Next up, we have the add-ons that increase the movement speed while you crouch. The ghost face can crouch, and he goes from 115 to 90% movement speed. That's a minus 25% reduction in speed, or a very modest reduction in height. Crouching doesn't really do anything. It doesn't remove your terrorist like the pig. That is just from your power. The crouching part is just if you want to be, if you want to avoid detection, you can crouch to get behind something quickly, and because you break the line of sight, they don't get to break you on stealth, and you can interrupt it. For those situations, crouching is extremely useful, but you use that and you stand still, right? You crouch, crouch here. It doesn't make you crouch any faster or any slower. This only makes you move faster while you're crouched. And you're not going to move around the map while you're crouched very often. Sometimes in a farm map, you could crouch or maybe catch someone. And in some loops, and a big asterisk, in some loops, crouching can actually be effective to throw off a survivor, and doing it 7.5% faster or 5% faster perhaps makes a tiny bit of difference. Still, you only crouch for like half a second just to make them think that you're going the other way around and attack them and rob them a bit of reaction time. These add-ons don't really help in that much. They just help a tiny little bit. With the purple one, you'll be almost as fast as a normal survivor while they run, but you could just stand still and be 15% faster than them. So why would you do that? It's terrible. And the yellow one is only 2.5%. These add-ons are hot garbage. It's not as much garbage as the next ones. These are the movement speed add-ons. Just like Michael, Ghostface moves at 50% movement speed, extremely slow when he stalks in the open. And if you actually have a survivor in your sights and you're actually being stalking, that movement speed goes from like 50 to 20. So you're basically standing still. These add-ons increase, they add to it 30%. So you go from 80, 50, instead of 50-20, you go from 80 to 50. Now, obviously, unlike Myers, who has some quirky add-ons where you can do that, you have zero reason, and I mean 0 reason, to stalk in the open. If you go in the open, you're stalked like a kid in a toy store, just like looking around, you're going to get revealed by random Claudettes hiding in bushes. You're going to be extremely slow. Why would you ever want to do that? It's not effective. You want to have a plan and move surreptitiously across the, along the edges of the map or behind cover. You want to move with a purpose. You don't want to move in the open. You don't want to stalk in the open. So that movement speed is worthless. Yes, there will be some instances where you need to stalk let's say that a survivor was like, you left them at 80% stalk, and you're after them, and you need to pause to get them to from 80 to 100%. In that situation, that tiny little bit of speed that this gives you could help you, because instead of going at 20, you go at 30. But it's only a fraction of a second. The other add-ons that give you better recovery would probably help more. The other add-ons that give you normal non-leaning stalk speed would probably help you more. And you know, it's like most of the times this ghost phase, you're gonna be standing completely still while you stalk, either from a building through some kind of window or behind cover. This add-ons are complete garbage. Please don't use them. And so the same goes for like half the other add-ons. So yeah, hopefully that was useful for you guys. Next up, we're gonna be discussing the Demogorgon, and this is the first time I need to change the shape of the tier list to accommodate it. And yeah, it's quite something.
Dude, there's so many.
The best add-on, according to many, and I agree with it, the best add-on on Demogorgon is a brown add-on called the Rat Liver. The Rat Liver increases your movement speed while you do your shred by 9%. This makes it go from 92 to 101. This means that if you're chasing a survivor around the shack, let's say, and they're about to go inside and bolt the window, while you ready up your shred, you're not going to be slowed down to 92. You're going to be slowed down to 101. That is massive, because you need to ready up your shred for like half a second before you can pounce and attack. That is massive. This allows you to fake your shred and not lose a lot of speed. This allows you to prepare your shred from earlier and still get the hit before the survivor makes it around the corner, or gets to drop the pallet, or gets to vault the window, or gets to go into a locker, or gets to get on the car and drive away. Whatever it is they're gonna do, you have more room to begin preparing your shred earlier, because you don't slow yourself as much, meaning effectively that you have a faster shred preparation, kinda. And this is the only add-on in the entire repertoire of the Demogorgon that actually helps you land your shreds better. All the other ones help you with other stuff when you miss your shreds or with the portals. And the Demogorgon's main strength is his chasing potential, because his shred is so strong and can shut down so many loops, and you can be so precise with it. This helps you in that regard, and by far is the best Demogorgon add-on. And let's get to the rest, because
you don't have a tear radius.
Next up, we have the Rat Tail, I believe it's called. This allows you to place portals twice as quickly. One of the best strategies with Demogorgon is not to just put one portal, but to place multiples. Put one or two close to each other. Then you activate one, you use it to go back and forth. If they bother to cleanse it, no matter, you have another one. As we'll see, we have other add-ons in a minute that save you 0.4 and 0.25 seconds while you travel. Why would you want to... Let's say that you hook someone, right? And that you see someone else on barbecue in Chile. This add-on will let you put down a portal quickly, 0.5 seconds faster, and get there basically faster as well. And it helps you spam portals at the beginning. And if you think that an add-on that does something so small is too high on the tier list, wait until you see some of the things that these add-ons do. This add-on is good. It's good. It's good stuff. Next up, we have the deer lungs and the guts. Is this the gut? No, I don't know. It's not the gut, so I forgot the name of this one. Forgive me. I can check real quick, though.
Don't worry about it. It's fine.
It's the rotten green tripe. Forgive me. The rotten green tripe. Not a green add-on, though. It's a yellow add-on. This reduces the total time that you're going to be spending while traveling. Normally, when you travel through your portals, depending on how far the portal that you're traveling to is, it's going to take you anywhere between 1.5 and 3 seconds. With these add-ons, you'll be shaving off 0.4 and 0.25 seconds off of that time. They're not bad. They're actually pretty good. If you already have several portals set in place and you just want to be there a little bit quicker, these add-ons help. They don't help massively, but as you will see, neither do the upcoming add-ons. Next, we have the Muse Gods. This time I got it right. As well as the two add-ons that comprise it. The Muse Gods is a combination of the next two brown add-ons. It's the Black Pumpkin, and I actually want to tell you the name. It's the Black Pumpkin and... No, Rotten Pumpkin. And... The Black Heart. All right, I got that right. So the Black Heart gives you a little bit less cooldown when you miss a shred. If you're a very aggressive Demogorgon, you can use this or Muse Gods, which is the same effect, and the Red Liver, and you have a very, very good chance of hitting survivors. If you bump into a wall, their cooldown is fixed. This add-on does not help you. But sometimes when you're not quite there and you miss a survivor, this add-on does help. 0.25 is pretty good.
Yeah, I'm still watching this.
However, yeah, do remember that if you bump into a wall or a window or whatever, this add-on actually has 0 effect. And the +1 portal is actually pretty good. Having 1 extra portal helps in the strategy of setting multiple portals in areas of interest. So if you have a generator that's really, really important to you and you don't want to lose it, you set up 2 portals, and this will help you keep more. And when they cleanse one of them, you teleport to the other one, and then maybe reset another. And they will really not have. It will take a little bit of time to set that up, but it will really have no way to stop your ability to that area, because you will keep one of those portals active, the one that you go back to from. But you keep the other portal inactive, so it's invisible. They can't do anything until you actually travel to it. So the extra portals are very, very helpful. And the extra cooldown helps a little bit in the chase, but it's not super significant. As you can tell, it only shaves off 0.25
3,
out
2,
of 2.25.
1. BRB, 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 BRB. BRB, 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 BR. I'm back.
Next up, we have the atoms that increase your undetectability.
Speedrun still saved, boys. Let's go.
When you go through the abyss, survivors will hear a very, very long cue, sound cue, like
empty bladder
in the
feels so
distance.
nice.
Any survivor with half a brain will realize that for the next few seconds they might be in danger. If they're somewhere with a wall, they might step back, look around a little bit, and if they hear like a massive stomping, they'll start running away. And if you hear a terror radius, they'll start running away. If they don't hear anything, they'll probably go back to the gen or continue doing whatever they were doing. These add-ons make it so that the time where you're undetectable, where you have no terror radius, is a little bit bigger. As you can see, it's completely fucking laughable. The green and purple mushrooms only increase it by 0.5 in 1 second from the default standard 2 seconds. So that means that you can come out of a portal that's like a little bit next to a gen and maybe get the jump on someone, maybe. But again, they all hear a massive sound cue, so don't get your hopes up. And then the Lycan actually increases it pretty massively by 10 seconds. Actually, by 8 seconds up to a total of 10 seconds. This is actually pretty nice. This means that you can come out of a portal, and if someone has object of obsession, they're not going to be able to see you. And if someone's on a generator, you have time to go around and catch them off guard, and they won't hear anything for a few seconds, so they'll realize, they won't realize that something is up. And yeah, it gives you a nice little bit of stealth. It has a very hefty price to pay for it, though. Normally, your recovery is 14 seconds. If you're one of those Demogorgons that likes to travel around the entire map constantly, this will make it so it will take you 24 seconds. So that's pretty bad. And as you will see, the add-ons to help recovery are pretty laughable, so nothing to do about that. This is a bit of a hit or miss add-on, and something that you have to make a build around. Next up is our other ultra rare. This is the red. No, this is the Lycan. I believe the other one is the red moss. Right. This is the Lycan. This shows you the auto of any injured survivors. Any injured survivors that's not, you know, that are not in a locker or something, you will see the auto while you traverse the abyss. Now, good and bad things about this. Good things. Sometimes while you traverse, you get a bit of information. Cool, that's awesome. You know, it's like, oh shit, this Claudette is self-carrying here. You can see them across the map, by the way, as long as they're in your field of view. But that's where the problem comes. When you teleport to a certain portal, your vision is fixed. You cannot look around. If there's a survivor who's healing or repairing injured or something, this will give you a good indicator that they're there. But this only works if they're injured. And it only works if you just happen to be teleporting to a place where you can see them. Sometimes your teleports will be in awkward angles where you don't really see much of the map. And this will do absolutely nothing. And you will not know if they're not there or if they're just not injured or any, you know, if there's people there that are not injured, you will just not know much. It is a nice add-on, I guess, if you use it as a negative.
God
if you go through the portal and you don't see anyone, you know for a fact that the injured person is nowhere near the area where you traverse, so that maybe then you can look elsewhere. In that scenario, it's okay. It has no downsides, so it's a decent add-on, but because you have so little control and because people tend to be healthy at the start of the game, it's hard to get value out of it immediately. If you have many people injured, I mean, congrats, but you're probably already winning, and maybe other add-ons would help you more. Next up, we have the recovery add-ons. These are very pathetic, in my opinion. Your recovery is 14 seconds, which is fine. This shave it off a little bit, a couple seconds. Not great. Like, I don't know. Like, usually when you teleport to somewhere, you do something and then you're fine. You stay there. You don't want to go back immediately. And if you want to go back immediately, you still have to wait 10 plus seconds with add-ons. To maybe if you're being bold, you only have to wait 10 seconds. It's a bit awkward. It's a little bit awkward. There's many games where I never even notice the recovery because I don't even travel that much with Demogorgon. But perhaps if your playstyle is a little bit more dynamic, perhaps you get some use out of these add-ons. I still think that for the rarity, they are pretty bad. And other people that I've talked to seem to agree with me. Next up, we have a definition, a bunch of add-ons that interlace again. These add-ons increase the time that survivors take to cleanse a portal. The purple one does it by 3.36 seconds. The binds, the green ones, do it by 1.6, and so does the yellow one. The binds, however, have the added effect of the other add-on, which adds extra detection to your portals. So let's break this down. The extra time cleansing is, I think, stupid. Really, really stupid. Why would you have an add-on that makes them spend 3 seconds extra on cleansing the portal, where you could have an add-on that gives you 1 extra portal so that you can put 2 portals.
Outdated.
And then, you know, one of them is completely uncleansable. And if they cleanse the other, you can teleport. And if you have them both activated, they have to cleanse both of them, 12 seconds, as opposed to one of them, 15 seconds or 14 seconds or whatever. I think these add-ons are widely outclassed by the add-ons that give you extra
right after Blight was released.
Extra portals. So they're quite bad.
Like
and then we get to the add-ons that increase your detection. If you run them both together, the extra 3 meters are actually kind of handy. When you place a portal on the ground, they around the portal, not on the portal itself, around the portal will detect people for up to 4 meters.
The twins.
If you have these 2 together, that becomes 7 meters. So you can detect
Pinhead.
people through walls, and you can hide portals a little bit better and still detect people on gens. You can still do that with the normal, like the normal range 4 meters is perfectly fine. It's already perfectly fine. These add-ons help out a little bit, but I don't think they're that amazing. You know, especially the one that just does that by itself. It's hardly worth it. The other add-ons will get you more value out of it.
When he updates it, he goes up to the Blight menu.
Next up, we have the 2 add-ons that trigger effects when survivors are on the portal itself. Now, unlike the previous add-ons that detect people with killer instinct who are near the active portals, these add-ons only work when the survivor is literally, virtually stepping or cleansing the portal itself. It doesn't work if you have the big detection range, the 4 meters plus 1.5. These add-ons don't work based on that. They work only, again, when you step on the portal itself or very, very close to its vicinity. And what they do is they give you exhaustion for 5 seconds and blindness for 45 seconds. Actually, it's as long as you're on the portal and then for 5 seconds after you leave it. I mean, if you have a survivor with Object of Obsession I guess that they can't cleanse your portal without you knowing, because if they do your portal, they're going to become oblivious, but they're also going to be blind, so they won't be able to see you, but you'll be able to see them. So you could tell, I guess, but they can also just look away and then you wouldn't see them, so it's worthless. And I guess that if a survivor steps on this, maybe, I don't know. I need to get pretty creative. If you put someone in the basement and you want to put an active, needs to be active, an active portal in the middle of the stairs, anyone coming in or out of the basement will have to step through it, and they'll be exhausted for 5 seconds. Who knows? Maybe that can get you ahead on a rescuer that's injured. I don't know. You could use it you could use this whistle in some creative ways to exhaust survivors, but 5 seconds is so pathetic. It's just so bad. It's just so bad. It's not worse than having nothing, but it's pretty damn bad. And that concludes all the add-ons for Demo Boy. After Demo Boy, we have our man, the Oni. The Oni is blessed with many good add-ons, and one of them stands out above the rest. It's called the Top Knot. And you know how Billy has many add-ons that increase his charge time? Actually decrease his charge time. So you have a chainsaw that's really strong that works in like 2.5 seconds. And then there's add-ons that are crazy good because they shave it off by like 0.20 or 0.45 or whatever. This fucking guy has an add-on that shaves off his charge to use his movement and use it in a loop by half. It's like, this is like the equivalent of the carburetor tuning guide or the primer both on the Chainsaw Boys on steroids. What this allows you to do is to walk up to a survivor, ready up your charge, basically last second, and then sprint for a bit and do a curve and hit them at almost every single loop in the game. Doing that without this add-on is possible, but much harder, in some cases not actually possible at all. So this makes your power, which is already pretty strong, downright unfair at times. If you had it all the time with this, it would be probably unfair. It's very strong, especially in the hands of a good Oni who's good with a flick, who can use the charge time very quickly and very precisely and get the flick right where it matters. It is extremely strong and by far the strongest, almost borderline S tier add-on on Oni. Fortunately for some survivors, he doesn't get to use his power throughout the entire game, so the utility of this is only as good as the Oni himself is. Hopefully that's pretty clear. It also helps you with canceling, if I'm not mistaken. So if you cancel your thing, it's less punishing. Although I'm not sure, I should probably double check on that. But yeah, basically if you can charge quicker, you can also cancel faster, and it allows you to use your power in a lot more different situations with a lot less room. It's pretty much the same as a Billy Chainsaw. You don't need to charge it for as much, so you can be a little bit closer to them, and while they're going through a window or they're about to drop a pallet or they're about to round the corner, they have less time to react and juke you and do all kinds of things. Sculpt Top Knot, by far the best add-on. Next up, we have the duration add-ons. Unlike the Plague, more duration here is always good. It's insanely good, in fact, because your base duration is only 45 seconds. 10 seconds on top of that is insanely good, and there's absolutely no downside to it. You don't need to get more points to activate it. There's no downside to it at all. And we'll explain a little bit more about duration with the next set of with some of the next set of add-ons, but for now, all you need to know is that this is always good. The Oni is a killer that can snowball the game very quickly. You slap Infectious Fright on this bad boy, and you'll be downing a guy, getting to the next, downing a guy, getting to the next. Unlike the Plague, he can be very good at doing this and switching targets and moving super quick. 10 extra seconds of moving at like 195% movement speed? Dude, that's insane. And 10 extra seconds of being able to shred pallets and being able to insta-down people? That's insane. In 10 seconds, you can down a person. If you down someone with Infectious Fright and you have 10 extra seconds, thanks to one of these add-ons, or God forbid, 18 extra if you bring 2, that is enough to down another person, maybe 2 if you're quick, I don't know. It's so crazy. It's so good. Depending on how the survivors play it, this just gives you extra wings. It's always going to be useful. You have no downside. Unlike Plague, when Plague is in her corrupt purge, she cannot infect people. So there needs to be a healthy balance between both to keep the pressure up. This man has no such problem. Yes, while he is in his power, he cannot see the blood orbs, but the blood orbs are still there gathering for when he stops it. So even though you cannot see them, they are still there. They're still pouring on injured survivors. So there's absolutely no downside to being in your power for longer. That's why these add-ons are so good. And even the yellow one is 6 seconds, which is just so good. Oh, forgive me. I switch characters instead of switching the slideshow.
I'm so excited for a second.
Next up, we have the add-ons that increase the amount of orbs that people drop. Now, this is a little bit complicated, but I've got some numbers here to give you an idea, right? When you hit a survivor, you get 40% of your power. Let's say that you need 100 charges, 100 orbs, you get 40 orbs. Right there, 40. So if you hit 2 survivors, you're like almost there. You also recharge it passively, we'll get to that. But many of your orbs that you're gonna grab, they're not gonna be from your passive, they're not gonna be from your hits, which are hard, obviously, and you need to work hard for them. They're gonna be from the fact that survivors constantly drop blood orbs when they're injured. It doesn't matter how they got injured. If they got injured from no mither, doesn't matter, they still drop it. It doesn't matter if you have sloppy butcher, nothing matters. The rate at which they drop blood orbs is the same, unless you put these add-ons in. So survivors will drop 1 blood orb, if I'm not mistaken. Is it 1 or 2? I believe it might be 2. Well, they drop. I'm not sure. Forgive me. I don't want to herb, but they drop blood orbs every 4 seconds when they do anything. And on top of that, they also drop 1 orb when they crouch and 2 orbs when they do any action. Actions include failing skill checks.
Oh, so teabagging isn't Oni's
dropping pallets, and vaulting windows, and basically doing anything else that's like an action. That means that if you chase a survivor, yeah, let me just put you in a scenario, right? If you chase a survivor for like a little while and you hit them, let's say that you chase them for, let's say that you hit them once, so you get 40%. You chase them for 30 seconds, and that gives you a little bit of passive, and then you make them drop 1 pallet, vault 1 window, vault it back, and then drop another pallet. That will get you to 63% of your power, 63 points, 63 orbs. With the green add-on, instead of 63, you would be at 69, which is pretty good.
Nice.
And with the purple add-on, you wouldn't be at 69, you would be at 72. So it increases the orbs that they drop, the ones that they drop, by roughly, what is it, 25, 30%, roughly? It's pretty damn good. If you hit a survivor and the survivor starts doing a gen and they don't heal, you're going to find a massive amount of blood orbs, because not only does it increase the action, the orbs they drop per action, they also increase the frequency. So instead of dropping them every 4 seconds, they'll drop it every 2 seconds if you bring both, or every 3 seconds if you only bring one of them. So these add-ons are very, very strong because they allow you to get your power quicker when you only have 1 hit, right? You get 1 hit on someone, you chase after them, you get your power faster if you can land the second hit on somebody else. Because if you land the second hit on that same guy, you don't get any blood because he's down. So because these add-ons give you the ability to go into your power more frequently, they help you at the start, which is where you really need it because you have no power. And they really punish survivors if they stay injured and they stay in one area, because they're going to massively increase the amount of orbs that are going to gather there. Next time you stop by, you're going to be like, and just completely fill up your power in 2 seconds. Because they help so much in that, one more than the other, they are very, very, very good. Next, we have the add-ons that decrease your time to transition, and also the add-ons that reduce the penalty from downing survivors. And these add-ons are inferior to the ones that we discussed. Well, I'll explain why in a minute. Let's go with the penalty. What is the penalty? As we've been trying to explain, the Oni has to go into his power, and then once he activates it, he has 45.45 seconds, so 45 seconds, to do whatever he wants with that power. There is a big problem though. If you down a survivor, you lose your power slightly. Just the act of downing them, not picking them up, that cancels it and pauses it. But the act of downing them, no matter how you do it, will rob you of 7 seconds. That means that if you have 10 seconds left, and you down a survivor, now you have 3 seconds left, and it's gonna end after that. These add-ons make it so that your penalty is smaller, and the purple one reduces it by 4, so your penalty is only 3 seconds, and the incline, the yellow one, reduces it by 2, so your penalty is only 5 seconds. What does this mean? It means that if I down a survivor with the purple add-on, I save 3 seconds. And if I down a survivor with the yellow add-on, I save 2 seconds. Let's do some scenarios. Let's say I down 2 survivors. I save 3 and 3. I save 6 seconds. That's great. That's really, really good. Saving 6 seconds is really, really good. But you know what else gives you 6 seconds? The yellow duration. These add-ons are pretty bad. They're pretty bad because the duration add-ons outclass them in every way. If you are a god tier Oni and you think that you can down everyone in a single go of your power, then yeah, you could use the 10-second duration, and then if you get more than like 3 downs, then this purple add-on becomes better than the next one. You would need to get so many downs for this add-on to be able to compete. You just need to do add up the numbers yourself. You would need to get several downs for this add-on to be able to compete with these add-ons. And in the chance that you somehow struggle and you cannot get a single down, these add-ons will give you a little bit of extra to help you, which these add-ons won't do. They only will save you time if you already had time in the first place and if you down someone. For this reason, the penalty add-ons are inferior, but are still useful, and they will still help you when you down people, which you will be doing all the time. Yeah, they are, as far as I can tell, as far as I've tested, they are a down. They're like a downgrade from the other ones. If you down a survivor quickly with the duration add-ons, you will still have more duration left, so you should be able to keep more of your power than if you down them quickly with this. The incline and the other brown add-on do have a neat little effect though, which is increase the speed of the transition. When you use your power, it takes 3 seconds to be ready to use to move. With this, you will shave off half a second. And also when you cancel it, it takes also 3 seconds. This will also shave half a second. If you pick up a survivor from the ground while using your power, there's no such transition though. So these add-ons don't really help you if you pick up someone up, which you probably should at the end. But if you're not picking someone up at the end, this also saves you a little bit of time. They save you a second overall. It's not bad. It can sometimes make the difference between a survivor making it to safety and you catching them. But overall, the other add-ons are better because they give you a lot of duration, and the top knot just makes you so much quicker at beginning your demon dash. So they're okay-ish. Next up, we have the dash movement speed add-ons, and this was a bit controversial. They do give you a lot of speed, moving you from 195 to 120-ish. Or 110-ish, so you're pretty much approaching Billy levels of fast with no add-ons, which is pretty good. It's pretty good. This helps your mobility across the map. It helps you get to things faster, and it can help you a little bit in loops. However, one of the most advanced techniques that you can do as the Oni is to glide over walls. And it's this thing, because Oni doesn't bump into walls and lose his power like Billy or Baba do, he can actually stay on the wall and use his body to like steer himself away and do some really weird tricks to come from the side of a wall in an unexpected angle. These add-ons don't really help too much in this regard. They actually make him so fast that it's kind of hard to do, and for that reason they can actually be slightly counterproductive. But overall, the speed is good. It means you might get ahead in places you wouldn't, and it also helps with the overall mobility that you have with Oni, which is also amazing. And you can definitely use your dash to just zoom around the map and find survivors and keep control of gens, which is good. Other than that though, in the actual combat you don't need the speed, and it barely makes a difference. Next up, we have the Ultra Rare add-ons, which are very quirky and unfortunately completely worthless. The first one is Ranger's Bloody Glove, and this add-on used to be incredible. Every time survivors were in contact with a blood orb, you would see their aura for 2 seconds. and this would keep happening.
This one just almost done.
Over and over, and you would have, it was pretty much like a Black Incense and Plague. It would give you that similar effect, which was obviously incredible.
Deathslinger.
Instead, they have reworked it, and now what it does is, it does the same thing,
So
but every time the survivor
3 more.
is in contact with the orb, he will absorb it.
About an hour.
So this does two things. It gives you information that you probably don't need, because you probably will run barbecue and chili, or infectious fright, maybe both, maybe discordance. It gives you information that is not super helpful across the map. And it also robs you of big reserves of blood. If a survivor is greedy and they work on a generator for a long time, usually if you interrupt them or if you come there after the fact, you're gonna find a huge pool of blood that will immediately fuel your power, like, very, very quickly. With this add-on, you might find no such thing, because they'll be constantly absorbing the orbs. The one nice, and obviously this helps. This doesn't help at the start where you need it the most. That makes this a really risky choice of an add-on. However, I must say, it does have some use. If you make a build around it, if you give up on information perks and instead focus on other perks and let this do the information gathering for you, this can kind of work. If you let survivors who are injured run around some tiles, there will be blood scattered around everywhere. And that means that if that survivor or another survivor runs around that tile again, they're constantly going to be revealing their aura when they come in contact with one of these orbs. And this gives you a sort of like budget ammo ears perk effect. And this can actually be very, very helpful. In maps where it's really hard to mind game tiles because you don't see the survivor and he sees you with a third-person camera, or he just guesses and waits at the window, this can kind of get you some cheeky hits here and there. So it's not completely worthless. Give it a shot and you'll see probably what I mean very quickly. Still, a big risk. It doesn't help you early when you need it. It doesn't really help make your power more important or more powerful when you really need it. Oh, little commercial break. This video was sponsored by Otzdarva of the past, who was an idiot and forgot to talk about the second add-on in the iridescent category. It is the iridescent seal.
Dude,
it's so bad. It's so bad. It makes survivors, when you miss, like he's gonna do right now, boop, when you hit the ground like that, survivors within 12 meters scream. It is as terrible as it sounds. If you don't... Thank you. If you don't know where survivors are, you shouldn't have entered your power in the first place. If you down someone with infectious fright, you'll probably know where someone else is, and if not, you can just go and hook them and lose your power. There's really no situation where you're gonna be humping the ground with your hammer, like randomly to find people. I very, very highly suggest that you never touch this add-on unless you want to enjoy the memes. But yeah, it is quite the piece of garbage. But anyway, on to the other add-ons, if you were wondering. Next up, we have the add-ons that have to do with his absorption. Now, there are two things to explain here. There's two speeds. The speed at which the orbs themselves come at you, and the speed at which you move when you're absorbing them. We'll talk about the pulling, the sucking speed of the orbs. The orbs move at a 250% movement speed. So that's, you know, very, very fast. And with this add-on, you can move them towards you a little bit quicker at 350. Personally, I don't think this is super useful. Yes, it makes it so that you can pull up your hand and absorb them a little bit quicker, but it only saves you fractions of a seconds here and there. It's okay, but it's not great. Next up, we have the two add-ons that increase the aura reading ability. The orbs themselves, unless you're using Blood Fury, unless you're in your power, they're all visible. However, you only see their aura through walls if you're really close. You only see them from up to 6 meters. This makes it so that you can see them up to 9 or up to 8 or, you know, up to 11 if you have them both together. There will be the occasional time where you're going next to the edge of the map, and with this add-on, that 3 meters lets you see one blood orb behind some godforsaken wall, and then you approach it and there's a bunch of blood from someone who's self-carrying there. So this add-on could theoretically in some instances help you find that kind of stuff. If it's in the open, you're going to see it anyway, so don't worry about that. Now, is it worth running? Absolutely not, in my opinion. If you have survivors cleanse, healing like that in corners of the map, you're probably going to see them with barbecue or or you'll probably just be happy that they're wasting so much time. And the 3 meter it's not gonna make that much of a difference. Either you'll find it or you won't. These add-ons won't make that much of a difference. Then we also have the add-ons that increase your movement speed while you hold your hand to absorb orbs. And the numbers are actually pretty beefy. 15 movement speed up from like 86 puts you pretty much at 101, and the other one puts you at like 90 something. This seems pretty good until you realize that as an Oni, you're not going to be holding your hand constantly. You're just going to do it like very periodically. And it's for such a small amount of time that these add-ons don't really seem to make a difference. If you chase a survivor into a corner and he can't really escape because you've got him zoned, it doesn't matter that you're a little bit slower when you're holding blood. It's an almost a non-factor. These add-ons are barely worth running, but they're still better than this ones. These add-ons increase your passive recovery. Now, get ready for this. The Oni increases, like, his power begins at 0 and slowly fills up. Even if you do nothing, it slowly fills up. And how slowly? Very slowly. It fills up 0.2% of the total every second. This means that if you want to fill up your entire bar, you would need to wait 500 seconds. 500 seconds is like what? Like almost just like, it's a lot of time, okay? It's not 10 minutes, but it's almost there. It's a lot of time. It's basically the entire game. These add-ons make it 50% more effective and doubly 100% more effective. And guess what? If you have both of these add-ons, let me tell you, it would still take you 250 seconds, which would be what? 4 minutes? 4 minutes and 10 seconds, if I'm not mistaken? Yeah, it's garbage. These add-ons are garbage. The add-ons that make the survivors drop more orbs are more useful, and every other add-on is basically more useful. And the icing on the cake is that even if you wait that long to recharge your whole power, it will never recharge to full, because it actually stops at 98%. Your power can never be filled with this. So in those situations where you have, like, you're like a couple orbs away from getting your full power, and you're like, oh, damn, where's another orb? I don't find any. I've already sucked them all dry. I'm gonna wait for my passive to fill it. No, it's not gonna work. It's gonna be stuck at 98. So these add-ons, after that change, even more worthless than before, and barely worth running at all. Even if they do something. I guess. Even if it's very, very little, it's only gonna help slightly over the course of the match. Very, very slightly. The other add-ons would have cost them by miles. And that's all the add-ons for the Oni. Which was also a little bit disappointing. Next up is the latest killer so far.
The last one for past odds.
It is the Deathslinger. The Deathslinger also suffers from a very disparaging distribution of these add-ons, and I'll explain what they're so mediocre in a little bit. Forgive me about this. We're gonna go with the add-ons that save you time on reload and miss shots. When you reload, which is gonna be very often and throughout the entire match, you're gonna be stuck in a 2.75 animation, and you're slowed down a little bit. With the reload speed add-ons, which is the Warden keys and the belt, you will be shaving off 0.25 and 0.5 seconds, which is very good. And when you miss a shot, which, you know, if you're ambitious, you're going to be missing them every now and then, you'll also slow down for a little bit, a second and a half, and these the rag and the oil can the can oil can reduce that. What these add-ons effectively do is, if you're chasing a survivor and you need to reload, or if you miss a shot, the distance that you normally would lose on them is almost neglected, especially if you run both of the same kind. And it's enough to make them worth running. Let's begin with the reload. The reload is good. Reloading quicker makes you move faster again. It allows you to shoot again should you need to. And the best part is that, just like recovery on Ghostface, this will be good no matter what. If you're missing your shots, reloading faster is good. If you're landing your shots, reloading faster is good. Anything you're doing, reloading faster is good if you're using your power at all. And because this is going to help you so often throughout the match, you're gonna get a lot of value out of it, and it is probably the best add-on on Deathslinger at the moment. Another thing to consider is that the Deathslinger struggles, even though he's very good in the 1v1, he struggles when multiple survivors are involved, and his ability to snowball the game, unlike Coney, is very limited. He doesn't have any form of like natural insta-down. Anything that makes you a little bit faster at catching a survivor can be very good. This can make the difference between, shooting a survivor, hitting them, reloading, and catching the other survivor running away. And then the other survivor, maybe you break the spear or whatever, but now they're injured. So those 0.5 seconds are very, very good. Obviously, not so good for the brown one, but still a very decent add-on. And the miss cooldown, you're only going to get value out of it if you miss. And that depends how conservative and how ambitious you are with your shots, but you should still miss a fair amount of times. And this add-on will help. You will definitely notice how, like, normally, if you miss, you don't get the spear, and if they're anywhere near a pallet, you don't get the hit either. Sometimes with this, you can miss and still be like, okay, you know what? He's not that far. I can still go. I can still down them before they get to the pallet. Then I'll reload. Then I'll try again because you just wanted to save yourself time. So yeah, use the green miss cooldown as well with the reload. It's pretty good. Next up, we have the mending time add-ons, which is the barbed wired and the little plant leaves. The poison ivy, I think it's called. This increases the amount of time that survivors will need to spend on mending. And as you can see, unlike Legion, the purple add-on is actually quite beefy, 3.5 seconds. Let me tell you what not to do with these add-ons. You don't want to use this add-on and play like this. Chase a survivor, spear him, hit him, down him. Chase the next survivor, spear him, hit him, then down him. If you do it like this, this add-on has absolutely zero utility because the person that you're chasing doesn't have to mend. This add-on becomes very, very, very good when multiple people are involved and you're switching targets constantly. For example, a survivor is off the hook, someone comes to help, you shoot that person, and you hit them. And now you go for the person off the hook, and you try to down them. That person that you just hit is now injured. He needs to mend for 12 seconds. He needs to mend for an extra 3.5 seconds. If you have Sloppy Butcher, he needs to heal for 32 seconds with self-care. Now an extra 8 seconds with Sloppy Butcher if they don't have a medkit. That person is out of the game for a long time. That person's not going to be able to come and protect the person off the hook. Someone else is going to have to get involved. And when that other person comes to help the team, you go and do the same thing to them. When you are able to split pressure and keep people mending, this will buy you very precious and most importantly, unavoidable time. Healing time, it can be bypassed by adrenaline. It can be bypassed by very fast healing. It can be, or somewhat bypassed by very fast healing. It can be bypassed by inner strength and so on. And this cannot be bypassed. If you ignore the survivor, they will most likely have to, almost entirely, certainly they will have to mend within just a few seconds. And they will have to spend more time doing so. And that time will win you games. Unfortunately, the poison ivy is not that big of a deal. It's only 1.5 seconds. But the barbed wire adds 3.5 seconds, which here and there will really, really hurt. It makes healing a lot harder. It makes not healing scary because you're a small terror radius killer. And if you pair this with nurses, with sloppy, and other anti-healing stuff, survivors will have a generally hard time. Very decent add-on. Next up, we have the chain add-ons, which change the durability of your chain. The purple add-on is pretty pathetic. Normally, when you spear a survivor, you have 100 charges, and if the survivor reels back, the chain breaks more at an accelerated rate than if they didn't. It also breaks a little bit by itself, even if they do nothing. And if they put some kind of barrier between you and them, and the chain is like in between some kind of rock or wall or another survivor, this will make it break even quicker. This basically gives you a 10% extra duration, and this 10% actually makes a difference sometimes. It's not amazing, it's not every single time, but there will be times where you shoot a survivor on the other side of the pallet through a tiny little gap or whatever, and then you go around and you want to hit them, but he's already breaking out. With this add-on, the 10% extra will get you hits in times where normally it wouldn't be possible. And the fact that you can get it down here and there thanks to this makes it somewhat okay, if not still if not still somewhat situational.
Oh my god.
Then we have the rickety chain, which increases the passive
significally longer, but we
when
are
survivors
1
resist.
hour away.
This gives them basically it's really hard to explain. Look into the code. But
1
basically, it makes your
hour,
chain
guys.
break faster.
Much
faster.
hour more.
It's almost impossible to put it to precise numbers, but it makes your chain break much faster in exchange for more blood points. As every other meme BP add-on, this is worthless. It doesn't really give you that many points at the end of the game. But if you want to toss yourself, go ahead. Next up, we have the iridescent, the ultra rare add-ons. We have the iridescent coin, and the Hellshire iron, I believe it's called. The iridescent coin is interesting. If you can manage to spear a survivor at 15 or further meters, this add-on activates. They get a little warning. Don't think they don't. They get a little warning that this add-on is active. And if you manage to hit them while they're still speared, and not a second later, you will instant-down them. Now, to be able to understand why this add-on is really not that great, you have to understand that your maximum range is 18 meters. 18 meters. And you have to hit them between 15 and 18. At that distance, if you're completely in the open, you will barely be able to spear them. And if they have any amount of like resistance at all from another survivor helping in, or some kind of like obstacle, you will 100% not hit them. So this add-on will give you occasionally insta-downs on very large maps, open maps, such as running fields. It will occasionally give you, and obviously the survivor is injured, it's worthless. It will occasionally give you insta-downs on people healing that you see with nurses calling and hit at the very edge of your range. And if you are a bit of a cunt, you can actually abuse this by staying at around 15-20 meters away from the hook. If you put a survivor on a hook that's relatively in the open, and you're like proxy camping a generator and the hook, you can be a bit of a fucking bitch and literally just camp him, and no one will be able to rescue him because you'll be able to yank them off, even if they're healthy, and insta-down them. The one trick to know whether you're going to insta-down a survivor is to look at your points. When you shoot a survivor, if they are within 15 meters, you will get 200 points, 200 score point event, and it will say speared. If that happens, that probably means that he's at 14 meters or closer. You're not going to get the insta-down. If at the moment where you spear them, you get the 400 points and it says sharpshooter, that's when you know that it was from 15 and further. So that's when you know that you should really go in for that kill, because it's going to be an insta-down. Situationally useful, but very, very hard to use. Then we have the Hellshire Iron, which reveals survivors within your terror radius while you spear someone else. This is pretty bad. You have a naturally small terror radius of 24 meters. Many people run monitor and abuse, which makes your terror radius even smaller. When you spear a survivor, as long as there's not another survivor within... your chase with that survivor ends at that moment. Forgive me. And that means that your terror radius is going to go out to 16 meters. Or 24 if you didn't have it. 24 meters is not a lot. But this add-on will occasionally reveal the odd Claudette hiding behind a corner waiting for the flashlight save here and there. It will give you tiny little bits of information here and there that will be useful. On top of that, you can also use it in a more proactive way of knowing that when you have this add-on, no one is around you. Obviously, when you spear a survivor, you have a very limited... You cannot turn your camera very much. You have a very limited amount of like visibility. But what you can do with this add-on is every time you spear someone and you don't see anyone, you're like, okay, I know for a fact that there's no one in front of me. So maybe, you know, when I patrol this area in 5 seconds after the hook, I'm going to look behind me or look far away. So you can use this as a kind of negative. It's like, okay, there's no one here. Fine. It's like infectious fright. If you down someone with infectious fright, nobody screams. You assume that, you know, no one's there and you go elsewhere. And maybe, you know, there's a Jake with Calm Spirit, or in this case, Jeff with Distortion to counter the hour reading, but that's very, very rare. So yeah, use it in that way. You'll get some info out of it. Still quite worthless though. Next, we have the add-ons that inflict mangled. The nail thingy, the rail nail. What is it called? Forgive me. The rusted spike. My bad. The rusted spike, and I think it's called the honey locust thorns. Yeah. The spike works when you veil someone and hit them, and the locust thorn works when you let the chain fully break. Note that if you break the chain yourself prematurely, they will not get a speed boost. You will not get the penalty, the stun, but they will not be injured, and they will not have this effect. So this only works when you go through the full stun, which is by default 4 seconds, I believe. We'll get to that in a second. And this both lasts for 60 seconds. They're okay add-ons. I think Sloppy Butcher is more consistent. You don't have to worry about whether you hit them one way or another. 60 seconds, you know, sometimes it can make a difference between survivors not being able to heal and come back and be useful and help the team. You can also just convince them to do gens, and that might backfire. But they're okay add-ons. They're okay add-ons. You definitely don't want to bring the Locust Thorns if you're gonna be completely breaking your chain all the time. That is a very, very bad decision. If you make them mangle, on average, they're gonna take like 3 to 4 seconds longer to heal, right? On average, let's say. And you're gonna be on a stun of like 4 seconds for breaking the chain. Yes, there will be the odd occasion where you spear a survivor through like a hole somewhere, and you cannot hit them, and when you break the chain, this add-on gives them mangle, and it's a little bit of like, yeah, there you go, fuck you. Not bad. But at the same time, very situational for a green add-on, not that great. The yellow one being slightly superior in my assessment. Next up, when you reel a survivor, the movement speed of doing that is 65%. These add-ons increase it by 5 and 2.5%. They're not great. They help you consistently across the game. If you spear a survivor at like max distance, at like max distance, the Bayshore Tooth will save you roughly 0.4 seconds. The fact that they're coming to you quicker also might mean that another survivor that's coming in to help them take a hit might not make it in time, or that if they were going to get behind some kind of obstacles to impede your pulling, they might not be able to do it. But the effect is so tiny. They do help you every now and then, but the effect is really, really tiny. That's why the brown one I class it as a really, really low one, and the green one is slightly better than nothing, but still not very, very good. Next up, we're talking about the stun time. I was right, it's 4 seconds. If the full durability of your chain expires, if it all goes away, you're gonna be stunned for 4 seconds. Don't make the mistake that I did, thinking that this is a good idea. If you get stunned for 4 seconds, even though the chain breaks, they get a speed boost as if you just hit them. So this is not a great idea. It's not very efficient. Sometimes you have nothing. Sometimes, you know, you don't have an alternative, or you have play with your food and you don't want to hit the obsession. Sometimes you want to do it or you have no alternative, and these add-ons help you in reducing the stun a little bit, down to like 3 seconds or 3.5 seconds. But this is not something you want to be doing constantly. You want to get your hits because you have less cooldown, and they don't get the speed boost and you don't get the massive stun. So these add-ons, the cigar and the tobacco that make you recover a little bit faster, are just not that great in the first place. And the worst add-ons on him by far, I think, are the following. We have the add-ons that decrease your terror radius while you ADS, while you aim down with your gun, but also decrease your movement speed, and then the add-ons that increase your movement speed. Now, the movement speed while you hold your power is very significant on other killers, because they need to do it for a little while, and they need to charge their power. The Deathslinger has no such feature. When he shoots, he does it when he holds his weapon, he does it immediately. Meaning that the best way for you to play as a Deathslinger is to aim and immediately shoot. In fact, you could aim, trick the survivor, stop aiming, then aim again and immediately shoot, just to trick them. You don't want to hold your aim. If you hold your aim, you're going to be very slow. The survivor's going to start doing sick fucking turns left and right, and you're going to miss. You want to give them no reaction time at all and do it very, very quickly. For that reason, the fact that you're slower while you aim is completely insignificant, because you do it for so little. And once you spear them, obviously it makes no difference. So the add-ons that increase your speed while you aim, virtually useless. If you want to be faster and catch up, just move normally and aim last second. That's it. Don't ADS and chase someone like ADS. It's moronic to do that. So for that reason, those add-ons are bad. And then we have the add-ons that decrease your movement speed but also decrease your terror reduce. This terror reduce happens immediately, by the way. It happens really, really quickly, unlike the Wraith or some other add-ons. This happens really, really, really fast. Basically, if you have a 24-meter radius, it goes down to 16, but only while you're ADS and you're slowed down even more. So if you have someone with Nurse's Calling and that you can see them, you could think to yourself, maybe if I ADS, I can line up that perfect shot and be a little bit more stealthy while I approach. It's not a good idea. It's always better to be faster and give them less time to react than to be slower, even if they have a smaller terrorist to react to. The trade of speed and terror radius is just not in your favor, and I honestly believe that these add-ons are terrible. Maybe there is some way to abuse it that I haven't thought of, but I've really given it some thought and I've really tested them, and as far as I can tell, these add-ons really don't help you at all. And that covers all the add-ons for all the killers.
Oh my god, there's 2 more.
So it's actually not the end.
There's 2 more, dude.
And we're gonna cover them.
Oh my
starting
god.
with the Pinhead, aka the Executioner. It's one of my favorite killers. I've been practicing this killer a lot, and I feel like I'm in a good position to tell you that these add-ons are quite simple. Some of them are simple good, some of them are simple terrible. Let's get on with it and talk about it. The most impactful add-ons probably are the range extending add-ons. Now, the main form of attack of the Pinhead is his Punishment of the Damned. That is his little AoE forward beam attack that goes through walls and stuff, that hits survivors, can hit multiple survivors at once. It is 8 meters by default. 8 meters is not bad. 8 meters covers basically every loop in the game, with some few exceptions. And it is quite good for the general purpose of this killer. He's oppressive 1v1 is fine as it is with 8 meters. As you can see, however, these add-ons extend the range a little bit. They do scale quite significantly, the brown one being okay, but the yellow one being twice as good, and the green one being the best by far. And this 1.5 meter, 1 meter, and half a meter actually make a discernible difference in my experience by quite a lot. Especially the green one. The other ones, if you stack them, you probably don't need to stack 2 of these, but you could do that too if you were crazy. One of them is good enough. It does give you a really, really good sweet spot where any further than 9.5 meters is really not feasible for the most part. But that little extra range actually does make a difference. So, being able to hit a little bit further, what does this achieve? Quite a few situations where a survivor who does a certain play is just shy of your range. Any of these add-ons helps you with that, even the brown one. Those situations, you now get the hit. Maybe he wiggles a little bit, and because you didn't aim it perfectly, you didn't quite hit him. With these add-ons, you now hit him. Wonderful. In the larger loops, where you take diagonal shots here and there are some very creative things that you can do. Almost all of them you can hit with his base range, but again, in some loops like the shack, you can now cover the distance from one doorway to the other with the pallet and hit it very comfortably instead of just being a little bit shy of it. So with these ranges, you begin to be able to threaten things from a distance a lot more. Another perhaps more interesting layer to this is when you see survivors through walls with auto reading, like say Nurse's Calling, or you have Tinkerer, or you see someone after they go through a window with Amoliers. All of these perks are really good on Pinhead, and being able to use your attack from further on those targets that you can actually see or guess where they are through walls is very, very good. You see a survivor that's sliding up a sprint to a certain direction, you put your sword down. Unfortunately, by the time you let go of it, he would be too far. Not with this add-ons, he will not. You will hit them regardless. Especially with the yellow and the green ones. They help a lot with this. If survivors are trying to do an altruistic action that you can punish, such as getting a rescue off the hook or off the cages, normally you need to put your sword at the perfect distance, time it really well, and hit them. With this add-on, you can do it from much further, a little bit earlier, and hit them at the very edge, which is also really, really good. And another one that is a lot harder to explain, but with experience you will come to appreciate, are the select moments where you can actually really, really guess the path that a survivor is going to take. Throughout your matches as Pinhead, There will be
cancel
times
shoot
where
bug.
survivors are actively trying to dodge you, and they are by nature very unpredictable. But there's also times where you know 100% what it is they're going to do. Either because the area that they're headed towards is like a bottleneck, where no matter where they go, they're always within striking distance, or because they need to get to a place very desperately and they cannot deviate off the course. In these situations that you will learn how to identify as you get better and better, having extra range is insanely useful, because many of the situations will happen just in that sweet spot where you normally wouldn't hit them. So many situations open up, and you have, again, this comes with skill. I don't think that you need to run these add-ons as you practice, as you're learning, but with more and more experience, you will see how many situations happen where these add-ons give you the extra range. Unfortunately, the rest of his add-ons are not as directly impactful in his power. There's no add-ons that affect his speed or anything like that. So this one's overall, I would say, are the better ones. But the next ones are still not too bad. Let's get to them. These are the add-ons that extend the duration of you dragging your sword, basically. The names of the Pyramid Head's power are actually a little bit complex and misleading, so I'm gonna call it very, very simple. Normally, when you hold your sword on the ground, you begin to leave trails on the ground that will torment survivors if they step on them without crouching. Normally, you can do this for 5 seconds. You also lose part of your power when you use your punishment of them. You lose about half. So this is what will happen. I chase a survivor. I use my power. I miss. Damn it. Now I have half my power. I go through a shorter recovery. I get a little bit of it back. I put the sword on the ground and I start chasing around it. And I want to hit him, but it's been 5 seconds already, and I lost my power. I couldn't hit him. Damn it. Well, that's a shame. With this add-on, that almost never happens. Adding 2 seconds on top of the 5 is nutty. And you only need one. As you can see, they scale a little bit better. Even the brown one is quite good. It's out of the like 1 second to adding 1 second to 5, which is really, really nice. The yellow one even better. The green one even better still. So basically, with this add-ons, you can almost never run out of your power. You can very liberally chase a survivor, hit him, recover, draw a huge line, even though you don't really need it. Even though you don't really need to draw huge amounts of your power for the most part. Let's say that you really want to. You can draw a huge line across the loop that you're in, so that it is completely shut down, and still have enough to chase him a little bit and do it again. And then when you get to a loop, you can put your sword down, chase him a little bit, he runs out of it, he expects you to have run out of it by then, and you can still drag it, and you still have enough to let go of your power and use the punishment of the dam. This combines really, really well with range. This combines really, really well with the add-ons that let your trails stay on the ground longer. And it is just really, really good. The only time these add-ons don't really shine is if you're extremely selective in when you use your power. If you're playing against survivors that don't really pose much of a challenge, they just, they loop you a little bit and then they go down. Or you don't really need to draw many because many trails because they just go down immediately. This add-on will almost do nothing, but it will still let you, in a clutch moment, put down your sword on the ground for a bit longer, or keep going for a little bit longer, and still have the ability to use your power. So they're never really bad. They're more useful when you're pushed to the limit a little bit more. They're really good survivors. You need to drag it out a lot. You need to have this guessing game constantly and almost exhaust them until they have a lapsus in judgment, then you can catch them with your punishment. So that's where these add-ons shine quite a bit. Use the higher variety ones for best effect, but they're all pretty good. It also goes without saying that if you need to draw, if you for whatever reason need to draw a huge defensive line across, let's say, a hook, these are the best add-ons to do that, since you'll be able to do it for longer and thus put more trails. Do remember, however, that there is a limit. It's a pretty large limit, so these add-ons are not going to help you reach it. It's a pretty high limit, but when you've put about 100 units of your lasagna trails on the ground, they will begin to disappear. So don't go nuts with these add-ons, putting them everywhere. It won't really help you. Next up, we've got the iridescent add-ons, the ultra rares. The first one is the Cielo Metatron, the iridescent Cielo Metatron.
My favorite menu was probably...
It's actually not terrible, considering that these other add-ons are going to start to be less and less useful. This add-on has some nice utility.
Yeah, probably.
When the Pyramid Head was released, when he would send off someone in a cage to the other end of the map, he normally would not be able to see where that person went. You could only guess. If I send a survivor in one corner, I can guess, because the game works this way, that he's going to spawn in one of the given locations on the opposite corner. But guessing isn't always easy. Sometimes he could be in a building, sometimes he could be in a basement, sometimes he could be behind a hill. You don't always know. And they patched out the feature where you can actually see your own cage survivors. With this add-on, there's a very cheeky thing about it, where the survivor that you are sending on a cage technically is tormented. So when you send a survivor in a cage, if you glance at the opposite side of the map, after you see the animation, after you hear the animation go up, you will see their aura for 1 second. This, I think, is actually the main appeal of this add-on. Just know exactly where your survivors are sent so that you can plan around it, or go there directly if you have some kind of stealth, or if you want to tunnel them out of the game, whatever it might be. So you see exactly where they are, which is always really nice, especially when you send a couple of them back to back and they end up in different spots. Really, really good stuff. That being said, survivors already give you their location. Survivors that are uncaged give a notification that you can notice, so you can always just walk there and wait until you get that. You don't really need this add-on. You can guess and get the notification to probably find them, but it's still something quite nice. On top of that is the actual intended effect of the add-on. When you send someone in a cage, anybody else who is tormented will be revealed to you for 6 seconds, which is a little bit longer than barbecue, and that's quite nice. Problem: this doesn't help you at the start when no one is tormented. It only helps you later in the match. Sometimes you don't, when you have multiple people tormented, you actually want to hook survivors first and then use the cages on the other ones, so that they don't lose torment quickly. If you don't know how it works, when one survivor is in a cage, they are tormented, obviously, that's the prerequisite, and another survivor goes there with torment. If they save the survivor off the cage, both of them get untormented, which is really good for them. So when you send someone in a cage, this add-on will show you the people that will most likely go there to get themselves untormented.
There was a mod for it, but then, they patched mods, because...
Do you really need to see these people? It's not showing you the people that are probably working on gens that you should be stopping. So the information that this add-on gives you sometimes is not the absolute best one that you need at the time. But it's never bad. When the game gets heated up, multiple people get tormented, this add-on can come in clutch, and it doesn't have any downsides. So by all means, run it. Next up, we've got the Goblet. The other iridescent add-on, which is really hard to wrap your head around. This add-on makes you undetectable when you stand on top of your own trails. Undetectable, as I'm sure you know, it means that you have no red stain, the red light in front of you. You don't have a terror radius, it goes back to nothing. And you also cannot be detected by perks or items survivors might have that would normally reveal you, like say Object of Obsession, Alert, etc. Big problem with this add-on. While you are carrying your sword, you technically are not on top of your trail of torment. So this doesn't work while you carry your sword. Alright, it only works when you carry it and then step back into those trails. And even then it works quite badly. Your red stain disappears in about 2 seconds. That happens pretty quickly. But your terror radius goes out very slowly. It takes about 6 to 7 seconds from my testing until it goes out at close range. So, what is the best use of this add-on? I guess you could hook someone and then go behind the wall and then put a bit of trail and then stay up there and just, be insidious camping without insidious. I guess you could do that. It takes so long for the terror radius to go away and even the red stain to disappear that it's really not amazing. One more practical application of this add-on would be if you're chasing a survivor in a long loop that has bad visibility and you have set a million trails around the loop. Like the loop is entirely trailed over and you're just basically stepping on it, like one of those racing car toys that kids have where the car follows the trail. If you're chasing like that, you will lose your red stain kind of quickly and you might throw off a survivor like that. But quite honestly, it would be... Survivors generally don't tend to stay on those. It wouldn't be something that would happen very often, if at all. And I really, other than, again, memes and insidious camping someone and some gimmicky funny stuff. Other than that, there's no real utility to this add-on, which is a shame. Let's move on. The next add-ons are the mannequin food and the rest of his family. These are the add-ons that increase the amount of time that your actual trails remain on the ground. So, if you set up trails very, very heavily throughout the match, you will be reaching the cap that we talked about earlier, the 100 unit cap. So if you're constantly drawing PPs everywhere as you draw yourself around the map, they will begin to disappear no matter what. Assuming that you don't do that, which you shouldn't, you should only be putting a little bit every now and then, the trails on the ground will remain there for 75 seconds. That is a long time. You could put someone on the hook, put trails around them, and even if they hit stage 2, they would still be there for a while. That is a very, very long time. But it can be longer. With this add-on, it can be longer. The green one stands out as the best one. The other ones are not as good, but if you are completely out of your mind, you could theoretically put them together and stack them. So what is the great benefit of this? If you're on a smaller map, or in one of those maps that has a few loops that survivors are constantly going towards, this makes those people who would normally have a hard time avoiding torment if you're smart, have an even harder time. You chase a survivor into a loop, and then go and do this. Put that in the pallet and the window, or just one of the two. Then he goes to another loop. Do the same. Now you do that once or twice in a chase, once or a couple times per, a couple times, a few minutes into the match, and then suddenly every loop in the map is a torment minefield that survivors need to avoid. If you do it smartly and survivors don't really realize that you're chasing them into the loops that you've tormented previously, you will get everyone tormented really, really, really quickly. The downside of this would be, of course, that it's only 75 seconds, and sometimes when you do this and you try to keep it up, survivors constantly keep rotating and avoiding it. With this add-on, less likely to happen as it stays there longer. So it is really, really good. It has pretty much no downsides. If you are smart about putting your tails, it will hurt them more. If survivors don't use the few good loops that they have, what are they going to do? Run in the open? You will down them very quickly. So they will be in this lose-lose situation where they either go in the open and die, or they go to those loops and get tormented. And when they get tormented, you are now using both of your powers to their full extent, which is what you should be doing as Pyramid Head. So these add-ons helping in this is great. And the more experienced you are, the more efficient you will be at setting up these little bit of trails. You can also treat them as trapper traps. If you walk by a little bit of grass that you think is a place where survivors might actually go back and forth from, it's not a bad idea to, again, put your shot down a little bit, leave a little bit of trail. Survivors very, very rarely notice that there's a bit of trail in tall grass and around certain maps. You can put one of them around the hill, around the middle of the map, in a place that you think is high traffic, and watch every survivor stub their toe on your bit of torment because it stays there for so long. This is general advice for Pyramid Head, but that becomes even better with these add-ons. Next up, the effect on torment add-ons. It's the Book of Memories, the Crimson Book, and one of the two stupid eggs. Alright, the Book of Memories gives you obliviousness for 15 seconds when you step on a trail. If you're out of being chased, this doesn't really mean it doesn't really mean anything at all. Really, it really doesn't. If you're being chased by the killer and you suddenly don't hear his tail radius, it doesn't matter because he's on top of you. But there are a few situations where it can come in handy. Let's say that you did place one of those mines, one of those hidden trails of torment around the map, and some unsuspecting David or Dwight steps into one of those. They won't hear your tail radius. And that means that if they're scaredy cats, they're going to be healing in a locker for 15 seconds. Or they'll go on a gen, and then you'll come around around that gen, and they will have no idea that you're there. So anytime you hear your killer instinct trigger because somebody stepped on your trail, you will know that that one survivor that you can see for a little bit is oblivious to your presence. So you can choose that to leave them scared to their own devices, or to actually go there and catch them off guard potentially. It's not bad. You can also use it a bit more aggressively to counter borrowed time. Let's say that you have a survivor in a corner of the map where it's really hard to get into. Maybe it's inside a building or something. You put some trails around the building or on the choke points leading to that hook, and any survivor that comes in last second will not be able to have borrowed time because they'll be oblivious. They won't have the terrorist applied to them. What does this mean? It means that if they do a rescue in front of you, you can put your sword down, hit them with the perfect timing, which is usually a little bit after the hook person is unhooked and their feet touch the ground, a little bit after. It depends on the distance, of course. So if you hit them at that timing, you will down both of them if the rescuer was injured, and there will be no borrowed time. And now if one of them was tormented, you can immediately send them off to a cage. Obviously, the person that came for the unhooking would be tormented if they stepped. The other one might have been as well if you didn't cage them before. So you could immediately get 2 for 1 because borrowed time didn't work and their suicide save, their suicide save didn't work because borrowed time was denied. So it can be used for that as well. And it's a nice little thing. Amazing? Super reliable? No. By far, really no. But it's a resource. Now, the 60 seconds of blindness are really not incredible. Blindness is not an amazing status effect, but 60 seconds is not terrible. And by the time survivors really get into the heat of a really tight and really difficult match, 60 seconds of blindness can make a difference. Survivors with object will not be able to see you. Survivors with alert will not be able to see you when you break stuff. Survivors with a key, with the, any add-on at all that sees you will stop working. If they have bond, if they have kindred, if they have any of these perks that are not at all that uncommon, they will stop working because they will be blind. If you start downing survivors left and right and people are tormented, have been tormented recently, but them being blind is pretty nice. It will help you maybe take advantage of the chaos that this killer creates often enough. Problem with blindness, and probably what you're thinking, does it prevent survivors from seeing the cages? If every survivor is blind, can I send Claudette in a cage and then they'll never, ever find her? No.
About
the cages,
half an hour left.
like all the killer-specific props, are always visible, even
my
through
mind's
blindness.
broken.
So
it broke
yeah,
like
that's not gonna work.
such a long time
still,
ago.
it will mess with them a little bit, and
worse,
it's worth using. It's better than nothing. Is what I'm trying to say.
Like my brain
Not much
right
better
now
than
is
nothing, but it is
rotting.
better than nothing. Almost
You
no better than
cannot
nothing
look
is the
at
next
a
one.
DVD
I think the Crimson
guide
Book, which
add-on
applies
and not
hemorrhage
break.
to any survivor that is tormented as long as they're tormented and injured. Now, hemorrhage makes the blood drop on the ground a little bit more frequently. It doesn't make it stay any longer. Why? I don't know. It could do that, but it doesn't. And in this newest update, the blood is actually a little bit brighter. So an effect that stays forever as long as they're tormented.
There you go.
And that makes the blood. Isn't that kind of good, Otzdarva? Why are you so naysayer? It's garbage. It is terrible. When a survivor is tormented, they have a visual effect constantly following their feet that consists of little blades and barbed wire that show up. And this, if you've ever chased someone tormented, is very easy to see. Even if a survivor leaves no blood and has silent, if they run around stuff, you will constantly see the little trail of barbed wire that they leave. This is super easy to track.
This is fucking embarrassing.
It makes it
I
super easy to
left
track
my
them.
microphone
And the blood
in another
becomes
house, and I
completely
had to buy a new one.
irrelevant. So them bleeding a little bit more
So
is
I'm using
insultingly bad. And for a
I'm
purple
using
add-on,
a blue
oh
snowball
my god, I need
ice
to
right
hold
now.
me again. Do not use this add-on. It has no
I'm using
redeeming
a-
qualities.
no,
It helps
not
you with
ice,
something
snowball. I'm
that
using a regular snowball.
you do not need help with. Oh god. Man.
It's a $50 mic. It's not. It's good for a $50 mic, dude.
Hold on.
It's a good
Have we
$50
been
mic.
through everything? Yep.
It's good for its
Next
price.
up,
I
we
was
have the
pleasantly surprised.
recovery add-ons. These
I thought it was
add-ons make it so
garbage.
that when you use up
But
your
now
power,
I have to use
you
my
get it a little
webcam,
bit faster. Both. If you used it
microphone,
all
which
at
sucks.
once, or if you just only use the part. So normally, if you were to completely exhaust your 5 seconds of holding your sword, you would get that back in 20 seconds. But it can be 16
Thief, I've
or
been here
17
for
or
7
18,
hours and
depending on the
42
add-ons that you use,
minutes.
or even less if you stack them together.
Watching add-ons.
Now, for a killer like Legion, who can only use his power when it's fully used, recovery is pretty important. For a killer like Spirit, who can only use her power when
like who the fuck says
it's
like
also
who the hell
fully
says they like
recovered,
DVD?
it's very, very important to
Everybody
have
who
good
plays
recovery.
this game
That's
says
why
they
those
fucking hate
recovery
it.
add-ons on those
It's just
killers
like
are really
addicting.
huge. But this killer is not like that.
If
If you
you
have,
spin in a circle.
let's say that you've used up all of your power.
And of course
Does that
you can
prevent you
watch
from using your
odds,
punishment?
fucking
Nope.
add-on and
Even
die.
while having
You know,
virtually no
afternoon,
power, you
your
can
whole-
still use
get
your
all
punishment
friends
as
with it in a bag of popcorn.
The only thing you
Just
cannot
fucking
do
see add-on
if
reviews.
you have your power completely depleted is immediately start drawing a very long trail. That you will not be able to do. But if you want to avoid the situation where you have your power entirely depleted, then you definitely want to use these add-ons, which increase your cap by a lot, by a significant amount. You do not want to use your power entirely and then wait a little bit less on these add-ons. These add-ons do something that is unnecessary. They do it very little, and they just do not help you in the slightest.
Really
There's a better alternative to them, and they are almost.
And I have been watching for 8 hours.
They almost don't help you at all. Like, here's the thing, right? When you use your punishment of the damned, you go. You have a 2.25 seconds of recovery.
Why?
It used to be more.
Because maybe
during those 2.25 seconds of recovery, it doesn't matter if you have all these add-ons combined.
I could get some.
By the time you're done, you can use it again.
Because I'm planning on doing YouTube.
Nothing stopping you from spamming your power, because
also,
it works even at a very low threshold of your gauge. So
he was pissed that nobody was watching his video.
As far as I can tell, will only help you
right
a
there.
little bit if you use all
He's
of your
very
power
shy right now,
for some
but
reason, and then you
holding
want to
a
use a
gunpoint.
bunch of it again early. Again, they do that, but the other add-ons will do it
He
better.
is not happy that
I'm
people
not going to
just
say they're
didn't
bad
watch
because
the
they don't
whole
have any
video. He
downsides
spent
or anything like
forever
that. They
making
do
it,
help you a little
and
bit in
nobody
situations
watched
like
it.
that, but they are quite rare and
So now he's holding a fucking
outclassed by the other ones by a mile.
M1911 on me right now.
And then we've got the other add-ons, which are kind of funny. They are the egg.
If I stop the stream or if I stop the video,
the name
I
of this
die.
add-on is insane. Misty Days Remains of Judgment, I believe it's called. And then the Leopard Fabric. These add-ons increase the killer instinct effect that a survivor triggers when they step on your trail. If a survivor doesn't step on your trail, they don't trigger it. If they crouch like hag traps over your trail, they don't trigger it. But if they walk or run or even get dropped from escaping your shoulder or something like that, even doing something like doing a totem on top of it, doing any action or being on top of it, even if they don't move,
you thought this was tofu? You've been here for like the whole 8 hours and you thought this was
when
tofu?
They leave
it's
that
in the title. It's
Otzdarva for 3
Otzdarva.
seconds. And during those 3 seconds, you will see them glow red, and you will also hear a heartbeat. During that heartbeat, you will see this little orange heartbeat on top of them, this little ping animation that will happen 3 times. This is quite significant because if you see a survivor in the distance that steps on your trail and then you see that
it's Mr. Beast,
and you see that it takes a certain direction, you can pretty much guess where the survivor is going to go. And also, if you're very close to the survivor,
almost 8
and it's
hours.
One of those really dark colored, dark cosmetic Claudettes, for example,
we're done in 25 fucking minutes.
You sometimes have a hard time seeing them from up close. So a survivor who steps on your trail and
fucking go, dude! I'm so excited.
A lot quicker and a lot smoother because they glow red. So these add-ons help in that.
Oh my god!
They make the survivor glow red for 0.5, 1, and 1.5 seconds more, which is not. It's not huge, but it's not terrible either. It's not bad.
Watch the power
cut out like goes on for longer,
or my storage, or my memory gets full.
So if you're tracking the survivor from afar,
is this still recording?
Again, you would see the effect happen 3
times. It's still recording.
With the yellow and the green add-ons, you will actually see it 4, and with the purple one, you will see it 5. So you'll see.
Oh, this is gonna go on YouTube. Fucking say hi, guys. When I hit a million
you will be able
subs.
to track them a little bit better thanks to that. Not terrible, not absolutely terrible.
Franco
but, hey,
and Brandon was
what
here
if the
a while
survivors
ago?
don't ever step on your trails? I've seen killers run this in a match where nobody ever stepped on the trail because they were not effective or didn't have help from other add-ons to put those trails down. A situational, little effect, no downsides, so feel free to use them. I don't think there's any of the add-ons of this kill that have any
actually
downsides.
want to see the items guide thing? You are actually mentally insane.
Strength going into them either, unfortunately. Next up. Please. Alright.
Last killer! Holy shit! It's the last killer!
Through these slideshows.
Let's fucking
we're talking about The Blight, the newest DVD killer released. He had a bunch of add-ons that I thought were pretty good.
Oh my god, the last fucking one, dude.
The Call of Duty and actually reworked them from the PTB to make them even more fun and interesting. So we have 20 add-ons that are all pretty damn unique.
20 add-ons. Alright, just 20 more fucking add-ons.
The strongest one by far, we're going to talk about the ones that affect the charges.
About 3 more hours.
Ring. The Alchemist Ring right now has one really strong effect, but also an, I think, unintended, or at least unspecified, side effect that is not in the description. The side effect is that this killer,
I did not know that.
when he runs, he loses his rush.
By the way, Afif, this is 8 months old, so a lot of this information is outdated.
Tokens. And sometimes you need to wait a little bit.
No, not a lot,
because you need to wait for all of them to be back
decent amount.
before you can use your rush again. Sometimes you need to wait a fair amount of time. to begin using that again. This add-on immediately cuts your recovery by half a second for each token. So if you use 3 tokens and the survivor is over there, you will now have to wait 1.5 seconds less before you can begin to catch up again. That already is insanely good.
A little bit,
and
I think,
it's
after the
so
anniversary.
good that it almost beggars belief, and it almost makes you think that this was not intended. But whatever the case, that itself is really, really strong. On top of that, if you actually successfully use your rush token,
then they
hit something, then use a lethal token, a lethal rush to hit the survivor. If you successfully hit them, not even nab them, just hit them, you get all of your tokens back. So, in a normal scenario,
he's like the most lore-based killer in my opinion.
Let's say I am being run very well by a survivor, and I need to use all of my tokens. But with the final one, I managed to hit them. Normally, I would need to wait a lot. This time, I would need to wait less because of the charge, but I actually need to wait nothing. As soon as I am done with the cooldown, I will have all of them back, and it doesn't matter if that Dwight used that speed boost from the hit to go in a straight line. I will be on his back in like 2 seconds. It is really good. Survivors have very little things
then Nurse came out, Huntress,
to keep you away from them. The most notable ones are windows and pallets, obviously. Pallets you can play around pretty well, since this guy can break them with his attack now, which is insane. But the only other thing they have is distance to you. And when you hit them, survivors often make quite a lot of distance while you recover. This makes it even harder for them to make distance. Even if they run in some complex way, you can start using your rush tokens again to catch up to them. And it's just a naughty add-on that goes well with other add-ons, that goes well by itself. It's just really that good. Very little. It will make survivors go faster, and that's what this killer and all killers are all about. The next add-on are the shooter modes, and this add-on really goes to show how insanely OP the previous one is. This add-on removes one of your tokens, so instead of being able to run 5 times, you can only now run 4 times, but it makes each of these individual tokens regenerate faster. But if you notice, the regeneration, this is an add-on that has a downside and an upside. The regeneration is actually worse than the purple alchemist ring, so the effect is not as strong as that one. It's not bad. You can use this add-on
it was supposed to be a placeholder for Friday
with the other ultra rare that we'll get to, that insta-downs on the last lethal rush. We'll get to that. And you can also use it if you want to practice a lot and you want to be going for shorter. You don't want to use all of your 5 rushes. You just want to use 2 or 3 and then immediately get them back and get back in the grind and practice those shorter, more efficient downs. It's a decent fun gimmicky add-on, but one that has a downside that you need to
You can't burn any other killer except Wraith and Nurse.
We're gonna talk again. I need to do it manually. Forgive me.
I don't know why.
We're gonna talk about the add-ons that reveal survivors.
There's like a whole lore on it too.
The first
People
one
thought like,
is
it was like entity given powers.
I think it's Compound 31 or Compound 33. I'm gonna check. I'm not very sure. Compound 33. That's right. The Compound 33 is quite special. When you perform a slam in between your rushes, all the survivors get hindered. They lose 5% of their movement speed, as far as I know, for 3 seconds. This isn't terrible. This means that if they were going to round the corner, you now catch up to them a little bit faster. They might not be able to drop that pallet that they were getting to.
That ultra add-on's fucking disgusting.
But it is pretty good. It's pretty good by itself. On top of that, the more menacing aspect of this add-on is the counterplay that it introduces to pallets. Now, normally, pallets you need to be wary about. If you get stunned by a pallet, you're obviously going to need to break it. If they drop it prematurely while you're in a lethal rush, you can hit it. You can hit it, and it will do this slow break animation that takes a couple seconds. And then, during those couple seconds, you probably have your rushes back. You can catch up to the survivor. With this add-on, that animation disappears. You now don't hit pallets with your cane. You just headbutt them with your flat forehead. So you can break pallets pretty much like Demo Gorgon can, both with your lethal and your non-lethal initial rush. So if a survivor drops a pallet, you can immediately break it and recover from it very, very fast. Kind of like a brutal strength kind of deal, but even more, I believe, where the survivor will have very little time to run away. And if you have all of your charges back soon, even less time to get away from your next string of rushes. Very, 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 very powerful. This killer is all about putting survivors in places where you can get hits And the few places where you cannot, because, you know, the pallets or the loops are unfavorable, getting them out of the way as quickly as possible. This add-on helps you in that, and as far as I'm concerned, one of the best add-ons. The next one used to be his best add-on by far. It is the Compound 21, and it got nerfed a little bit, but it's still pretty damn good. When you slam your butt into any obstacle, survivors around you, 8 meters, are shown. This helps you quite a lot in actually seeing them, making the right moves, but it also will give you a ton of random information. You will be going for Dwight, bump into a locker and then hit him, and right as you bump, you will see that there's a Claudette hiding in a rock behind you, or another survivor who was hiding there waiting for the flashlight save, stuff like that. You will see random survivors a lot with this, and it will help you not just sit down on the one that you're going for. If a survivor tries to do some smart move like hiding behind a corner, you will see it immediately. You'll be able to call their bluff immediately, and it also has this really interesting effect where it gives you blood points, much like the previous one. It gives you blood points every time it triggers. I have found survivors that were hiding in the map. They were hiding in a locker, and I'm just going around the map, and suddenly I get points, and I'm like, wait a minute, I'm getting points. But I'm looking around and I don't see any aura.
Yeah,
what's going
19 minutes left.
Even though the aura is blocked by the locker and it doesn't trigger, the blood points do.
You guys should
so
not.
You
should have convinced me not to do this.
Survivors
this is an awful
hiding
idea.
in lockers because there's no really other way.
The worst. But I was like already 2 hours in. I was like, okay, I didn't just do this for 2 hours and not go the full way through.
There's almost no other thing that could be happening. So there's actually a really good chance that you'll find survivors hiding in lockers with this as well, which is just a big plus. The next one is the Soul Chemical, I think it's called. It's nowhere near as good, but it's still pretty decent. This add-on also lets you see people around 8 meters, but when you're running. So this add-on doesn't have the prerequisite of
just got to the green?
Something. So it might get you to see someone.
He went on for like 4 minutes for that one ultra rare. He should have just gone
it doesn't have that duration after the 3 seconds, so you can like hit them and then see where they went or anything like that. It only works while you're rushing.
Doesn't do half measures.
But the fact that it doesn't need you to bump into something can actually mean that it's also helpful. You can use it in combination, although I think it would be overkill, or you can use it by yourself, and you'll find sometimes that you were going to bump into a certain corner, but on your way there you saw another survivor that you weren't expecting hiding behind some bushes. Now you see them. It's a nice add-on to see people through walls, to catch people off guard. It's pretty nice. It has no downsides, and it will help you a little bit, even though it's not super
dark
impactful.
it fucking got.
Finally, we've got the brown add-on. I'm sorry, I don't remember its name,
a light here.
So forgive me about that. We've got the brown add-on that auto directs you after a bump into the closest survivor within 60 meters. Now, this sounds a little bit confusing.
My child, thank you for watching.
It begs all sorts of questions, but I've done a little bit of testing and I'll tell you what happens. When you bump into something, this add-on will make you face the closest survivor that is within line of sight. Unlike the other add-ons, if there's a survivor who's hiding behind a tree, you will not see them. If there's no line of sight, you will not be directed towards that survivor and find them like that. If they're hiding in a locker, again, no line of sight. So even if you're next to them, you'll bump into a wall, you won't be pointing at the locker. So this doesn't help you track. It only helps you learn the ropes of the Blight and sometimes help you in situations where turning would be a bit cumbersome. And this helps you more or less know where to start. Training wheels, maybe the occasional utility here and there, this add-on will get in your way. Sometimes, even if you see the survivor, you don't want to go directly at them, and this add-on directing you there does more harm than good. You actually need time to now look away. Sometimes you know what you need to do, you know the path that you need to take, and knowing and being immediately pointed towards the closest survivor, which might not be the survivor that you want to go for, by the way, is not a good thing. This add-on will get in your way, and that's why it is in such a low placement in this tier list. Try it, see if you like it. You'll probably find it a little bit weird once you get the hang of the Blight. Next up, we've got the collection of the add-ons that increase your speed as well as your turn rate. We've got the Umbra Salts and the Plague Vial, I think, and as well as the Blighted Crow.
I remember I was
got the
talking
Adrenaline Vial
at
and
1 p.m.
So let's
saying
talk about the
damn,
ones that increase your turn rate. Turn rate is pretty important with the skeleton.
7, dude.
When you start running,
it's
you
fucking
bump into
7.
Things and then you
I
change
spent
course,
my
entire
afternoon
I'm
doing
sure you've
this.
heard. But in between
My
those
entire
rushes,
Friday
you don't really have the
afternoon
ability to
watching
turn
this
very,
shit.
very much.
That is fucking crazy. I started at
really
11 on the dot.
Talk about how much
On the fucking dot, I started at 11.
Tell you
Like
anything.
11:03.
What you can know, however, is that the Umbra Salts and the Plague Bile increases that turning by 10 and 15%. This is pretty good. Especially when run together, these add-ons are quite impactful. Sometimes what you want to do is do a very quick turn into a tree so that you can keep going.
It's Friday.
You want
It's
to
about
just
to
survivor
not
that's
be
in front of
anymore.
you, right? He's right in front of you. But you don't have enough rush left to catch up. So with add-ons like this, you can do a very sharp turn into a tree to bump and then immediately be back on your way and keep going forward.
This is how you guys know I'm committed to actually
Sometimes
starting my
you need
YouTube
to
channel. I would
precisely
not fucking
go
do
around
this
the corner
like for random
to
fun.
catch that survivor that's eluding you.
Because this is
Turning on this
awful.
add-on
This is
allows
a
you to maybe go a
terrible
little bit around
experience.
and almost curve that without having to bump into an additional thing
Yeah,
on the
I'm
way.
gonna
All of that
finish
is really,
recording
really helpful.
and I'm
It
gonna
has
stream.
no
I'm
downsides.
gonna finish
If you need
recording
to
and
turn less,
streaming
that's
this.
not a problem. You just keep going
Edit the
forward,
video. It's gonna
and
take me
we'll
like
help
fucking
you
10 minutes. I
in
just have to make an
basically
intro,
every situation.
post
So
on
they're
YouTube,
really, really good.
and
Apparently, even better
do a
when
new
run
stream
together.
actually playing the fucking game.
Then we got the Blighted Crow and the Blighted Rat. And these add-ons are interesting. They add 6% of speed, which is cumulative. So it keeps going and going. For every lethal rush. So your normal initial rush doesn't change.
This
It's
odds
230. But each one
wild.
after that, you will be a little bit faster. So when your first lethal rush will be 230 plus 6, your second one will be 230 plus 12, and of course you can also combine them to stack them. Is this good? Yeah, this is amazing. This basically means that if your plan is to hit one wall, hit another wall, and then catch the
crazy.
David looping me, by the time you are there on that second one, you are going noticeably faster. That survivor that was going to go for that tight pallet drop or that tight window vault doesn't really have that extra second to do it. You catch them
I did
right
this
there.
all because
These
of fucking,
particularly shine
fucking
when you bump them
Logan
together again,
made a
and they are
goddamn
very, very
thumbnail.
good once
dude.
you know what you're doing.
He
and
made
you
a
have
fucking
memorized
thumbnail, and I
very, very
felt
well
so
the
bad that
do's
he
and
spent
don'ts
like
of
half an
light.
hour
So these
doing
are add-ons
that.
that will shine
That I
most
spent
on someone that
8
really knows how to
fucking
use them.
hours doing this.
In fact, survivors that are not so
God.
good at using the black,
I deserve
sorry,
like
for
at least
killers that are
one
not so
purple
good and used
flashlight
to using
and a
the black,
prime sub.
the placebo
Alright, I didn't
tablet
forget about
might
that,
actually
Sam.
have a
You owe me
place
a
for
fucking
you.
prime
This one
when I
makes
hit
you
affiliate.
quite a bit slower. Makes you about 200%, a little bit less. But it's something that you can use to steer yourself a little bit easier and get some practice. Otherwise, it's a bad add-on. Of course, it decreases your speed, so you wouldn't want to use it. And then we got the Adrenaline Vial, which is a really strange mix of upsides
He's
and downsides.
taking his sweet time for this.
Let's go over the downsides.
It is pissing
It
me off,
absolutely
dude.
massacres
Just fucking
your turn
finish.
rate. Whereas the other
Oh my
add-ons
god,
increase it a
dude,
little
12
bit by
minutes.
15,
Just
and
12
then
minutes
this one
till I'm
decreases
done
it
with
by
this
80.
shit.
You
Oh
basically
my
can
god.
go in a straight line. The game lets you see a little bit better. So you can go into a straight line and look.
I went and made
your
lunch,
viewing
went to the
distance
care
is
center,
actually
waited
bigger,
3
but
hours, I
your
went to the
movement is
store and the
very,
pharmacy,
very
came home,
limited,
made dinner, and you were
which
still
means
going.
that basically
And that was like
you're
2
an
hours
actual
ago.
pinball going in a straight line. But
Fucking hell.
for the price of this,
Fucking Kate said she would be
you
back by
have
now.
two.
She was gonna do her
yeah,
fucking job. She was gonna do a whole
yeah, we got it.
shift.
The looking in,
Come back.
but for the price of this very significant downside, you have two upsides. You have an insanely fast regeneration,
Someone close the
even
door, man.
faster than the Alchemist Ring at minus 0.66, and you also gain 2 tokens. So, if you are absolutely nutty out of your
Is
mind,
Ott's voice
you
numb
can
to you
use this
now?
now
He's like
7 tokens
inside
with,
my
say, the
head.
Blighted Crow
He is like
to
literally
bump into
burrowed into my
everything around the
skull,
map
dude. I'm gonna be
and move
fucking
faster and
like
faster and
hearing
faster
his
and faster
voice for
and
the rest of the
faster.
day, even once I'm done with this shit.
and, you know, cross the map super fast and do some crazy stuff. Some people combine the Adrenaline Vial with the
His voice
placebo
is numb. My
tablet
whole
so
body
that
is
you
numb.
You'll go a
His
little bit
sound
slower.
waves are permeating through my like body.
But you have a ton of different rushes since you
kinda
have so
hot.
many to seal the deal. Some people combine it with the Crow to go use all of the tokens very fast. There's some combinations you could go for, but the simple fact is not being able to turn at all is like having that very, very limited turning is extremely crippling. The ability that I described earlier of bumping into a tree quickly to continue your your rush forward does not really work with this, because you cannot do a sharp turn into something.
I have to pay attention for the green one, because I do not understand why that's
all of your rushes, all 7 of them, need to be very deliberate and be headed towards something that you set your goal to.
Does he not?
You set your eyes to.
I was dying
around
I think
it's impossibly difficult. Someone else might be able to make some gimmicky use of this, but I believe it's still bad add-on that you normally wouldn't want to run.
I should have pissed my pants to go for the full fucking effect, you know? Or poop
that mess with your rush, I guess we could call them.
Even though
the first one is, I believe, Vigor's Journal. It's a neat add-on. Makes you undetectable. It takes very little time to proc once you start rushing, and as long as you are rushing. So if you have a good idea of where survivors are, because maybe you have discordums, or you have barbecue and chili,
you see, the seed collisions during rush makes no fucking sense,
spawn,
because
or you might have undying and someone's on your totem. Whatever it might be, if you know where a survivor is, you can go pretty much across the map and show up right next to them, maybe even hit them without them hearing your turtles at all. This also, of course, goes without saying, helps prevent borrowed time saves. And it is a lot more straightforward than the iridescent brick from Billy, for example.
Whenever he mentions borrowed time,
so it is a very, very decent surprise factor add-on. Obviously, survivors are not stupid. They'll figure out that it's either this or Tinkerer, and they'll eventually see through it. But it's still a really nice surprise factor throughout the match that might get you some good results. This add-on has no downsides. The Monocle is an interesting one. It's a bit of a learning add-on. What it does is it shows you, by highlighting in front of you, the places where you would bump if you keep going forward. So if you move across the map, you'll see that little highlight move in front of you to tell you, yeah, this is where you will bump. If you practice enough, you will naturally develop a sense of what is bumpable and what is not.
Bumpable.
And if you use this add-on a lot, I guess you will also develop that sense. Eventually, you won't really need it, and this visual thing in front of you will only get in the way. So it is a nice add-on to practice, but has no utility, as far as I know, beyond that. Next up, we're going to talk about the add-ons, the Foxglove, blah blah blah, and the Canker, something something. The add-ons that decrease your fatigue. Much like Nurse, when you do not bump into anything, you will have this fatigue phase where you stab yourself with a serum vial. And sometimes you do this on purpose. Sometimes you do this because you don't have anything to bump into, and you go through that, and then you go again. Sometimes you do this on purpose when you have sewn a survivor into a bad spot, and now are ready to resume the chase, maybe even hit them very quickly after you've pushed them into that spot. With these two add-ons together, or even just the yellow, that less half a second is actually quite good. You can have this killer chase you into a jungle gym. You are already at the pallet, and you would think to yourself, all right, I can go for another loop at the pallet, or I can go for the window. If he's got some of these add-ons, you will get hit before you make it to the pallet or to the window, for that matter, because the recovery will be so short. So this add-on will help you throughout the match, will help you punish survivors that are greedy, or make survivors have to give up pallets and resources more easily. It is quite good. They work well by themselves. For a brown one, it's not bad. For a yellow one, it's definitely not bad. And they also work quite well together. Oh, forgive me. Seems like we're going to have to play them again. And with that, we get to the add-ons that trigger once you...
He's fooled me 5 times throughout this entire fucking
once
endeavor.
you hit survivors with your power. The first one is the Iridescent Blight Tag, I think it's called, or the Iridescent Tag. It makes it so that you insta-down survivors when you use your final token, which again, by default, is 5. It can be less with the Shredded Notes, it can be more with the Adrenaline Vial.
It increased major charge time, or what, if anything affected your charge time,
a healthy survivor with that final one,
they go down immediately. I think 15% faster.
Now, insta-downing is no joke.
Basically, anything that affected your charge time was 15% faster.
It's quite impactful. Let's say that you are chasing a survivor into the exit gates. They are the final survivor, everybody else is dead, and they have 3 seconds to open that exit gate, and they're healthy. If you hit them during your 3-second cooldown, they're gonna open it, dead hard outside, and they're gone. With this, you could bump into something on the way and use your final bump to insta-down them. That could be huge. You could also do that on someone rescuing. The problem with this add-on is that it does nothing else. And there's situations where a survivor is healthy in front of you, but also you can hit them with your final rush, are surprisingly rare. Far and between, as I've learned from personal experience. You can try to artificially create the situations where normally you could get a survivor with 1 rush or 4 rushes, but now you're going to use 1 extra one to make sure that he goes down. But they are very hard to create, and survivors can easily punish you. So this add-on can, even though it can come in clutch occasionally, it can actually induce you into making horrible mistakes.
Think of like the...
And instead of actually hitting a survivor and then downing them 3 seconds later, you can actually chase them for 3 minutes because you cannot ever do it. Remember that if you use all of your rushes and you fail, you'll need to wait for a long time to get them back. So this is an add-on that can induce you into mistakes. It's an add-on that only comes in handy every now and then, even though the effect is actually quite powerful. Those situations are not that common. And you would probably be better off with another add-on that is more universal, that will help you in every situation as opposed to just a few here and there. Again, that's assuming that you don't make any mistake of trying to force situations with this and then having it backfire. The next one, the stone, is terrible. It is a small version of the perk Hex Favor on an add-on. When you hit someone with your power, the pallets that are within 12 meters will be blocked for 6 seconds. The most immediate advantage of doing this, if you down a survivor on a pallet that is upstanding, the pallets need to be upstanding. If they're down, they do not get blocked. If you down them right under a pallet, a survivor will not be able to quickly drop it to save them. So you can down him, pick him up immediately, and this add-on should protect you. So that's a nice benefit. Other than that, is there really any benefit to this? Nah. If you hit a survivor, they will get a noticeable speed boost, and you might catch up to them, but it won't be within 12 meters. Maybe you can hit a survivor once and have another survivor be there, and the pallet gets blocked, and that survivor can't. These scenarios are really, really rare. I've put this add-on on, and I've played games and games and games and games where it doesn't even trigger, or it triggers in a time where it doesn't do anything. For a purple, even though it sounds really scary to block pallets, it does really nothing. It does very, very little. You'll be better off with literally anything else. Very few times you hit a survivor with your power and have them somehow stay within 12 meters to see if there's a pallet there to save their life. Very, very unusual, and honestly not at all useful. The other add-ons, however, that are not useful are the slam duration add-ons. Now, these add-ons can occasionally come in handy. Sometimes you bump into a doorway and you want to go through the doorway or through some other tight space, and the little 1.25 seconds that you get, oh, by the way, yeah, the information here is wrong. I'm very sorry.
This is the last group, guys.
I didn't mean to say base rush fatigue. I meant base slam duration. The base slam duration is 1.25 seconds. This means that when you bump into something, you have 1.25 seconds to choose what to do before you go.
Oh my god. Wait. Officially, now is 2 minutes
1.25 seconds is more than plenty. There are some situations, as I've said, where you want to get through some wall and you need to move a little bit, where having that extra 0.75 could help you. But there is a downside to this. If you bump into something and then you realize that the survivor is already in a good spot and you don't want to keep rushing, you will be forced to go through the 1.25 seconds. This is not a big deal, but if you have this add-on and now you have to wait 2 seconds, so you bump into something, the survivor outplayed you and now he's running away, and you do not have a line of action, you cannot like immediately chase, well, you need to wait now 1 extra second to begin chasing them again. Not the worst thing in the world, but overall these add-ons are not necessary, and they might actually hurt you in some situations, so I do not recommend them.
Guys.
That with that, we've actually finished the add-ons.
We're done!
It wasn't 7.5 hours this time or anything like that. This time it was a bit shorter, but it was still a lot of work.
Shorter? It was a bit longer.
I will put an image version of this in the description, hopefully, if you want to use it as a cheat sheet. But man, I'm quite tired, and I think I'm gonna leave it at that. Thank you very, very much.
Oh my god! Oh my god!
If you're watching this on the first day or two, good news. I'm gonna reward you right now. On screen, you're gonna see a code for the Dwight Crow charm that is exclusive and time limited.
Fucking
I only have a few of these.
People just skip to the end.
Numbers. If you're seeing this code, go claim it on your store on any platform, as far as I know.
Oh my fucking god!
And there will be, these codes will have 10 uses each. So about 30 of you will get this charm. And hey, I hope it's nice and you appreciate it. But yeah, that's all. Thank you so very much for watching. I hope it's useful.
Seconds.
If more add-ons get changed and more killers get introduced, I will consider updating this video in the future. Thank you very much. I'll see you in the next
3, 2, 1. Oh my fucking god, dude. Oh my fucking god. That took so much longer than I thought it would take. Oh my I started at 11, like 11:03. It's 7:18. Oh. That took so long. I don't even know what to say. Oh my god. 8 hours, 13 minutes, and 17 seconds down the fucking drain. Dude, this is for you, Logan. You fucking dickhead, making me do this entire thing because you made a thumbnail. That took so fucking long. That took so fucking long. Oh my god, dude. I'm gonna... Okay. If you're watching this on YouTube, make sure to like, comment, and subscribe. Oh my fucking god, dude. Now, if you're watching this in the future and have affiliate, make sure to check for affiliate, if your Prime's ready, fucking use that on me or anyone else. I don't give a fuck, just use it. It resets every month. I'm done. Yeah, I'm done with this shit, okay? I'm never doing this again. No. This is fucking awful. Mr. Beast, I don't know how the fuck he did that. Fucking psychopath. Yeah. Jesus Christ. That's it. I'm gonna stop the stream. Oh, fuck. Alright, I'm gonna stop.